I've already had a couple of brewskis, a couple of shots last night when it turned New Year's in Australia. Every hour I just had a couple more shots, 'cause it was New Year's for someone over in Asia. Shots, 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 shots all day, shots till you drops. That's what my mama say. I'm just kidding. How you guys doing? It's really slow in Small Capville. Number one top gainer is ANGH. ANG! ANG! From 2:30 up to 4:30, essentially. Not bad. We have Oris here. AFJK was up, popping up crazy yesterday. Did pop up to 136 here in pre-market. You can see it's just all over the place with really low volume. Isha, Elisha, Keisha, Misha, Farisha, Plantisha, Misha, and Manisha. Anyway, she's up and nice, good move to start the day, and then she just has been a little slow. Don't really have anyone taking the mob as of right now. Year-end confessional New Year's resolution starts in about 55 minutes. First, the giveaways, which I already have 2 questions, which I came up yesterday in chat in the afternoon when we were talking about cars. I'll give you guys a heads up. The 2 questions I'll ask today, and you have the choice of a 6-pack of one-on-ones. That's 6 one-on-ones, 6 hours with me, or 6 months of the live stream. Right now, you can start thinking about what that answer to the questions will be. Question number 1. What was the only truck I ever had in my life I owned, I drove? What was the one truck I had? What was it? You got to come up with the make and the model. Secondly, the other question will be, what's the last car I drove? Of course, you know I love some SUVs. I've been in Jeeps and BMWs for the last decade plus. What was the very last car, sedan, that I drove here in May? Those questions, answers for them in about 50 to 55 minutes. As of right now, we also have the BOGO holiday sale still going on. Take advantage, and I still have people taking advantage of this actually as of up last night, which I figured, that's why I ran it through the New Year's. I think there's still one more person, Tim, if he comes over today. Still, I haven't heard from Tim yet, and Tim's still wanting to sign up. BOGO holiday sale. You get the live stream. You want to come test me out for a month. You're going to get the morning alerts for free. With that month, you'll get both, right? Because you pay for this, I'm giving you this, and I'm giving you one-on-one for free. An hour with me to go over your trades and stocks, and usually after one person does one, they're like, I got to go book a package. I need more of these. I need more therapy. If you buy 6 months of my live stream, I'll give you 3 months of the morning alerts for free and 3 one-on-ones for free. If you buy the yearly live stream package for $700, I will give you the morning alerts for 6 months, right? So if you get this for 6 months, you're getting this for 3 months. If you get this for 12 months, you're getting this for 6 months. And I'm throwing in 6 one-on-ones for free. If you buy the yearly live stream alerts combo, which most people are doing, because I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones for free. That's nuts. That's half a year of one-on-ones. Each just using me once a week for half a year. Or every other week for the year. Right? You can space it out, which we'll figure it out, because I'll have a game plan with you if you need that many one-on-ones. With most of you, honestly, let's just be honest, you need more than probably 3 or 4. So that's why I have the 6, but then the 12, because most of you honestly need about 10. I've noticed. And then some of you really just need this many, where if you get to 10 to 15 in, now I've got you on your pace, you're ready to rock and roll. Hopefully by about 15 in, 15 straight weeks of seeing me, then you can then space out the last 7, 8, 9, whatever, right? If you buy the 4-pack, which someone, actually, then there's another one that just got bought recently, like last night as well, I'll throw in the live stream and the morning alerts for free for a month. If you buy the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 months of the live stream and the morning alerts. If you buy the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of the live stream and the morning alerts for free. And if you buy the 23-pack, I'm throwing in half a year of the morning alerts and the live stream for free. So whatever you get, you're going to have the morning alerts, you're going to have the live stream, you're going to have one-on-ones. Again, I've noticed when you have all 3 of them, you get it quicker, you get it faster. If you want your stock trading journey to go take that next level up, amp it up a little bit, you need some help going over your trades, putting you in the right direction, telling you essentially what weights to lift and how to lift them, what cardio to do and when to do it, what to eat, when to eat it, and how much of it. This is me taking care of you, guiding you through your path and making sure you do it correctly. This is crazy because I kept showing this off. A guy has just the morning alerts. He turned a 950K Roth IRA into 4+ million as a self-administering morning. So he's made 5+ million on my morning alerts that he's had since last March. Taking last summer off because he did so well in the first 3 months to take a European vacation last summer. He's had him for about 18 months total, has made 5+ million off the morning alerts in my levels, which he named his sailboat levels. And I know I've shown this off a million times. I'm sure most of you have seen this already in chat. But maybe there's a new person and they think I'm making this fucking shit up. And I am not, my love. I'm not. There you go. There's the email. And how that, I was literally on the Peloton and started crying. Like, you gotta be kidding me. There's this boat, levels. Boom, right there. Boom shakalaka. Like, crazy, right? So that's what the morning alerts, they're levels from small cap to large cap, which I'm about to go through and give them to you for free today. So you'll see what those are all about. Live stream, key throughout the day. So you have morning homework. You have school, class throughout the day. And then you have a tutor to come see you at the end of the day. If you want to take advantage of this, there's your BOGO holiday sale. Fa ra 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 ra. Oh, what a great movie, A Christmas Story, especially the end of it. Sterling, how you doing? Ingrid. X3, it's an SUV, SAV. You guys are, A, you're guessing already, which is illegal. But B, a truck? A sedan? Do we need to verify what a truck is? Okay, a truck is not an SUV. It's not an SAV. A truck has a bed at the end of it. And a bunch of hillbillies, if they wanted to, could fill it up with water. First, they actually put some kind of lining in the back of their truck. Then they fill the back of their bed up of truck with water and turn the shit into a pool. Yeah. You want to see, ever seen one of those before? Come down south. I'll show you some shit you never seen. I'll show you some real shit you never seen. Also, you always had a Jeep Wrangler. I have not. No. I'll go through my, if you stick around for the giveaway, I'll, which I'd imagine you'd want to stick around for the, for the confession, whatever. I'll go through my list of cars I've had. I've had a plethora throughout the years. And, because it was cars at first. Cars, right? 4-door vehicle sedan cars. Like, Honda Civic. Accords. Toyota Camrys of the world. M3. 3 Series. An M5. A Cara. Why the stock is going up? What is that? Oh, this is just sympathy from yesterday is why it's up more so today. But this is just a previous run. This is what we have in the small cap space. So get rich together. I know you more so in the large cap space. I've been in this place forever. I've been in the small cap galaxy, venturing over to the large cap galaxy here and there. But this was a runner back in, and I call this, leftovers, right? Holiday season. This happens a lot. I was going over this yesterday on the TTP stream. This happens a lot in the small cap sector, and especially over the holiday season, where you think about it too with the food, right? A lot of food we have a lot of leftovers this time of the year because of how much food we cook for the first setting. And this happens. So you get your first little small day run here, right? Crazy, pretty good sized run there from 6 to 20, whatever. Even though it gave all of its gains back, look what it did the very next day. Holy fucking bonkers, we go all the way up to 110 after the day it gave back all its gains. Then we have another round here, then another round here, then another round here. And then we get this really tight ascending triangle, right? Because we are ascending up. This is an uptrend channel. This is getting tighter, right? So we have a trend line up, we have a downtrend down, and then squeeze-a-rama. So the setup, too, was there for it. We have the beautiful squeeze pattern. So the pattern's there for the trade. There is that, I will say, right? It just this and yesterday, why out of nowhere again, traders just want to go. This time of the year and the spikes that we've had since SMX right before Thanksgiving, traders just want to go long. They want to see spikes. That's just, it just becomes that mentality, so to speak, for traders of, this has to be the one. This is going to be the next one. This is going to be the next one. You guys are just Porsche 718 Cayman. My God, I wish. AMC Pacer. There we go, other cousin. 70s Pinto. All right, so let's get, again, questions. That's just getting you guys in the ballpark. The last car I officially drove and owned, what was it? What model and make? And then, what was the only truck I ever owned in my life? What year? Oh, not year, but model and make. We'll get into that. Oh, shit. I forgot to do this real quickly. I'm glad I did remember real quickly. Let's do this. Let's go to copy link. Let's go to, I got to put this on social media. I got to put this on the socials. I mean, I got to put this out there. I forgot about putting this out there on the social medias. All right, I forgot to put this out there. Come join me live. It's the, oh, geez. Might want to put the, there we go. Here we go. Let's go to my YouTube page. Boom, bam. All right. I will get the link out there. It is Ho 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 BOGO Holiday Sale Giveaway. It's the year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. Come on over and confess your stock trading sins. I've got the link up and out and ready to rock and roll. Come on over today. It's going to be fun. We had AFJK going crazy yesterday, but come on over. We got giveaways today and the year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. It is Ho 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 BOGO Holiday Sale Giveaway. It's the year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. Come on over and confess your stock trading sins. I've got the link up and out and ready to rock and roll. Come on over today. It's going to be fun. We had AFJK going crazy yesterday, but come on over. We got giveaways today and the year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. I will get the link out there. It is Ho 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 BOGO Holiday Sale Giveaway. It's the year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. Come on over and confess your stock trading sins. I've got the link up and out and ready to rock and roll. Come on over today. It's going to be fun. We had AFJK. There we go. I just sometimes forget to. I got so much going on, it seems like, and the next thing you know, I forget to do that shit. What's up? Get rich together, Joe. I've had a lot of Jeeps, but make and model. You got to go with the model too. You can't just go with the make of it. What Jeep? There are lots of Jeeps. It's funny. Everyone just calls a Jeep Wrangler a Jeep for the most part. All right, so. Live levels coming up. We did have INBS. Thank you there on the Discord for putting that out there. All right. Here we go. Come on, finishing up. We'll finish up already and just freaking put it out there. I will get the link out there. Boom. All right, let's go. Happy New Year's Eve. The live stream is up and out. I hope you're coming to join because today is the New Year's resolution time. That's right. I want you to first come over and confess your stock trading sins. So it's a year-end confessional. I've been doing this since 2022. Come on over and confess the sins. I'll go first, talk about the things I need, messed up on this year, confess the sins, stuff that I've messed up, things that I need to work on into the new year for my resolutions. That's all about confessing anyway, right? You come on over and that's what you're doing anyway. So it's a good time to do it. Year in the end, you do the confessional because you're talking about things you need to fix, which is a resolution for the new year. Also, giveaways. Giving away a 6-pack of one-on-ones. That's 6 one-on-ones with me at 6 hours. Also, today, I'm giving away 6 months of the free live stream. You pick between the two. Actually, you pick with what you want. The questions, here you go. Already putting them out there. Come on over. This will start in about 45 minutes, top of the hour. What was the only truck I've ever owned in my life, make and model? And secondly, what was the last car, vehicle, sedan? What was the last car? Not SUVs, not Jeeps, car. What was the last car that I owned, make and model? See you soon. All right, 4 levels for the day. We do have ANGH popping up right now. It is trying to hold after hours high of day area. That is going to be right around $4 and around $3.90. Now, it's coming back down to that area right now. 4 to $3.90 has to hold. If we crack that, watch for a move down to around $3.75. And under $3.75, it cracks back down to $3.55. And below that, down to $3.35. On the way up, we do have 440 resistance there. Of course, you see that. It really starts in that magical 20 area. We talk about this for so long. 80-cent area, 20-cent area always comes key in these small cap tickers. So know that 420 into 440 is strong resistance. If we get over 440, do have an interstate in Arkansas named 440. Watch for a move up to 475. Old floor there. Over 475, watch for a pop to 520. Over 520 to 590 area, close to 6. Over 6, watch for a move to around 650. ANGH. All right, up in AFJK, just got to talk about it because holy moly, she won on a squeeze-a-rooney. Of course, talked about this on the live stream yesterday. It was on setup on a daily beautiful squeeze there. First initial spike back on the 8th of December. Went up, came all the way down. The next day, it's when it went bonkers all the way up to 110. That was the 9th of December. We had another spike on the 11th, the 18th, the 23rd, and now we squeezed in a beautiful downtrend squeeze-a-rooney. If you go look at the daily chart, it was getting tight into yesterday. it was either going to be a crack off and down below she goes, or of course we got the squeeze. So now here we go up and rolling. What's going to be key? Well, I just talked about it. Yesterday's high of day and after hours, or yesterday's high of day. I'm talking about that a lot. I've talked about that with ANGH is my point. It's trying to hold that now at 109. 110, 109 yesterday's high of day. If it cracks below that, this has a good shot to come all the way, obviously, down to a minimum 100 to 103. I have a feeling it may come all the way back down to around 90. Now, 90 to 85 is the gatekeeper to see if this does hold up in crazy moves today. If it holds 85, I think 85 to 90, we could roll. If not, it's going to just dump back on off. But this is on a high watch. On the way back on up, 135 resistance, and we got 150. Over 150, we'll see 165 to 175, and over that, it'll be 200. This with the spread will start to run over 135 in about $2 to $3 increments with the spread, so it'll be jumping around $5 minimum at a time. So that's where it'll start spacing. $15 essentially will be every target, 15 to 25. Over to ORIS, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go here real quickly. Yes, ORIS and Isha. So we'll go with those two next. So ORIS here, we have support at 160. Under 160, we drop to 150. And under 150, we drop to 135 area. On the way up, we have 180 resistance that runs in through around 185. That's strong. Over 185, watch for a pop into 2. Now over 2, pre-market and after hours high. This play is in, again, another 52-week low play. I swear, add another to the list before the end of the year. I swear that's got to be about 300 we've seen now since summer. Over 2, watch for a pop-up to around 260. And then over 260, watch for a pop-up to around, I would say, 260 to 275 area. Going to be strong resistance. Over that, watch for a pop-up to around 310. Could see the magical 320 area, ORIS. Now, again, we've seen a lot of these $1 plays hit that 3 and fade off, so that'd be probably as much as it gets today. Over to ESHA, Isha. Does not hold its gains very often. I do remember this ticker just by the name of it. On the way down, we're hitting 1875, or if we crack that, watch for a move down to around 1650 area. If it cracks that, just wave. It's gone, baby. On the way up, we will have 20 resistance yet again, as we did a little bit earlier, then became support. Now we're seeing that resistance at 20. If we pop over that, 2250 area is going to be strong resistance into around 2350. I know their upper shadow and high of day is around 2450, but the true strong resistance comes in around 2250 to 2350. Now, if we blow through the top there and keep rocking and rolling, this is a play that has like no charting behind it. It's very ugly, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's nothing behind it. I know we've seen this too. Obviously, you go back on the 1 year, 1 day, you'll see. So over 25, watch for this to pop up to 2750, 2875 rule. Then 30. This could still a little bit of that AFJK mob magic mentality of, oh, wow, and this could see that move to 35. And when over 35, we see a quick jump close to 50. A couple of others that are moving right now. We know INBS here is slowly working its way on up here. So INBS is working its way up. We're going to have 515 support. Under that, right around 495, around 5. Now, we're running up right now. 540 is pre-market highs. We just ran into 540. Here is another 52-week low play. Add another to the motherfucking list. How fucking crazy is that? On the way up here, resistance is going to come in. At the next true resistance I see is right around 560 to 565. Over that, watch for a pop to 6. Over 6, watch for a move to 630 area. And then over that, could see 7. Over 7, watch for a move to 735. And then we have 780 after that. There is INBS. So you get a little taste here of what my morning alerts are like and what I'm doing and kind of going over levels and charts and where to go long, where you definitely, hey, if you break out here, go from this level to this level. So if you're taking a long or if you are in long already, hey, here's your move up. So INBS definitely taking some move here. We'll go to INBS over here. Nice move there from INBS. Starting to really take the mob away here. All right, we're going to go to INBS. I think this is going to be our number one mover right now, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so we'll go to INBS right now. INBS. We'll go to NJ. All right, ANGH right here. All right, any tickers you guys want me to go over? There are your levels for small caps. That's the main ones I'd be looking at. SLGB is another one to keep your eyes on as well this morning. CETX from yesterday and other former runners. But those are going to be your main mob plays, in my opinion, as of right now. That really seemed to take off here, at least for pre-market into the opening bell. Not a bad pre-market, actually a little bit more. It was pretty slow at first. It really is. I mean, INBS, I guess is not that's great, but INBS is finally kind of waking up and giving you a little something to trade here. Over the last 30 minutes as we work into the opening bell. But not pretty much what I figured. Very lackluster, slower pre-market, not nearly as busy with a lot of spikes and drops. This is a really slower pre-market. Again, this is a full day. This is a full day in the market. So we could see a runner. We could see something potentially still take off and run today. Although to me, I'm still saying most likely no. If anything, it's like an AFJK, kind of a random mover later in the day. And the first part of the day is just the more slow and steady eddies, taking advantage of bounce plays in the breakout. All right, so while those are moving here, I'm going to go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame here. We're going to chart out a few of these. I'm not going to go over all of them today just because we're getting close to the opening bell. Last day of the year, we'll take a little half day off, so to speak. All right, let's get into large cap plays. I won't break all of them down, but I'll break down a few movers here as we get close to the opening bell. SPY here, a nice good move, bounce back up today. We had the initial jobs claim, blah, 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 but that was, just about, 40 minutes ago, but it's just continued to climb after that. I mean, or before that, I should say. It was already climbing, and then it just kind of continued to climb after that. So we've already made a pretty good move. We're already up about $2.50. Nothing crazy, but we are pretty decent today. Choppy it was yesterday. It's been choppy for the last few days. Last good day was last Wednesday, a week ago today. Now, the fact that we moved so much in pre-market, I think we could end up having another fourth gross day in a row. On the way up today, our next resistance over pre-market high, which we almost ran into, is going to come in around 688. 688 breaks. Watch for a move up to yesterday's high and the main resistance from Monday at 688.50. 688.50 will be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to the true high from Monday and pretty much the low from Friday. 689.20 area will be my ultimate. Yep, that's my ultimate high of day. 689.20. On the way down, we're going to have some support built in somewhere right around 686.50. If that cracks, watch for a move down to 686, the low from Monday. One more level down takes us to after hours dip buy right around 685.50. 685.50 to 685. Pre-market low, after hours low area, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under that, watch for a move down to 684.35. And I'm going to go 684.35 as your ultimate low of day. All right, let's see. I bet Apple's gross. I already know that. I don't know why I even typed that in. How's AMD looking? Ooh, okay, well, Apple grows. AMD is as well, but AMD is getting close to the breakout level. It didn't do it yesterday. Key level. Don't worry about the down low unless you're looking for bounce plays. Bounce play for me on AMD would probably come right around the 213 mark. Somewhere right around there. Your breakout, though, I keep talking about it. Over 217, over 217, over 217. Keep that on watch. It's your only trade for me, in my opinion, would be watch for the break of 217. All right. Trying to work through these. I bet Baba's still gross. Yeah. B. Baba and B are close to crack zones. I will say that. Ugly charts, not great to trade daily. But Baba, watch this under 146. Under 146, you should be able to pick up some sticks and get $1, if not two. On the way down as well. For B, watch O and B here to crack right around 85.80 into 85.35. If it cracks that, watch Ant B to give you a good short. Google and Meta just stuck in a channel. I'm going to NVIDIA. NVIDIA really big move up today with the SPY. Trying to hold a line I have in at 189.30. If it cracks that, watch for move down to 188.70 area, 188.75, right? Under that, then down to 188.35. 188.35 is going to be key for me. If it cracks that, then we're going to really fade down to 187.50. And I'm going to go normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes to pre-market low at 186.60. On the way up, resistance will start to come in right at where we're at now into 190. Now we're approaching 190, 190.15. I have a line in there. If we go over 190.15, watch for move to 191, then to 190.160. I'm going to go 190.160, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back to last Friday's high, 192.30 to 192.70. Ultimate high is there. Angie! That damn song in my head now. PLTR, great crack back here over the last 3 days. I know some of you long-term traders aren't probably too happy with that, but hey, it's got some good day movement there for you. On the way up, we have strong 180, 180 resistance. Yesterday, we bounced right off of it. I've got a red line in there, right around 180, 165, 180, 170. If we break over that, watch for move to 182.50, and then over that to 183.10. I'm going to go 183.10 normal high of day because, again, this thing's popped up already a little bit in pre-market. Over 183.10, watch for move to 183.50. And then over that, watch for move up to around 184.50. 184.50, possibly a touch to yesterday's high of day. Ultimate high there. Now on the way back on down, support mainly is going to be at old resistance, new support right around the 180.40 mark. Under that, watch for move down to pre-market after hours low of 179.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day under 179.50. Watch for move down to 178.50. Normal low of day 179.50. Ultimate low of day 178.50. Whoa, there goes my phone just typing in letters. All right, over to the cues here for you futures traders for the day. Again, I still feel with this big move up, it ends up being a grosser, tighter day and gets range bound again like the last couple. This is a really nasty chart here of the last couple of days. 620.50 resistance over that to 621. So I'm going to go one more level up because we've already moved so much. For your normal high of day, I should say right there, 621. Ultimate high of day over 621 goes to 621.70. Then up to yesterday's high of day, 622. 622 to 622.20, ultimate high of day. On the way down, support is going to be somewhere, in my opinion, right around 618.75 to 618.50. Under that, watch for a crackdown to 617.85. 617.85 areas. Normal low of day. That's the low from last Tuesday and last Monday before Christmas. Support and after hours yesterday. Ultimate low of day goes down to 617.30 and then down to pre-market low of 616.65. I'll go 616.65 ultimate lows. Come on. And lastly here, over to Tesla. Big reversal right off a red line I have. Look at these lines, team. I hope you're watching the live stream right now. Do you see these lines I've had in? Look at them working out magically. I have one at 458. It just ran into it and just got smacked around. 658 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up then to 458. 458 normal high of day where my red line is at. Over 458 we go to 460.75 and over that to 462. Yesterday's high of day I also have a line in at 462.30. 462.30 to 462. Well, I guess it did get to 463. So 462.30 to 463 ultimate high of day. On the way down, major support after hours low, pre-market low, and we just bounced off of it. 452.50 area. That'll be my normal low of day in case we stay caught trapped. If this cracks below 452.50, this is my play of the day because Tesla can move. It easily goes down to 450, and then I say it goes down to around 445. 445 ultimate low of day. Large caps at the bell, nothing really because of all the movement, but watch Tesla under 452. We'll call it 452.20, 452-ish area, right? 452.45, 452.50, whatever you want to call it. Pre-market after hours low. Watch for that to crack. That is your main mover today. If it cracks that, I don't see how it doesn't get an immediate move to 450, and then below that, watch for a move down to 447.50, and then to 445. And then if you're a small cap play at the bell is INBS. INBS just got the squeeze, moved up here. We have Isha halted up. We have AFJK halted up, if I'm not mistaken. So we got 3 plays halted up right here at the bell. Well, now we know the tickers. You just have to decide which one. I'm going to go INBS is going to be a little bit better to trade. So INBS bounce play 585 to around 560. 585 to 560 is the bounce play. For Isha, watch for a bounce back down around 18. Should say right around 19. Right around 19. Isha is live. Isha is live. It is right down in red again. Then there comes that pullback. Did not quite get the 19 area. It got to around 20. This is a sketchier play. Isha becomes valid over pre-market high, runs up, starts halting up, and you can maybe play the gap halt strategy, right? Halts up at 26.50, gaps up to 28. Well, if it runs into another halt up, we just got a $1.50 gap up. Well, if we just got a $1.50 gap up and ran into a second halt up, better get your ass in because we're probably going to have a 75 to a $1 gap up. Same thing for AFJK. Over 135, that gives it clarity to then move. You know it's going to fly from there. Right now, we did just get a gap up, but we're all over the place. Spread's crazy. Those are the 2 crazy plays, Isha and AFJK. INBS, in my opinion, is going to be a little bit more fluid. Okay. All right. Look at you guys. How you doing over there, D. Sarley, Mr. T. Webb? There's T. Webb. How you doing, brother? Hopefully you guys are doing good today. You guys are doing good today. Giveaway. BOGO sale. Or a giveaway. Giveaway for, of course I have the BOGO sale going on, but the giveaway start here in about 30 minutes. Starts here in about 30 minutes. The BOGO sale still going on. Take advantage of that, but I will do a giveaway here in about 30 minutes, and then we'll get into the year-end confessional New Year's resolution. Granted, we don't have crazy stocks and things going on there, right? So we got INBS halted up. INBS is halted up. Let's see where this comes live. Like you guys said, 10-minute halt. Halted up at 31.19. 31.19. This does give it some clearance to run. Runway's wide open for it. Why? Well, INBS right now is the only one still halted up, and the other 2 that were halted up are right to where they came back. They're right to where they were. Right to where they halted up at. They didn't do anything really in the end. They halted up, true, but they just didn't do shit. So this has the runway clear. Should come live at 41.19. Should come live at 41.19. What's up, Giovanni? How we doing, brother? Right now, AFJK, Isha, 2 of the crazier plays here did halt up. Right now, Isha's really not doing a lot, as you can tell here. So Isha caught right there so far. Upper and lower VWAP band really are tight on this. Same thing there for AFJK. We do have INBS upper and lower VWAP band starting to spread apart. Everything purple. There we go, Giovanni. I love it. You know I love my purple. You know I love some perps. Some of that perp dog. I bet Kevin Avery's on this one real quickly. The hangover plays ANGH with the pullback. I'm not a big fan of that chart anyway, but EKSO, the hangover play from yesterday, I bet Kevin Avery's on this one. Forgot to bring it up. I bet Kevin Avery's got some profit already on the day. Let's go over and join his lobby real quickly. Let's see if I can. We still got about, 2 minutes here till they come live.
The hangover real well. What about you, Josh? Josh just chomping around. Yeah, she's been good. She's been good. I'm in this INBS halt, Josh, so pretty glued to it right now. 9:41's the resume time. 41:20. Oh yeah, you're in. Yeah. Good. Nice. Yeah, on the same plays.
Josh is long and short.
Yeah, well, he's
long.
likely.
IMBS and short, actually.
Yeah, I'm long IMBS. Yeah.
Cool. All right, so they're on the same tickers. Awesome. Angie. Dang, that damn song stuck in my head. So INBS here, team, right here. Again, look, this has a nice good squeeze mode on it. Beautiful move on the way up today in pre-market here. A little bit of the inverse head and shoulders. There's shoulder, there's head, there's shoulder. Got this top portion here of resistance. We break out, form this nice tight bull flag into the opening bell. This is a lot, very similar to what you'll see at the closing bell a lot of the time. These plays form these bull flags into the closing bell, into the opening bell, and they can go bang-ga-rang. All right, INBS, we are live. INBS, we are live here. INBS, we are live. All right, so INBS there did not give us any sort of pullback. I was hoping INBS would give us some sort of pullback right there, and or go into the halt, another halt up, so that you can see the gap rule. So we just gapped up about 40-30 cents there. I would love a bounce play back down here. I don't think we're going to get it now. So anyone that's in long, take some profit as this starts to spike up for more here. Start to take up some more here, all right? This is not going to hold up for very long, it doesn't seem like, and we could see some sell-off here soon. So if you're in at this $7 mark, don't forget past chart history too, as we talked about. It's going to get strong into this 7 to 750 mark. We just talked about this just a little bit ago for INBS. Very strong resistance. I talk about that 750 mark all the time. Doesn't matter if it's 2750, 237.50, 457.50. Again, on the way up, it's when you get through these big levels, it's 250, 5, 750, 875, real 10. Sometimes 350 comes into play. And here you go. Here we go. Oh, so we're halted up again here. So Isha is now halted up, getting a little above. That does help a little bit with INBS. So you think it'd take the mob away, but it lets traders know that there's going to be some strong mentality. Now, again, bounce play for me is now around 640 into around 620. Halt strategy, baby. So we'll see if we get a bounce play for ANGH. Not ANGH. I keep saying that because the damn name's in my head. INBS. INBS right around 640 to 620. We are halted up. 23.14 is the price. 40.22 is the halt up time. 40.22. 5-minute resumption would be 45.22. Keep an eye on that. Again, bounce play for me would be back down to this little corridor right there. AFJK is not getting it today. Thank you there, T-Web, for the opening price. And what's up there, T-Web? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? There's the link again for my website for that holiday BOGO sale. Again, by the live stream, I'm throwing in my morning alerts and a one-on-one. You buy, and that's 1 month. You buy the 6 month of my live stream, I'm giving you 3 months of morning alerts for free and 3 one-on-ones for free. If you buy the yearly live stream, you buy it for a year. You're saving yourself 2 months off from paying monthly, and I'm throwing in half a year, 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones for you, I should say. I have the 1 year package, right? So I have this while we're waiting for my bounce play. So if you want to buy the yearly live stream and morning alerts, it saves you 2 months, not only from buying monthly here, but this monthly. So it saves you $200. I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones for free. So with this, I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. The yearly live stream, I'm throwing in 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones with this. And people are just buying packages. Because why? You're still getting the morning alerts live stream with it. With the 4-pack, I'm throwing in 1 month of each. With the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 months of each. With the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of each. And with the 23-pack, I'm throwing in half a year. You'll get 6 months of live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts for free if you get the 23-pack. There's a link out there. Take advantage. Let's get the bounce play here, though. Come on. Sitting in a freaking tight flag here. What was the play that did this? I swear it seemed like, what was the play that did this here over the last month? There's a play that popped up. Oh, it was here. What was it up the opening bell here recently? It popped up at the opening bell out of nowhere. Remember that? Oh, what was that day? What was that ticker? It popped up at the opening bell, squeezed up real hard, and then just set sideways for like the next hour. I swear if this does it. I'm not trading Isha here. It's just not giving you that gap halt movement. It's not. I just don't like the movement from Isha. It never is that great of a mover, to be honest.
Why do I not see that?
New high of day there. Quick little pop-up there from INBS. This may continue to squeeze. Let's see if this continues to squeeze right here. Would love a pullback. I want a bounce play. It's what I've been trading here big time over the last few months. Big time. Big time, big time, big time. Love some bounce plays. I mean, it's just been killing it with bounce plays. So sit back. We'll wait here. We'll still get into in 15 minutes while you guys are all around. Because I know I've got a big chunk of you guys right here at the opening bell. So here in about 15 minutes, I'm doing the giveaway. Here in about 15 minutes, we're doing the giveaway. Get ready for the giveaway, team. Get ready for the giveaway. Six months of the live stream for free, or 6-pack of one-on-ones. That's 6 one-on-ones with me for free. You pick which one you want. Question number 1. Coming up in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Question number 1. What was the very last car, sedan, I drove? Got to make and model. Got to have the make and the model. Very last car I drove, Cara. And the other question I'll ask after that, what was the only truck I ever owned in my life? Make and model. This will be fun. This will be fun to hear what you guys have to say. Joe, how you doing, though? James from earlier. Sterling, if you're still around. J Webb, T Webb. We got D. Sarley in the house. Giovanni in the house. Get Rich Together. Aussie Chick. Sailing Girl. Smoked Tuna. Elise was in the chat. Maybe Sailing was yesterday or she's wallflowering and I thought I saw her in chat today. I don't know. Smash that like button. There's Polly's pennies. Haven't seen that guy since he's been scraping pennies off the floor of Oed's Bar in Panama City Beach, Florida. That's right, Oed's Bar. He was scraping pennies down there. Then I ran into him up in Boston at a place called Polly's. Yeah, he didn't own the place. He was just there. Everyone thought he owned the place. He was drunk as a son of a bitch. Here and liked, of course. Love it, Elise. Love it. What's up, Love Chip? How we doing? Milan, how we doing? Happy New Year. Polly's been doing good. You know, I'm on my own now, is what it is. But all's going great with Trade the Pool. Just got paid from Trade the Pool from December. They send me money through Wise, like we get the payouts from Trade the Pool. So I'm getting paid from Trade the Pool all the damn time now. Not only on payouts, but paying me to stream live there, going to the money show, meeting people like Adrian Mans. And I tell you what, it's been a blessing. But hopefully all is well with you guys. You know, anyone that I haven't seen in quite a while, I hope each and every one of you have had a great year. And if you haven't, well, guess what? We got a new year coming up tomorrow. Let's take advantage of it. New you, new year. Let's do it. Let's come over here in 10, 15, 20 minutes. Year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. Let's talk about it. Let's get it off the chest. Tell me what you've done wrong this year. I don't care if you accidentally ran over a raccoon. You need to talk about it. It's hurting you on the inside. I can feel it. It's in your eyes. Someone wants to say, what's wrong with you? You just look a little down this week, this month, this year. What's wrong? Talk about the coon you hit. It's okay. He's dead. He didn't know any better, and you were on your phone for a little too long. That's why you don't drive with the phone in your hand anymore, huh? How you doing, Mr. Bo? J-Bo! Jason Evers, Happy New Year. Hunt's Oyster Bar in Panama City Beach. All right, let's go there. That sounds good. I love some oysters. Love some oysters. Who's ready for a giveaway, though? 6-pack of one-on-one, 6 months of the live stream for free. Also up there, like I just talked about, the BOGO holiday sale going on. There's a link out there, primetradinginvestments.com. where very soon we will be having this as where you come in every day and you'll have the live stream button right up top. You'll have the login button. You'll have a live stream button. The live stream will be integrated into my website. So you'll be coming here every day after you log in to join me live. Also, the BOGO sale. Buy my live stream for 1 month. I'm going to give you morning alerts for that same month for free and one-on-one to do with me at your own convenience. It doesn't have to be in that month. It can be anytime you want. 6 months of my live stream. I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. You get a year of me. I mean, come on. Who wouldn't? 2026 starts up today. You'll have me all the way till December 31st of next year. I'm going to give you 6 months of morning alerts for free. That's right. You'll have these free through June if you sign up for a year of my morning alerts, or my live stream, I should say. And I'll give you 6 one-on-ones. All right? Sign up for the yearly live stream. That's saving 2 months of each paying monthly. I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones for free. That's freaking 23 hours with this crazy guy. And I mean, that's a good thing. And shit, we're halted up again, you son of a bitch. Well, you get the 4-pack, which I've had people even book this over the sale. I'm throwing in 1 month of live stream for free and 1 month of morning alerts for free. You buy the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 of each. You buy the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 of each. You buy the 23-pack, and I'm throwing in a half year of the morning alerts and a half year of the live stream for free. Shit. All right, bounce play op now comes to 7:35. I'm giving this till the top of the hour to get a bounce play, and then it's freaking time to give away some freaking shit. Joey's in that. Man, I hadn't seen these guys. I haven't seen Sniz in forever. I haven't seen Polly's Pennies in forever. Where have you guys been? The OG guys that have been around the old school days. They've seen me streaming live for years. Sniz, Giovanni, Mr. G. Delcor, Polly's Pennies. I gotta say Polly's Pennies and Sniz, that's circle like 21, 2022. Minimum 21, 22. Marlon, will you stop with that whole mouth thing? Yeah, it smells like a fart in here now because you're just doing the lick thing. Will you stop with that? Great Dane, you just... That's all he's doing back there. And when he's doing that, his breath ain't clean. He's been fucking sleeping for the past 10 hours and his fucking smells like he's just fart. All right, Mr. Sniz, how we doing? That Cajun place there's better than Horns there. At least very cool. Sterling, your sedan, and not sure I think a Honda Accord. No, it's not. I just threw that out there. I was trying to throw cars out there that, I did drive a Toyota Camry. And I will say down the line, which will be another question in giveaway time, my very first car I ever had, a Toyota Camry. But that doesn't have anything to do with today. So I was trying to throw cars. Yes, cars. I'm trying to get you, when you think car, the last car I drove, think of Camry. Think of Accord. Now again, I'm just think of a car, not think Asian, or it's got to be, no. I'm just think of car. Truck, think of a truck boy, and I'm driving a dually, and I got a bed in the truck, okay, and I'm driving around in the truck. Like here, I'm going to show you this. Truck bed turned into pool. This is what rednecks do in the South, okay? This is a real thing. Or an ice chest. I've seen ice chests too as well. That's a good thing. Yes, no lie. You can buy these. Inflatables. You can fill it your own self, right? You can do the old school, just get a tarp. A truck. This is a truck, okay? That's a truck, has a bed in it. This is what hillbillies do. You see that picture, you don't think Illinois. You don't think Minnesota. You don't think West Coast. You don't think East Coast. You don't think the North. You immediately go, what redneck bumpkin in Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Louisiana? I mean, where? What state? This is nowhere but south of the Mason-Dixon line. I think that's maybe something that makes sense. I don't remember. I remember the line, though. But look at these guys just loving life. Redneck swimming pool. Yeehaw! Hey, boys, you better not piss in there. Oh, I surely didn't take a pee. Oh, I did take a pee. He's like, what's pee? I like lamp. Man, I mean, imagine pissing in that. I mean, you're just floating around in pee water. I mean, you know they peeing in it. You know them kids just be oh, this is gross. All right, 51-26 halt up time. See if it comes live here at 56-26. 56-26. I would like a bounce play low sevens. I'd even dip it down to the very high sixes. Polly's pennies trading futures with props. Nice. Yeah, props have been big. Props have been huge. I mean, of course, that's why I'm with Trade the Pool now. Love them to death. Absolutely love some Trade the Pool. Love some Trade the Pool. Love some Trade the Pool. And don't forget, Trade the Pool, they still have their half off sale for their 5K eval. I know it's only 5K, but you can get a few of them. It's only $30. $30 for a 5K eval. Super duper cheap. All right, who's ready? Giveaway time. If this doesn't go live right now at a 5-minute resumption, we're going straight into the giveaways. Who's ready for a giveaway? 6 months of the live stream for free or a 6-pack of one-on-ones for free. You name it, you call it, you get it, you want it. All right, let's see if we go live. Oh, we are live there. We are live. Oh, and I did not get filled. I did not get filled there. Let's see if this comes down one last time there. Maybe could get possibly filled one more time here. Please don't shoot back up and send it to another channel. That was the dip. Had to have orders in already. I don't know that I would have had one filled. I probably would have started at 723 to be honest. I can't put limit orders in, and I need to work with Michael Katz and the guys at TTP. You can't put limit orders in when stock's halted. It fucking sucks. It truly does. I need the next meeting we have. Joe, if you're listening right now, Joe, I don't know if Joe's still listening. Oh, Joe, we need to get that fixed, Joe. We need to be able to put limit orders in. If we can trade the halts now, because there's no halt rule, we can trade them. Well, if we can trade them, I need to be able to put limit orders in to be able to trade them when the play is halted. Joe, we need to get worked on. So, Joe, look at that. I would not have gotten filled because I would have had orders at 723 potentially, most likely. The low was 725. But that's where I would have had orders in. You know, I probably would have started orders at around 687, 707, right? And then probably, but up to 723 or so. I don't know if I would have gone that high. I may have. But there's your dip and rip. This is exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, we need to be able to put limit orders in when the play is halted either direction. We got to get that, Joe. Got to get that going. SLV real quickly. And any stocks you want me to break down, how high can it go? Well, huge gap down. I'm not even looking at large cap sector today. I'll have Trade the Pool pulled up over here because I was trying to trade INBS. I'm going to let it go for now, INBS. God, son of a damn it. And the play was here, that opening bell. I missed this because I'm going over wanting alerts. Then the play was getting a bounce play. Didn't get it. Then there was the bounce play, but it was immediately happening right out of the gate. And you had to have orders in. That was a lightning bolt. And I love those lightning bolts. But again, you have to have orders already in. On the way up, though, for SLV here, get rich, 67.50. Over that, watch for a move up to 68.10 to around 68.35. I don't think it would get much higher than that. If it does, it's having a big O explosion day. Oh, that ruffles the feathers a little bit there. Damn it. Oh, I wanted that. Because, you got to talk about if you get filled there, boom. That's why I love these. Boom, you're up $1. Up at least minimum with spread 75, 80 cents, 70 cents, somewhere in that ballpark. We'll go through some large cap plays real quickly. Wow, nothing. I was kind of right out of the gate that we had a big sell off from SPY, but we are still caught range bound. Not looking that great. All right, let's get into it right now. I know we still have INBS and we're still going to look for a dip buy on it, so I'm not going to forget about it. Let's do the giveaway time while we have a lot of you here right now. Let's do the giveaway time while we have a lot of you here. It is the top of the hour. The longer this play holds up, slows down a little bit, just like we have here. I'm looking for another dip buy and back into this consolidation area. 725 orders down to around $7. All right, so this is still going to be dip potential. I'm just going to let it kind of meander out here for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. Let's go over, make sure I'm not missing anything. I'm not missing anything here. Just Making sure. Going over to Stock Rocks here, and just making sure there wasn't any new top gainers, and they're always a really fluid board on Fridays, any day of the week, I should say Friday, but I keep thinking today's a Friday. Yep, not missing anything at all. I do have some really low float plays out there. ANGH was one, Oris, I want to keep wanting to say Osiris. Oris, INBS was, of course, in low float taken, and it's the one at least taking the mob today. It's only up 90%, though, so it's not like we have these crazy banger plays. It's nice to at least get it, though. You know, nothing too crazy, but it's at least nice to get a little something out of the gate there, as we were really lackluster in pre-market for the most part today. All right, here we go. Giveaway time. Who's ready? Giveaway. Get rich together, Joe. Polly's Pennies. All right, here we go. Snizinators. Any Sniz still around? J-Bow still around, Mr. J-Bow? Love Chip in the building. Polly's Pennies. Saline Girl. Aussie Chick. Milan. Who all still around? J-Web. T-Web. D. Sarley. Get rich together. Already trying to win. Sterling. How we doing, James? Anyone else listening? Bonjour from Smoked Tuna. Elise. Tight Stops. Tight Stops. It's a good name. All right, here we go. Question number 1. Giveaway time. It's time to do a giveaway. That's the day. Alrighty, right. All right, here we go. Ferrari F8, yeah. Oh, one day that'll be going in the garage. For shizzles. All right. Question number one. You already know the questions. It's what order do I put them in, right? So we'll go back chronologically here, because I had the car before, or the car last, I should say. You know, the truck was, anyway, but it was car, because it actually went truck car. So literally, so we'll go backwards. So we'll go, you know, I had the car, backwards, Jeeps, and then I had a car, and I had a truck, actually back to back. What was the very last car I drove? Make and model. The last car I owned. And I actually wrecked this vehicle. I was actually in college. Was actually interviewing the head basketball coach and driving back to the other side of the campus. I didn't walk. I was lazy. I should have walked. And I look over to the left, and there is a vehicle that has gone off the road into someone's backyard. And I'm like, there's an ambulance over there, there's cops, and I'm like, what the fuck? I do one of these. Well, as soon as I do one of these, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I look back, and I've come into a stop sign. I knew that, and I need to get back to looking at the road. Well, there was cars already stopped, and I tried to brake in time, and I didn't. Ran right into the car in front of me. Airbag, only time I've ever had an airbag go off. Even when I rolled one of my Jeeps in the past, that I was clipped, wasn't my fault. This is the one wreck that's been my fault. Airbag went off. I got my arm up somehow in time. Big bruise on my arm. Scraped it too as well. What was that vehicle? What was the make and model? It was a car. A GT4 RS. Come on, let's be for real. Aussie chick. GT4 RS? Do you think I actually drove that? They weren't even around. This was 2011. Let's put a time frame on it. We're talking 2011. If I'm not mistaken, the vehicle was a 2008. A 2008 what? Not a Jeep Wrangler, not a Chevy Malibu, Bel Air, nope. Ford Mustang X5, nope. Mustang, nope. Ford, a lot of Mustang guesses here. All right. We're going to narrow this down a little bit. The last car I drove is not made anymore. They don't make this car anymore. And it also was called a fake Bentley. It looked like a Bentley. It looked a little bit like a Bentley with the big front grille. What car is not made anymore that looked like a Bentley in about 2010? It looked kind of like a Bentley. Oh, and Lion got it! That was the hint. It was the Chrysler 300. That was it, King Lion. I think he just won last time too. Didn't you, King Lion? Are you going to gift? Is it the season of giving? You're going to give it to someone else? Are you going to give it to J-Bow? Or are you going to take it? You're going to say, I want 6 more months of the life. I want 6 more one-on-ones. It was the Chrysler. Oh, you'll pass it. He's going to pass it on. It's the season of giving. It's not only a year-end confessional. It's a New Year's resolution day. But it's a time to give. And J-Bow with the next guest. Broseph was so close. Now unless J-Bow, you going to pass it? You going to keep passing? I think J-Bow may not pass. J-Bow, you keeping or not? What a great man King Lion is. King Lion just won the giveaway, though, last Wednesday. Official name 300M. Yes. 300. Chrysler 300. Keep it. All right. J-Bow. Do you want 6 months of the live stream or do you want 6 one-on-ones with me? What is it? That's awesome. You have a Chrysler. There you go. All right. Yeah, that was a good car. I loved it. Look at you guys coming in though hot after I gave. That was a good hint, wasn't it? As soon as I gave that hint away, you guys were all over it. 300, from J-Bow to Broseph to Jason Evers. Got Mr. Juice. What's up, Juice? Love it. Polly's Pennies. Yes, that was at Mercury Sapphire. Harley Mercury Sapphire. My mom or my grandma, I remember Granny had a Mercury Cougar. I think they were called Mercury Cougars. What a great man, though. King Lion winning and passing it on. And then J-Bow, one-on-ones. All right, so I'll put that down on them. I'll mark that down, put those to you. J-Bow. Make sure I have you one-on-ones 6-pack. Make sure I have you on my website real quickly, Mr. J-Bow. Mr. J-Bow, Mr. J-Bow, Mr. J-Bow. I think I have you on my website is my point. If my website wants to work with me right now, it's just for whatever reason it's not working. IMBS is holding up again. Oh, you little booger, you. Absolutely awesome move today. Is your email JBOWLES, J-Bowls? With some numbers at Gmail. Is that your email? JBOWLES, J-Bowls? Is that it? If not, then I'm going to need to get your email, brother. Yeah, all right. Perfect. All right. Just not a big car girl. Let's see here. That fake Bentley. Yes, the fake Bentley. Well, just if you don't know what I'm talking about, we'll go to it. Chrysler 300. There we go. Let's go to, there's a better picture of it. There's a better picture of it. There we go. The Chrysler 300. My dad has one of these. This is what my dad has. My dad has one of these, actually, a Chrysler 300. It's all right. There we go. All right. J-Bow, we got it. I just made that name. I just made it up. All right. Here we go. All right. Let's get to the next question. Last question, next question. You already know the answer. Or I should say answer. You already know the question, I should say. But here is the question. I owned one truck in my life. I only had one truck to my name. What is the one truck, make and model? What's the one truck I ever owned? What is the one truck? Whoa, Sailing Girl right out of the gate. Dodge Ram on 24. That's right. Dodge Ram, baby. It's the only truck I've ever had in my life. Dodge Ram. It was on 24s. Had the flip out screen. Had the PlayStation 2 in the middle console. Had the tins in the back. It was a 4-door, all white. I gotta find some pictures of my maybe I have some in here. And Sailing Girl, why Sailing Girl? One-on-ones or live stream. One-on-ones or live stream. Or you go pass it. I have it in here, the truck. There's the C-ring. Oh, it's high school. It's too much high school. Too much high school. Oh, there's maybe some older ones. Where's the truck at? Dang it, I need to find the truck. I'm gonna find some pictures of the truck. I'd have to find it. It was Dodge Ram, all 4 doors. It was 4 doors. And back then, if you remember, I don't know why, but back then, the 4-wheel drive was leveled out. But if you had the 2-wheel drive Dodge Ram, the ass end like stuck up a little bit. It was up a little bit and just looked goofy. So I had them level it out, which made it ride like shit. Then I put it on because I got 24s. Had the door, and when I got it, I'll never forget this. I hated it back then. Let's see if I can find one. 2004 Dodge Ram white. 4-door. 4-door. 2-wheel drive. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can find one. So, and it had those ugly 20s on it. It had those 20s on it. It's like, here we go. So that was a 4-wheel drive one. See how the 4-wheel drive's leveled out? This one's like, yeah, see, here we go. This is right here. This was it. See how this ass end sticks up? So I had then, this is the exact truck this was actually white. I didn't have that chrome. So this was white, that was white. And before I left the lot, I had them take off all the emblems. I had them shave the door handles and the side mirrors down and painted white. I got a roll pan put on the back. So I had, everything was white. I hated the black door handle. I just like, this looks dumb. So I had these shaved down and painted white, these white, roll pan white. Had this on 24s leveled out. Oh, and she was a beast. Middle console here, had the huge middle console. And if they get to it here, the huge middle console. Huge middle console. That thing's so huge a PS2 could fit in it. Yes, a PlayStation 2 was in there. Oh, the good old days. Sailing Girl 1-on-1s. All right, J-Bow and Sailing. There we go. Bada boom, bada bing. Love it. Absolutely. Yeah, I have to find it, Polly's Pennies. It was really sick. Especially back then, because that was 22s were kind of the biggest. Like hardly anyone had 24s in 2004, into 2005. Some people, especially, not a lot though. Spinners were huge, didn't want no spinners. Oh, it was clean. All shaved, all white. Oh, it was a head turner for sure. We took that down to Panama City Beach a few times. And just, because there's that like the row of cars that you're just out there. It's like the strip, and you're just going 2 miles an hour. All those cool, crazy cars. Oh yeah, I had like the truck, the bed full of people, and it was just, it was dope. The 24s, they definitely chopped. All right, beautiful move today from INBS. Slow staircase. It's not giving us good bounce plays though. Quick one right there. You're not really moving down to old. We're just kind of flagging up over flag. So flag 1, flag 2. Here comes flag 3. Most likely last, if I can talk, last leg up for the day. For INBS. All right, sweet. Number 1 top mover for the day by far, is INBS. INBS, best mover of the day. We are stuck in a channel right there that I talked about earlier for Isha Kalisha. And INBS still wouldn't mind a bounce play. Back down to around 765 to around 740. This is a lot like the EKSO play yesterday. I got it. You know when I finally got a bounce play on EKSO? We talked about this on the live stream yesterday, right here. It finally came down and filled me. After see the flag up. I never got filled. It kept going, leaving me behind. Like, okay, I'll wait. I'll leave my orders in. Left my orders in, got filled half of what I had, 500 of 1,000 shares. I came back and was instantly up, boom. I should have held some because look where it went to. That ended up being a $2 move from my entry area. Patience, team. It does the trade. We have all day to trade. We don't have to trade right now in the first 30 minutes, the first hour of the day. Trying to get one great trade in when you're going live is something pretty difficult to do. Blueprints in the house. Yes, Dodge Ram on 24s. Dodge Ram on 24s. Hamilton, or let's see, Hot Miami Boating. Who the hell is Hot Miami Boating? Were you over at Tradecaster back in the day? I just like knowing people's like Blueprints. I know Polly Penny Saleen's with me now. J Bal, yeah, thanks again to King Line. He's been around for Elise. Known Reese. I know Reese, my man Reese. Fred Austin Trader, D Sarley. CR Trader, my man, come on over today. Handsome, beautiful soul. Mr. Juice in the house. I know all these people, but Hot Miami Boats. I know Max. Max is always over here. But Hot Miami Boating, are you just a beautiful, fine specimen of a six-pack of a man wearing nothing but a little, banana hammock? Or are you out there, wearing a nice bikini? Are you a lady? I can't tell even with the name. And I just feel like you're in Miami and you're just tan, and just sweating. I don't know why. T-Web. It's deck undercover. Oh, I had a different name. Oh, I got you. I had a different name before. It's deck undercover. It's like Mr. Juice. Hey, on your website, upgrades, take the T. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. I just haven't updated my website. It just shows you how busy I am. It's just like, I'm just so damn busy. And I just stream live for you guys every day. And then, then I go over to doing one-on-ones, or I'm doing the Trade the Pool stream. And then it's, and then finally, I had just some of the stuff I'll forget. Like, I forget that it even exists is my point. It's like, yeah, thanks. Yeah, right. And if I don't, at least remind me again next time. Oh, Isha, Kalisha, Moesha, starting to get a little bit of a spike here. I'm going to surround some orders here on INBS for myself. I'm going to put some limit orders in. Starting around the 765 area down. Like just the same as yesterday, really. Same in that same area. 750s, 720s. I know yesterday it was in the 10s, but that's where I'm going to be going with my orders there. And I'm slowly putting them in right now to get filled for a dip buy. So from 737 to 767, we've got some orders in there. Any questions? I promise good. Any questions you guys have? Any questions you guys have about stocks and any setup? Anything at all? Again, I'll put the link out there for you guys for the holiday BOGO sale, which again, let this run through, which usually I let it go over a few days. Here it is, the holiday BOGO half off sale. So what's half off are the one-on-ones. So again, the one-on-ones are actually half off. Live stream is what it costs. Live stream $70 a month. That's cheap as fucking can be. $30 a month for the morning alerts. That's always been $30 a month. Will never be more than $30 a month. And I've got some, again, if you're just now joining me, look at this story. I don't know that Ross Cameron, I don't know that truly Tim Sykes can say this. I don't know that, I know that Ross Cameron, and there's others of the world, I'm not going to mention names, that can't say this. That off their morning alerts, because Ross Cameron, no offense, but anyone that streams live that tell me that they do morning alerts. I don't know of anyone else that does morning alerts. But in my morning alerts, this guy's grown this is actually less than 2 years, because March is when Rick C came around, March of last year, 2024. And he took off June, July, and pretty much August of last year to go to Europe for a 2-month vacation because he made almost already like 100K or whatever it was in the first few months. Anyway, whatever it was, I forgot. Regardless, since then, and about 18 months of morning alerts, he has turned a 950K account and over 4.3 mil, and its self-administered IRAs even more. So the guy's made $5-6 million minimum 5 million in the last year and a half off my morning alerts. None of those guys that have the guru and hundreds of thousands or millions of followers. Tim Sykes can't say. Tim Sykes doesn't. No, not with just levels. Tim Sykes ain't putting fucking levels out. Ross Cameron, when he ever put levels out? I can go through the rest of the streamers. I said this forever ago. I want to be the best charter ever. That's pretty much proof in some of the pudding that I'm trying to make over here. Let me know of another trader that gets an email that has, hey, I got a 92% win rate this year. Thanks for teaching me to trade the levels, and I named it sailboat levels. And it's not an old-ass sailboat. That's a motherfucking nice-ass new sailboat that he bought and is in the Caribbean chilling around with his drone and his wife taking gorgeous pictures. None of those guys ever had, they ain't got that in their book. I do now. Check mark. I got someone that's made millions off my levels, my alerts, right? You need help with your trades. That's exactly what I'm doing the morning alerts for. Take advantage of the BOGO sale. So again, whatever you pay for, you're going to get the morning alerts is my point. Live stream access for a month. You want to come test drive the Ferrari over here, the Porsche, whatever you want to call me, a Jeep, a fucking, I don't care. Call me a Pinto. I like Pinto beans. They're good. I'm giving you the morning alerts for free for that same month, and I'm giving you a one-on-one to use whenever the fuck you want. You want 6 months of my live stream? I'm giving you 3 months of the morning alerts for free and 3 one-on-ones for free. You get the yearly live stream for $700. I'm throwing in half a year of morning alerts for free and 6 one-on-ones for free. You get the yearly live stream combo pack with the morning alerts. I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones for free. That's what most people are getting. Then you're going to have me for a whole year, morning alerts, live stream, and the one-on-ones. That's where you're the most beneficial. You're coming into class before school. You're getting your morning alerts. You're marking your levels out. Confidence is growing because I'm putting lines in, and I'm telling you where to put lines in. You already have lines in there. Then you're coming to watch me in the live stream and get access to nonstop good alerts, where to trade, what to trade, large cap, small cap, giving you levels throughout the day. You come over, you name the level, you name the ticker, I call out where it's going to go. Then you do one-on-ones with me. These are one-on-one Zoom sessions that I do an hour long, Monday through Friday, pre-market, after the opening bell, in market, after hours, going over your levels, going over charts, going over trades. If you get the 4-pack, I'm throwing in 1 month of live stream in the morning alerts for free. If you buy the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 months of each. You buy the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of each. You buy the 23-pack, I'm throwing in 6 months of the live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts for free. Take advantage in 2026. His name's Rick C. He was over at Tradecaster. Now he just gets my morning alerts, but this guy right here, he says, and I know, he always would come over to Tradecaster and say, AK, I'm up this much. AK, I'm up this much. If you don't remember, CR Trader would do the same thing. It was like the home run race in 98 with Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire, and who was going to have the most home runs. They were just pounding away into this year, even into this year. I'm pretty sure I think Rick C's the winner now that I can see that he's made 4.3 mil and it's self-admitted even better. So he's made $4-5 million plus in a year and a half. Yeah, this is Rick C, my boy. I say my boy, you're all my boys, you're all my girls, but this is the guy that's made the most off my alerts. And yeah, people are like, Josh, we need to get him on. We need to interview these people. Well, I've got CR Trader on. I'm going to get him on again. I will get, for sure, Rick C on at some point. Because people want to know, how are you using levels? What are you using? Well, I'm just telling you, just as they should. If I say, hey, SLV, and just earlier with Get Rich Together, and I'm telling you where this is going to go to, of where the highest this can go, you're using those levels. So a break of this, it goes to here. So if it breaks, let's say 67.50, you can take a long back up to 68.10. That level I gave, right? To 68.35. Somewhere in there, and you take your profit. Or then you can take that 68.10.35 area and use it for a short. Just wait for it to get there and short the top. There's multiple ways to use my levels. And then, of course, on top of the fact, trades I just tell you to take. Like, 2 days ago, whenever it was AMD, blah, blah, right out of the gate, watch for a short here. We'll just do this, and then it's time to get into the year-end confessional year's resolution. So let's just go back to AMD here on Monday. I'll go back to the morning alert that I gave on Monday to you guys for free, as a live stream has been free this whole week. Go back to AMD on Monday here. Go back to Monday, and here we are. Here's AMD right here. We are running hand in hand today. AMD is flying up as well. So what I'm seeing here, a lot of these charts, and I kind of said that to myself as I was working into the opening bell, a lot of these tickers have very similar charts today, and we're running hand in hand from Friday
and through this morning. Now, AMD is a very ugly ticker here. I would be looking for a short on AMD anywhere above 215. 215 into 216, crazy strong resistance, as you can see here for AMD. Although we are running hand in hand, so pay attention to what the spine other than AMD or Apple's doing here for the most part. I haven't got through the rest of these tickers, but I would be looking for a short on AMD at that 215 to 216 mark.
Pretty nice alert right there, huh? And then, whammy! So again, if you need help, live stream, morning alerts. I'm not just a small cap trader. I'm not just a large cap trader. I trade both, anything in between, from $1 up to $800. Going long, going short, doing options, puts, calls, does not matter. I read the chart, I trade the chart. Whatever the chart tells me to do, I trade it. It's just that simple. Real quickly, it's time for year-end confessional New Year's resolution. Still have my orders in to get filled on INBS, but it's time. It is New Year's resolutions, baby. It's the year-end confessional. Give me 2 minutes. And how are we doing? It is that time of the year. We must, as everyone would say here, confess. Got my Father AK outfit on today. I'll talk in a little bit deeper voice for this session, everyone. Not really. How's everyone doing, though? Hopefully you had a great year. Let's just get into that. 2025 is over. It was a tough year for me. Ups and downs. I would say even as far as ups and downs. I would almost say more downs because of the Groot situation. It was a really tough year for me. Really, really tough. It was great growing. I had my first AKNR last January. Groot got to go. Got to meet finally some traders in chat, from Lone Wolf to CR Trader, Mafia. Get Rich Together was there. Fred was there. K. Clausen. If I'm forgetting people anyway. But then the second one that I did in August, CR Trader came back, and then meeting new traders. Fred came back again. Aussie Chick was at that one in Dallas, and Smud was there, and Bartman was there, and It was great. Tay was there. Canadian came in. And hearing that in the first one, Mafia from Costa Rica. Mafia from Puerto Rico. We had CR Trader from Costa Rica. We have Fred from Buenos Aires. We have Get Rich Together from Afghanistan. That was all from the first one. I had people from all over the globe. It just kind of blows my mind. And that was so cool. And then the Groot situation was tough. That was really tough. Having to go through that with Groot. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I don't want to start crying. Boy, I want to real quickly. I don't want to get too deep into that. But dealing with cancer. Groot had cancer, osteosarcoma. It's bone cancer. The only way you can treat that for dogs is to cut the limb off. And you better catch it quick, because if you don't catch it quick enough, it spreads like a wildfire. And this is the second dog we've had osteo. First dog, we didn't catch it quick enough. 12-and-a-half-year-old Great Dane, loved her, my favorite still dog ever, Bella. Got it. And we didn't catch it quick enough, and it spread, and and then Groot. And if you know the story of Groot, it's almost like a book or a movie. If you know the story of Groot, it was a long one. Osteosarcoma, the limb removed, and had the doing great at first, and got another thing out of nowhere called spontaneous pneumothorax. Never heard that before, but again, another something that humans can get. That happened last December. Emergency visit to my vet here, and then over to and that's what that painting is right there. It's a painting that the first doctor here, the emergency place in Arkansas, did, that said, here's what he has. You're going to have to go over to Memphis because they know they can do this better than we can. And there was where you're going to need to go. And she kind of drew out what was going on. And, and I took him over to Memphis, and there wasn't, it's like, we have to do this blood patch, this, that, and it worked. The first blood patch they did work, which was, they were like, wow, this is awesome. So he wasn't there. It was crazy. It was scary. It was, I'm talking about all the money that I spent on him. But I point being, that first doctor, that vet in Arkansas, in Little Rock here, I said, that day I left, I said, if he makes it through the new year, and because she got him going that day and got me where he was good, so I could get over to Memphis, because look up spontaneous pneumothorax. It's like a hole in your lungs, and it's crazy what happens there. It's like a hole in your lungs, some blood's getting in, oxygen's getting out, whatever it is. I don't even remember. And I said, if he makes it, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna give you this painting. I'm gonna sign it. Or I'm going to have whatever, I forgot what I said, I'm going to bring it back to you. And then he made it through the new year, and I never forget, 1st of March of this year, I got some green paint, because I always associated Groot with, of course, Guardians of the Galaxy, and just green, good luck. That's his paw print. That's what you see. It looks like a 4-leaf clover. So I got his paw, like washable paint, put his paw down, and I never forget taking it back, and she remembered. She started crying. She's like, I can't believe you did this. You're the first person ever. And I was like this infamous, and everyone had to come out and see Groot. And like, okay, well, you're so sweet. I was, whoa. So it was tough. Then the breakup with Tradecaster. That was tough. It was tough. Kind of a year of trying to grow and change is tough. Losing Groot, who became my Bella, or my new best friend, kind of, so to speak. It hurt. It's tough, and then you get the back end of the year where things start to lighten up a little bit. Trade the Pool comes along. I get to go to the Money Show and then meet traders that have been doing this for 40 years, 30 years, longer than some of them that I've been alive. And now I get to grow my own brand, which a lot of people said for the longest time to go do. So it definitely was a back and forth, up and down year. For sure. A lot of years in the past would just be straight up. Maybe a little fluctuation here and there. But, this year was down, up, down, up, down, down. It was all over the place. So here, confessing the sins, struggle that I faced this year. Even though I know I probably always seem lighthearted and fun and happy, there have been times I've been very down. But I'm still here every day to help you guys out with levels and trades and charts and trying to make money. Not only for myself, but for you guys. And to move forward in the next year, like, working on those things, the sins of, letting the past go, and it is what it is, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's some great things that happened in the past, and this year you had to lose a couple of things, but then with losing some things, you gain some things, and that's life. When one door shuts, another one opens, one life ends, another one starts. So it's just a new beginning, a new journey to push into 2026, a whole new year, letting those things go. Working on, things that I should have and will moving forward for this year, like getting my website up and going where you have the login thing, working on shorting the top and maybe new strategies in the stock market as we are shifted a little bit back to trend line cracks and shelf cracks. Like right now, forming a great shelf, an old AK-47 would have said, hey, watch this $8 shelf crack. We're coming down to $7.60. Blah, 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 blah. But those aren't working as well anymore. What's working is if you can get the 875 roll and you're shorting here to here, which sucks. I don't like that. It's not my cup of tea. But it is quick ways to make some cash, right? And then starting to trust those areas because that's what's working now. And of course, going back to bounce plays and growing as a trader and never closing those doors, always keeping those doors open. That's what I would like. Having to push forward, growing, knowing that you don't need to stop doing that. You have to continue to push as a person. Stop being so, I would say, ignorant sometimes. Big-headed about things. Accept what others, have to provide for you. So this year's that. Trying to be nicer, more accepting, letting the past go, and seeing what the future has to write. Fred, how you doing, Sailing Girl? This was my hardest year. It was a hard year for me, for sure. Just a lot of the stuff that I lost. Grew forever, for sure, Sterling. So anyone else? What are your stock trading sins? Elise, Sterling, Fred, Giovanni. Not church boy yet, no. I was an altar boy. I've definitely done that in the past. I was baptized. I was at Catholic schools. Or Catholic school, went to Catholic churches. But for me, my sins this year, besides working on having more patience and even being more disciplined and accepting of others and letting the past go, working on new strategies, finding that some more edges to the stock market than the edge that I have, currently, sharpening those edges, growing the community as much as I can, getting out there and doing things I haven't usually typically in the past wouldn't want to do, but that's what this year is going to be about for me, for sure. The growth. Holding losers way too long, refusing to take a loss. Yes, Jason. Holding losers way too long. That's something I want to work on too, is actually holding my winners longer. I'm still working on that to this day where I know I still hold them long enough. But to trust the chart, trust the entry. Like yesterday was a great example of EKSO. I need to hold my winners longer. Those winners that I have that have such a great entry. There's so many times I go back and I've taken profit too soon. Now again, yes, yesterday I wasn't filled, full ammo, full size. Man, that's part of it. That's huge, So not only for myself, stock, hallelujah. Stocks go up and down and not around. Jason, glass blowing trader, for you to repent. I need you to go blow as much glass as you can tomorrow. Make the first day of the year not about stock trading, but about who you are. You're a glass blowing machine. And I want you to blow some of the prettiest glass tomorrow. I don't want you to think about stocks at all. I want you to focus on the one passion that got you where you're at right now. And that's blowing glass. So tomorrow, you go blow as much glass as you possibly can. And I want you to come back on Friday and show it how much it is that you blew. Stock, hallelujah. Stocks go up and down, not around. What's up, J Trades? Happy New Year's, boss. Yes, thank you for always being a great friend, brother, and mentor. Love you as well. J Trades, known this guy for a long time, almost a decade now, since 2017. It's been a long journey for both of us. A lot of ups and downs over the past few years. Growing on our own, really becoming men. Our own men with our own name in the stock trading world. Does not using stop losses enough and paying the price count? Yes! 100% J-Bo. J-Bo, you're in a boat among many. There's many of you out there like yourself that do not put stop losses in and then pay the price. And not a good price you pay. You're paying a hefty fine. Do you think taxes are bad? No, taxes aren't nearly as bad as when you don't put stop loss in and stick to it. So for you, my friend, J-Bo, there's two things I want you to do. I want you to go get a bow. You may already have a bow. Well, now I need you to go get some arrows. And tomorrow, again, needs not to be about trading and stop losses, but about hunting and using that bow and those arrows to kill the biggest moose you've ever seen. Now, it doesn't have to be a moose. Could be a bear. Could be a mountain lion. But I want you to go out with that bow and that arrow and feel the inner Native American, the original feet that used to stomp this nation. And you go out with your bare hands with that bow and you get something to cook for your family. Stakeluya. Take stops faster and hold wins longer. Elise. Gotta take the stops, yes. 100% Elise. I feel you there. I feel you. Let's work on that. And tomorrow, Elise, first day of the year. Again, not about the stops, but about the goes. And I want you tomorrow to go get some of the best fast food you've had. I don't know if you're big into fast food, out eating, but tomorrow you're doing it. Because you need something juicy like a burger or some steak fries. Maybe it's pizza. You need to eat your sins away. Sakeluya. D. Sarley, I have a lack of patience many times. Well, D. Sarley, tomorrow, I want you to go to every... Tomorrow, D. Sarley, I want you to go to every mall. And you're going to get something to buy every mall. So I want you to go to the mall. And you're going to go into every store at the mall. And what you're going to do is buy... You're going to look like you're going to buy something. You're going to go up and stand in the longest line you can find. And you're going to stay in that line until it's time to check out. And then you're going to say, you know what? I forgot my wallet. Then you're going to go to the next store right next to it. You're going to go from Kohl's or Old Navy over to Foot Locker. Whatever it is. Whatever the next store is. And you're going to do the same thing. You're going to get something, go to checkout, stand in a line. Then you're going to go down to the food court and see find the longest line you can find. Usually it's at Chick-fil-A. If you're in the South, the line will be like 20 people long, but they're quick. So you're going to do that line 3 times in a row. You're going to go to the Chick-fil-A line. You're going to wait at the back of the line, get to the front, say you forgot your wallet. You're going to do it again. You're going to say, I forgot my wallet again. And then you're going to do it for the 3rd time. And then the 3rd time you get up there and say, actually, this was all just a test, a patience test, and I have passed. I actually do have my wallet and I want to order some food now. And then you eat some good food and you go home. You go stand in line many a time without paying. You wait in line just to never pay, right? Because you're waiting in line every day to make money here in the stock trading world at the first, right? You're waiting. You need to make no money. You have to have that patience. So the way to build the patience, well, there's only one way. And I just told you how. Sailing girl, and I'm not patient and don't let... Well, there you go. Sailing girl, same to you. Tomorrow, you're going to the malls. You're going over to Kohl's. You're going over to Dick's Sporting Goods. You're going to find the longest line you can find, and you're going to just gather a couple of items. You don't care what the items are because you're not really going to pay for them. And you're going to stand in that line until it's time to check out. And then you're going to, you know what, I forgot my wallet. And you're going to go over to the next store and do it over and over and over until finally you know you can stand in any line, and it doesn't matter how long that line is. You're going to stand in it and have patience. You're not going to bitch. You're not going to moan. You're not going to look over the shoulder of the person in front of you and say, what's fucking taking so long? You're just going to be on your phone in a fucking happy joy world over there. That's right. You're going to go to your happy place. By the way, I did get filled on. Only. You've got to be kidding me. I got filled 250 shares. That's it. That's it. I'm only, God dang it. What? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut 150 of these right now. That's right. I'm going to cut 150 of these right now. We'll keep the 100 shares here and let this roll out a little bit more. Who's next on the list here? Who's next on the list here? Who's next? Boy, we got a lot today. Holy moly, we're confessing today. I'm driving. I'll write my confession in a couple minutes. Okay, Sterling, sailing girl. Okay. Reese, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I have overtraded almost every day. Well, yeah, you know what we're going to do, Reese, tomorrow? Reese, with or without the spoon? You aren't trading. Why? Because you can't. You know what you're going to do Friday, Reese? You're not going to trade either. You're going to say, you know what? I can go 2 days without taking a trade. If I can go 2 days without taking a trade, I know I can stop over trading. And so I want you to do that. You enjoy tomorrow in the bowl season. You eat you some good food, damn it. And then on top of the fact, Friday you don't trade. You don't even go to your computer. You don't look at stocks at all. And you get ready for Monday. And you know that Monday is your first stock trading day of the year. And you, my friend, will have the power to overcome overtrading. Stockeluya. Oh, D. Sarley. What do we have? Jason first. What is the stop loss thing you guys keep talking? Jason. We've got some stuff to talk about. D. Sarley also overtraded now and then. Okay, well, there you go. There you go, D. Sarley. You're not trading tomorrow or Friday. You're going to hang out with this big-headed goober. I got Phil D. Sarley. I did too. D. Sarley, I did too. D. Sarley, I did too. D. Sarley, you got the same entry as I do. Bam! Revenge trading win red on the day my sin this year. Yes, Joe. Oh, God, I used to do that all the time. Who doesn't at first? I'm going to get this one back. Oh, I'm going to get you back. I got to get you. Listen, you aren't fucking Bill Goldberg. It's not who's next. You didn't just take out 180 people, but really only took out 30 people in a row. That Goldberg streak is absolutely asinine. Real quickly, I'm going to take 50 shares here as we're popping on up there. Bammy, Salamity, Calamity. Can't cuss. I've got the cross in my hands. We'll have to keep the cuss words down to a minimum. Joe, how do we work on overtrading? Every time you take a loss, Joe, for the first month of January, you know what you're doing from now on, Joe? You're getting out of the office, all right? You're getting out of the office. You're getting away from trading. It's what I had to do at first. Leave the room. Imagine it as you just got in a fight with your girlfriend, right? I know, I've met her. I don't want to mention any names, but you got into a fight down in Miami, wherever the fuck we all went to after Orlando, right? What do? Isn't the best thing to keep fighting and yelling at one another? I know that with Avery. I need to just leave the room. I need to go smoke a bowl. I need to go play some video games. I need to get my X5M competition and take a drive. Every time you take a loss in January, you know what you're doing now, Joe. Stockeluya. Joe not taking profit at targets and sizing incorrectly and wanting more of those trades. I didn't take profit. Greed. Yes, Joe. So like me, when you see it to profit taking area, and here's yet another one. I'm just going to hold the last 25 shares now. I'm going to sell 25 more up top. I wish I would have got filled more like yesterday. Same thing. Down to 25 shares there. Just going to hold that. Unless it cracks 8, I'll get out if it cracks 8. Just 25 shares. Got to take some as it moves up. Into those areas I know they are resistance. And then it makes me feel going back and looking at my trade and where I scaled out over here. And I got in at 765. I got out at 810. I got out at 840. I got out right there at the top at 865. Bam. All right. Love it. Take the profit into the profit taking zones. John, Mr. Smith Doe, $10 spread. Shanghai. Okay. Shanghai silver prices. Okay. Thank you, John, for coming on over, letting us know that. Handsome Bo Bansom. D. Sarley. Just got to feel D. Sarley. Money, right? Joe. Okay. I'm already the Joe. Okay. There we go. I could do that at Chick-fil-A, but it does not have organic foods. Yeah, you're good, D. Sarley. Well, then buy it for someone else, D. Buy it for someone else. Pay it forward. Go do it. Stand in line 2 or 3 times in a row. And you're like, you know what? This is all just a thing. I can test my patience, and I did great. Not a big fan of you guys, but hey, this person behind me, I've just been talking to them over the last 5 minutes in line. I know what they want. I want to pay for it. Yeah, she wants the number 1. Yeah, lemonade. Oh, light lemonade. Light lemonade. Okay. Yes, I did. And I'm still in. Fred. I took it. Yes, I did. Fred. I might order 760 to get filled for the balance. That's why I put those multiple orders out there. It's all good, Starling. It's all good. I got filled, though. I did get filled there, Fred. Hopefully you got filled there, Fred Aruni. Fred Arunano. And it's the perfect alert boss. Yes, out at 805. Good job. And this is why I want to show you how you can just scale out. You know, so scale it out. You can hold longer. Get more profit. Not much more, but some more. That's why I'm here going live with you guys, getting in these trades with you, holding these plays long as I can, as need fit, right? Mr. Lion trader there. Overtrading early entries, not enough stops, and need to trust myself and the trade. Doing better 26 and 20. There you go. Stock, Mr. King Lion. I'll just all the different King Lion roar stocks and trading anyway. Mr. Paying It Forward, speaking of for the day. You know what? You've already paid it forward. So you got a little of your repenting done there today with paying it forward. But not fooling. Why? Too many sins to confess there. So, same thing. King Lion. You're not trading tomorrow. You're not trading on Friday. I don't want to see you on my Discord on Friday. I am not streaming live on Friday. I'm taking the day off myself. I want you and Reese to do the same, and I'll see you all on Monday. Deal? And let's work on those things next week into Monday. And you know what? Just because we're at high day, I'm going to take 10 more shares right here. Hey, baby, baby. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Good trade. I told you to wait. What'd I tell you? Just like yesterday. Wait, we'll get our trade. Wait, we'll get our trade here. We'll get our trade, baby, baby. Oh, all over it with the bounce plays. I told you to come on over to the live stream. I got you covered day in, day out. What are you thinking? Long, small, short, little guys, big guys. I like them all. It's all right, T-Web. It's all right, T-Web. 95% of the team has the same issues to confess. Stop losses, holding losers, and overtrading, myself included, Fred. Exactly. Exactly. All right, my confession. I effed up all year. I learned, I have a lot to learn, say that. Say I learn a lot. Have to say that, okay? I know how to put my levels on every chart, trend lines, but I keep losing my account to the point I can't trade anymore for now. It's slow and steady eddies like this, my man. One trade a day is all you really need to be a successful stock trader at first. That's all that it took me. I got one trade a day in, and that's it. When I first started this journey, now look where I'm at. Now, I'm not like, you don't see private jets and Bentleys and Rolls Royces and all that fake stuff behind me. No, this is real. This is what it's got me, though. It's nice. But it's a trade a day. It isn't I've got to freaking win the lottery next week, next month, next year. This trade's got to be the trade. I got to get that one back. I'm down 500. I need to make 1,000 now. That's never my thought process. My thought process, just like it is in this trade, find the setup, trade the setup, right? So 100% do that, as much as you can moving forward into 2026, all right? And for you need to come over and start getting those one-on-ones with me. And that includes everybody, actually. But definitely for you, Mr. Sterling Detmar. It's the one-on-ones. I correct you. Last Sailing Girl. I point out things right away when I notice what you're doing wrong or right. And then we try to correct those. Is it stop doing the wrong, let's do the right. That's the key thing with those one-on-ones. Yeah, I'm teaching you all, of course, but then I'm showing you who you are. I'm essentially getting a mirror and putting it right in front of your face and saying, hey, this is you. Here is who you are as a trader, right? We're all different, but I'm here to let you know that. Stock, hallelujah. Same intro, love it, D. Sarley. I start good and then throw anything in the glass. The fear of losing account, holding losers. Yeah, you can't be holding losers. When it's done, it's done. When it's done, it's done. Should have sold some there in the 9s. I didn't get any in the 9s, I don't think. It's all good, though. It's all good. I'm going to hold the last 15 shares for a little while longer. So next year I need help on, yes, starting doing the one-on-one list. You got to. D-Star, thanks for giving away, yes. Food at Chick-fil-A. I have too many confessions to list. Next one is not journaling every trade. Yeah, and again, because maybe sometimes you're over trading. And when you over trade, you don't want to, track everything because you're over trading, right? Which sucks. I get it. That's why, again, it's just that 1 to 2 trades a day. This is it for me today. I'm taking my one trade a day, and I'm going to be so freaking happy that I took this trade. Yeah, I wish I would have gotten more. Yeah, I wish more of my shares would have been filled, because you can see other people, their shares didn't get filled. Is that going to bother me later today when I'm watching college football? Tomorrow when I'm watching college football all day, taking down my Christmas stuff, making my big, thick cut bone-in pork chops, black-eyed peas, some cornbread, my jalapeno cheddar cornbread. Fresh, it's so damn good. My mom and dad like the best cornbread they ever had in their life. It's cornbread more of a southern thing, it seems like. Brosif. Overthinking and sometimes taking myself out of a trade. I need to trust my plan. Yes, just like King Lion said, you got to trust the process, trust the trade. I was doing these damn stockalooyas over here, and I'm like, oh, I'm filled. I wasn't even worried about me getting filled or it dumping on me. Did y'all see that? Did you just see how I got filled and how I'm just like, oh, I'm filled now. Yeah, sweet. Bounce area. It came. I got filled finally. Right? Patience. Trust the chart. Trust the trade. Trust the process. You have to. I mean, when you go drive every day, you have trust, even though you are subliminally doing this. You have trust in all the other people, and no offense, but all the other idiots out there you're driving with. Do you realize that, right? You're putting your life at risk with driving on the interstate 70, 80 miles an hour with those other idiots. You don't think about it, though, do you? Your life could end. Look at Anthony Joshua, the boxer over in Nigeria. They ran off the road, hit that truck head on that was parked on the side of the road, off the side, and then boom, gone, right? You have, if you have that kind of blind trust, you need to learn that you can build that in the stock market. Seal has a lot of work journaling all the overtrading. Yes, exactly. That's why you don't want to do it. And I did that. I mean, when I first started journaling, I was overtrading. I was absolutely overtrading my ass off, right? I was like, I don't want to journal all this. This is stupid. I want to journal what I know looks good and what's actually a trade. And then I started doing that. When I started journaling 3, 4, 5 tickers a day, and that's it, or 3 or 4 trades maybe a day I was taking, some days 1 or 2. It was much easier to go back, and I was taking more in. I was actually learning more. Like we always say on the TTP streams, that it's not overtrading then brings more success. No, it's not more trades bring more success. It's the smart. It's like working smarter, not harder. Everyone works so hard in the stock trading game to begin with, and they're not working smarter. Keep it simple, stupid, so to speak. Broseph also pulled a deck on BP a few weeks ago, made 300 long and left in order. Oh, didn't realize it down 3. Oh man, Broseph. Yikes. Yeah, to me, I've been lucky. When that has ever happened to me, I end up green. If I ever am in a trade still on accident, and I've done it a couple of times, I'm like, whoa. And I see the P&L moving or something, I'm like, or I see the position, the average entries, whatever, it shows my price. I'm like, whoops. Yeah, it happens. My convention is putting lines in and not trading them. And then I FOMO. Yeah, God bless Cosmic Craze. How many times I'd do that to begin with? I'd see an area like this to get a bounce play. Not trust the trade itself. Not put my orders in like I just did to get filled. Watch it fucking happen. Now, like, all right, and then I try to take some force of trade in here and lose. I just showed you how easy it is. Now, again, I know I've been doing this day in, day out for years with the success that's then brought the patience, the discipline, and of course the confidence now to do this. But I was doing this in 2018. I immediately gained that confidence of, well, I'm going to put those lines in because they keep hitting them and they keep being successful. So either you're not going to make any money if you continue to do this, or you're going to keep watching it go, or you might want to start trading those lines. And again, the thing, like I tell you guys at first, when you start seeing that happen over and over and over, it's going small. You know 100 shares ain't going to blow your account. There's no way, if you see it working out over and over and over in the area that I'm talking, what I'm talking about, there's no way that if you put in 100 shares that it dumps on you. Like let's just say from whatever the trade is that you're attacking, and you're seeing it working over and over and over. And I would tell myself that, I'm like, Josh, you're going in 100 shares. This thing has to dump, hypothetically, it's up today, it gapped up from 3 to 450. Right now, it's at $5. Pre-market lows, $3.50. It's in a range. My point being, and we even saw that with CTX yesterday, or when it came out with an offering, it was yesterday with CTX, that even if an offering comes out, it probably still is not. You get my point. You're not going to see that because it can't go down that far. You're only at $4 or $5. It's not going back to zero that day. At least you'll never see that ever, right? It might go back to pre-market low somehow. That's still only a $150 loss from a $5 entry. You got to start telling yourself that, and you're like, well. And then if I'm smart and do what AK says, well, surely I'm not going to be in that long. I mean, I'm going to have a stop loss, because my target's 50 cents away, so my stop loss is going to be about 25, 30 cents away at most. So there's no way I'm going to be holding that long. And I just kept telling myself that, and I just kept trading that, and it kept working. And I just grew to where I'm at now. That's why Tesla's going to 2000. Love it. And then Roger looks shot against Jake Paul against his last real opponent. He looked terribly slow. Oh, yeah. Well, I knew that was going to happen. If I don't know if you were here last week, but whenever it was, I called that fight to a dot. I said, I guarantee it's written in the contract that Anthony Joshua can't hit him in the first 4 rounds. And he wasn't even trying, in my opinion, in the first 4 rounds. He did finally start to move a little bit, whatever was 4, 5, 6. And I called that. I'm like, watch, it's going to be nothing for the first 4 or 5 rounds. Then finally, he's going to let Joshua open up. Because, like, you can't keep winning Jake Paul. You can't. If you beat Josh, and whatever, you beat him, it's, these are written. These are rigged. We know they are already. We knew they were. But if you let this one go and you beat him somehow. So I was like, they're going to want their money's worth. They're not going to do first round KO like it could have been and should have been, probably. They're going to give it 4 or 5 rounds and then finally. So I'm not surprised, to be honest. Yes, I think we fall into that FOMO. Yes, for sure. When you put those orders in 17 to limit order, did you also put in a stop beneath it, like protect from a death? No, nope, never do. Again, like I was just talking about. It doesn't happen. I've been doing bounce play since late 2017. I've never been on a bounce play. Ever have I been on a bounce play that did that knifed through it. Because I had that all the way back to 2020 when I first started streaming live on Fridays for Deck. AK, you're not worried it's just not going to knife through that? No. At the time, I was a 75% bounce trader. I'm about an 85 to 90% trader now. So no. I've seen it happen so many times where it bounced, like just like today. Right here, great example, right? Put the limit orders in, got filled. Go back to EKSO yesterday. I put the limit. I was literally eating a case of fucking Dia. I left the office because these orders didn't clip and fill me. Because I had orders down into the VWAP essentially to get filled in this little area, right? Somewhere in here I wanted to get filled. Didn't finally get filled to here. I remember coming in after eating my quesadilla and it's back up here and I was green. And I started, taking profit into this downtrend. Was worried it wasn't going to break and finally got out of it, which I was right to begin with. And it looked like it was finally going to crack down. But then, look how good my bounce play was. As I've talked about all the time on the live stream here recently, my entry areas typically won't be seen again for quite a while. So like wherever I get in at, you won't see that price. And you can see right here, it's literally been almost half. It's been 20 plus minutes now since, my entry price has been seen. And that's why. So no, I never have stop losses down below. I'm all mental. And so my stop losses, I physically will trigger them. What would be a good bounce play now? Same levels as before. 765 down to around 735. 765 to 735. Again, I'm leaving my last little bit of shares in here to this 8 mark. I'll probably even give it to right around the 7, I guess it is 790. 790 is what I'll give it. If we crack under 790, I'll cut the remaining shares that I have. I don't know why I'm still holding this up. Stockaluya, though, team. Work on those things we talked about today already so far. Stockaluya. Stocks go up and down, not around. 2025 is now gone and in the books. Here to 2026. If you're out for the weekend, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled New Year's, team. I will be out on Friday, back here on Monday. Any last questions you guys have for the morning session, let me know right now. Get rich together. I am in SLV. I thought it would go to 78. It did not. Went down. No stop loss. How low can it go? What was the play again? SLV. That's right. SLV. I would say stop loss for you needs to be 65. 65 has to hold, if you want to have it, if you're still in it, you can give it a little more room. It's got to hold 65. If it doesn't hold 65, it's not going to just tag up 64.7. It's going to most likely go all the way down to this pre-market low and fade all the way back down even more possibly in the end. It's got to hold 65. It's got to hold that bounce play, this bounce area. 65 has to hold. If 65 doesn't hold, it's going to crack and go down for more. Has anyone compared one-stop prop to trade the pool? I mean, anyone that's been at one-stop prop doesn't like it. I mean, that I know of, because you can't trade everything. It's just more limited over there, and you have that recharge rule where they're like, if you don't cancel, they'll like charge you again. I don't know. I've heard a lot of bad stuff. I mean, from CR Trader alone, when he supposedly got a free account from them, then it wasn't a free account. So now, right out of the gate, that, was like, well, which I was never going to go there, but anyway, he won that free account over on TradeCaster, and he was like, well, it's not really free, and it was kind of bogus BS kind of, and then he looked into it like he did for Trade the Pool. CR Trader is, if you haven't watched my dual stream Friday with CR Trader, I think you did, and you heard the schools he went to. He's probably the smartest man in TradeCaster has ever seen, most likely close to it. Same here in my lobby. So yeah, it's not, to me, it's not even a question. If you want to trade stocks with shares, you go to Trade the Pool, 100%. Yeah, there you go. One stop if there you go. And then there's another one. So yeah, if you want to trade shares, again, if you're going to trade shares, you're going to be able to Trade the Pool. Thanks, Josh, for the incredible group that you have created and sharing the dual stream. 26 is going to be our year. Yeah. Appreciate it, Cosmic Craze, Mr. Leg Ladder. Mr. Leg Ladder over there. Now, he said, my name is Mr. Frank Leg Ladder. On Saturday, you come to my gas station. We got half-price ladders here in Salina, Kansas. Who was it besides my dad living in Salina, Kansas? Who was I just talking to the other day? I mean, I've heard so much, too much Salina, Kansas. Was it you, sailing girl, that used to be in Salina? I don't know. There's just too much Salina going on here recently. I'm like, gosh, bless. This small little podunk city in the middle of the United States. All kinds of people have been passing through and living there. Oh, man. It's a good town. Good town. I just still need to work on while everything's on one side of the town. And I'm going to work on that. We're going to get leg ladders going. Okay? We're going to challenge Buc-ee's. It's going to be Kansas's staple. Like Buc-ee's is like, if you go to Texas, don't talk shit about Buc-ee's or the Cowboys. When you go to Kansas, let me tell you something. Come over to leg ladders now, and you're going to have yourself a good time. Half-price ladders on Saturday. Got the bowling alley with the strip club combo, right? So you can go bowl with the kids on the other side, bowl with the strippers. Next to that, the gun range, right? It's just going to be a hell of a good time. I don't know why you wouldn't want to come. Get the positions box out of here. All right, we're right at the stop loss here for me on INBS here. I will cut this. I will cut this if it cracks that 790 mark. I will cut this if it cracks the 790 mark. Just holding it in case it somehow squeezes back on up. Any questions you guys have? Not me. Yeah, I can't remember INBS. Yeah, what's up, T-Web? Would it be worth doing a bounce $737 area? Yeah, that's what. Yes. Yep. T-Web. Yep. T-Web. That's what Sterling just asked. I just canceled my orders because I'm going to take a break off the mic here and go see what's up with Avery. Got the one good trade in for the day. Got a $1.50 bounce play, team. Really, in the end, what's that? $1.60? $1.60 bounce from 765 to 925? Are you kidding me? That is a beautiful move right there today. Absolutely gorgeous right there on INBS. This is what we're doing every single day. Got it yesterday from EKSO. Got the last good dip buy of the day on EKSO yesterday. Right here. Last good dip buy. And again, yeah, Cosmic Ray or Cosmic Reese. Yeah, I just never put stop losses in ever. It's just one of those things that I wanted to be Maverick, Iceman. I wanted to manly fly my trade, fly my plane, fly my trade. So I just, once I saw my levels always working out over and over and over, and then I started trading them, and I was like, man, it isn't, yeah. So I have a stop loss in mind of where it's going to, and what will trigger me out if I need to get out, but it isn't physically set in. You're welcome. You're awesome, man. Okay, I appreciate you guys. You're awesome, man. Have a great new, yes. Cosmic Race, T-Web, Saline Girl, Sterling, Reese, Get Rich Together, D. Sarley, Brosif, Fred, Austin Trader, Joe was in chat today. John was in chat. I mean, this is a loaded day. Jason was in chat. Elise, J-Bo was in chat. Fred, Austin Trader, right? J-Trades came on over for a minute, popped in. Polly's, Pennies, and Giovanni, Mr. DJ Elcor was here. We had Blueprints coming over. Hot Miami Trading was here. Max showed up today. James was here. CR Trader showed up for half a minute. Love Chip showed up for half a minute. Who else we got here earlier in the morning here with all the guests and the giveaways that we did, which I'm absolutely glad we had. It had a lot of fun there. A lot of fun there now. I think I pretty much hit everyone. Tight Stop showed up today for a minute. J-Web, T-Webs of the world. Aussie Chicks of the world. If Aussie's still around. All my ladies in chat. Elise, Aussie, Saline. Smoke Tuna joined for a little bit today. You too. You too. You too. At least have a good one. And don't forget, I'll put this out there one last time before I take the break. I will jump back in here on the mic before the day's over with. T-Web, I think you're one of them. T-Web, you haven't signed up yet, right? T-Web, right? T-Web, aren't you? Didn't you say you were gonna? You haven't signed up yet, right? For the BOGO, the holiday sale, because I think it was last Wednesday. You said yours, whatever it was. Anyway, I don't think you've signed up yet. Point being, this goes through the weekend. Holiday BOGO, half off sale. Details in the description. Boom, bam, boom. Yes, Polly. Happy New Year to you, man. Yep. And I still will be live here and there for free on YouTube. So you guys come join me when I am live for free. I love that you guys, old school gents, coming on over that have been around for such a long time. It means a lot to me. It's an honor to be able to go live with you guys. Honestly, like I said, it's really fun. And we're going to grow and we're going to make this community bigger. Also, too, here, free as well, is the Discord. So come join the Discord. It's absolutely crazy. Free Discord. Come join. And look at, I mean, we got CR Trader over there always alerting. So here we go. I mean, here, look at this, how busy and frequent we have, you know, CR Trader, Moalia, posting charts, posting levels, P&Ls, where to trade, what to trade. You know, it's a little bit slower today for sure. But you can see here how busy. This is still just this morning alone, and the alerts we have. I mean, you got to imagine going back through. Yes, I did show off my wife there. Yes, they're showing off Gal, and they were talking about Gal, and she's hot. And I had said, she's cute, but I'd take mine any day of the week. And yes, that's my wife, Avery, with Supermodel. You know who she's married to? Guess. Derek Jeter. That's right, that's Derek Jeter's wife. Hannah Davis, now Hannah Jeter. Was that a VIP VIP NFL Draft 2015 party we were at out in Vegas. After hours. We got after hours over here. We got people alerting all day long over here. Look how busy. This is in Power Hour yesterday. Look at their banking over here as we're going live, and I was banking. Look at this yesterday, team. Look how much. We're back. We're not even at lunch yet yesterday. We're still in the afternoon here. We haven't even gone to, there's finally the morning. I mean, this Discord is printing daily. Daily, team. Printing daily. Come over and join that. It is free to join. CR Trader, Happy New Year. Thank you, D. Sterling, I appreciate you. Yes. Call me the professor. I absolutely appreciate that. It means so much to me. With you guys giving me the love. Merlin. And the flowers. I love it. I appreciate it. Flowers and love all back to you guys. You guys deserve it. You guys, if you guys have had a tough, rough year, don't worry. We got 2026 coming up tomorrow. I'm going to be here for you, doing one-on-ones, doing morning alerts, going live with you daily, weekly. Come join the live stream. Take advantage of the BOGO holiday half-off sale. The only way you're going to get better, I promise you that, is you're doing one-on-ones with me. If you're still struggling, I've got one guy in chat. He just signed back up for the live stream in December, like about 2 weeks ago. Saw that he canceled like last night. I'm like, it's not even the end of the month. Something bad's happened. And I reach out to him and say, hey man, saw you canceled. Hope all is good. And he has trouble sticking to stop losses, you know, and that greed, you know, like what everyone said today. And that's why I see that so often. You know, people come join my live stream and they cancel. They're like right away. I'm like, you need to do one-on-ones with me. You need to listen to me on my live stream day in, day out, and what I'm saying and why I'm trading and what I'm trading. I've taken one trade today. It's been a banger. As a banger $1.50 plus trade bounce play. Yes, I was only filled some of my shares, but look what we got out of it. That's my point. You need to be seeing what I'm seeing, doing what I'm doing. You don't need to be over trading and trading things that I'm not trading or not looking at. If you're new and struggling, I'm telling you right now, stop freaking over trading and trading stuff that I'm not alerting. If you're with me in my live stream is my point. Now, if you're not, I get it. But if you are, you need to be, and you're struggling, you need to pump the brakes, get your hands off that damn mouse and your keyboard, stream deck, whatever it is, and listen to what I'm alerting. I'm telling you every day what looks good and what you should be trading. That's what's so key to my live stream. I'm finding the best tickers, the best setups every single Monday through Friday. All right? Take advantage of that. I joined Discord but can't find the free alerts. How do you find them? D. Sarley, the free alerts. What free alerts are you talking about, D. Sarley? You're talking about the morning voice alerts? Morning voice alerts? Is that what you're talking about, D. Sarley? Because I think you have the morning voice alerts, right? And otherwise, it's just the Discord. You just go to the small cap room. Here, just go to the small, whichever room you want to go to, but the small cap room. This is it. This is where most of it's at. Small cap room. Just go to the small cap room on my Discord. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Reese, yes. Yeah, exactly. Just hang out in the small, exactly, yeah. Just hang out in the small cap room. It's wherever, that's where the party's at. Party's at the small cap room. Truly, it's where it's at. That's where it's at. I got 2 turntables and a microphone. All right. Any last questions you guys have? I get the yep. So D Starley, yep. Voice alerts and the alerts. Just go to the small cap tab. Just go to the small cap room, small cap channel, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's where everything's happening. It's where all the love Megan's happening is there in that love Megan room. I'm still in 15 shares right now. I'm gonna take 8 of them. That'll leave me 7 shares. So I'm now in 7 shares long on my INBS trade. Do you start to go to Prime Trading on Discord? Yes. So if you have the Discord, yeah, go to the Prime Trading, like that link I just put out there, which I did just put the link out there. So yeah, go to the Prime Trading. It'll have this tab right there. Go to the Prime Trading Investment Server, and go to the Small Caps room, and this is where all the alerts are at. Back up on the TV there. Broseph, D. Sarley, Sterling, Reese, CR Trader, all you Polly's Pennies here recently. Fred, thank you for the love, Elise. Joe, thank you so much, Joe, for being here again today. Cosmic Ray, Saline Girl, T-Web. Absolutely means the world to me for you guys to be here. Again, I am out Friday. I will be back a little bit later on today. I'll come back in, jump on the mic, see how things are moving here in the next hour or two. It is a full day of streams, right? Today is a full day. I'm going to put that in there real quickly. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you all for joining today. It means the world to me. See you all in 2026. And I'll be taking Friday off. Today is a full day in the market. So I'll check back in just a bit. Well, that was literally you get like so many characters to put on YouTube that you can type. That was every single one of them. Okay, I'll see you later. Send to the Discord to hop back on the stream. I might be. Yeah, I will. You know I will. You know I'll alert on both. I'll alert on both. Can't wait to continue this amazing journey with you all in 2020. Yeah. Bloody Ripper, mate. Yes, I appreciate it. Aussie chick, I appreciate you. I hope that's a good thing. Is that a good thing when you say that to someone in Australia? So if I find a hot girl, there's a lot of hot Australians, by the way. Good God. I swear, like, half the models that I think I'm like, oh, they're Australian? Oh, she's Australian too? And then the actresses like Samara Weaving, I'm like, what? What the fuck? Anywho. You go, oh, you're a bloody ripper. What do you say to a female? You can't call a female mate, can you? What would I say to a female? Because I know don't call her Sheila. I know you said that. Sheila's not good. You're a bloody you just drop the mate and just say you're a bloody ripper? You're a bloody ripper. Yeah, no. Yeah, right. You did tell me that much. So I know keep that off the list unless I find a girl I don't like, then you call her Sheila. You're a stunner. You're a stunner, mate. You're a stunner, love. There we go. You're a stunner, love. You're a stunner, love. Look at those eyes. They're just staring right at my soul, mate. Beautiful eyes there. Piercing into my heart. All right, Lost Boys, Lost Girls, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled New Year's Eve. Enjoy the day off. Enjoy tomorrow off, right? Because tomorrow we are off. The market is closed. I'm going to be doing the same thing Friday. I'll do like I did last Friday. I'll hop in. It seems like yesterday was last Friday. It'll be Friday before I know it again. This time of the year always does that. It just flies right on by. So, taking Friday off. You guys enjoy tomorrow off and hopefully Friday off too as well. Enjoy it. It'll be Monday before you know it. You'll have plenty of trades to be had. I'll see y'all back in 2026. Dual Stream Fridays back going again in 2026. Getting those already set up actually for January. Got some more big names coming up and more repeat big names. Like Caesar Riggs. Like CR Trader. Like Adrian Manns. Right? Like the princess or the Fibonacci princess Tamara. Or whatever her name is. Forgot her name. Dang it. I'll have to look it up. Tamara. I forgot her last name. Anyway, we'll get her on. We got a lot of good information. Even maybe I'll try to get Keith Fitzgerald on. I interviewed and talked to him at the Money Show. So we've got some big names that have been doing this for 30, 45 years coming up. And guys that have been doing it for 5 to 15 years that are killing it. Trading different areas of the market. From futures to options and large caps to small caps. I'll keep you covered. 100%. Tack. How long you been here, Tack? You didn't confess no damn sins today, dang it. You didn't confess. You didn't get the Stockalooyas. Stockalooya. Last one for 2026 or 25. Stocks go up and down, not around. Stockalooya. There we go. Moali, my man. All right, don't you live in Arkansas, right, Moali? Am I not mistaken? We've had this conversation, but then I talk to so many damn people anymore, throughout the day and the one-on-ones it is that. You are in Arkansas, are you not? You're my Arkansas Hogs, brother, if I'm not mistaken. Which, of course, basketball's really what we're cheering for right now. Football sucks. Sailing, yes, app. It was okay. Okay. You were listening. Was listening. Okay. All right. Tammy. Thank you, Elise. Tamara. Thank you, Elise. Got the kids. Oh, got the kids. Tack. Yo, what's up? Yeah, right. Love. I appreciate it, Joe. Yes, laugh out loud. Stocktrodamus. Love it. Happy New Year. Yes. Bus boy. Boy, y'all just keep on piling in over here. I was like, I just keep seeing a new name. Tack, Busboy, Moali. It's like Brosa. It's like you guys just keep coming over. CR Trader, slowly but surely, I keep seeing new names. That's what I thought. Yeah, Moali. That's what I thought. I thought it was Conway because Avery went to high school there and just absolutely hates Conway now. Just because the people there and hold on, something Allison. What's that guy's name? Something Allison in Conway. The last name is Allison. Big time. Kind of got a lot of money. Oh, I'll never. It was Avery was great in soccer, and went to had scholarships and I forgot what it was. Randy Allison maybe I forgot what it was. Oh man, Avery was new from Colorado and with her family, and Avery was just she was treated like trash in high school. I felt so bad. I'm like, well, he did move to Conway. I always gave her a hard time. Conway's a beautiful city, though. It's a great city. It's just filled with a lot of the younger people back then were like, and they still are, I'm sure young people can't, definitely this day and age. They just were pretentious assholes. People that were in high school, college kids, not adults. We all, but so it sucks. We're on the other side of you, kind of like Cabot, right? Cabot's like opposite side of it, but it's like the same thing, opposite side of the interstate, or, opposite side of little, whatever, you know what I'm saying. You're up this way and we're up this way. But how you guys grew, and again, it's a college town is why. I mean, you guys would have 2 or 3 colleges there, UCA, Hendrix. There's a third one there, if I'm not mistaken, right? You've got 3 colleges, if not, I know 2 big ones there in Conway. That's the reason it grew, right? If we had a college, university, let alone 2 in Cabot. So I always was a little jealous of that, how Conway, you guys just kept growing and kept getting bigger. The 4-lane roads, the roundabouts, you go to Cabot, through the middle of town, it's still 2 lanes. They didn't widen it. It's light, 2 lanes, 1 turning lane. It's fucking hell. You could probably go through Conway. You go through Conway by the time you get through Cabot. But I always liked Conway. You guys kept growing and growing. I'm like, God, I want that in our town. You guys have a lot over in Conway. But College Town helps that out. Mo, I just signed up for some one-on-ones taking this soon. Let's do it, Mo Alley. Mo Alley, can we not just meet up for one of them? I got a buddy, Shane. He lives over in Conway. I need to go see him because he's that buddy that I know is not going to come to Cabot. I got to be the buddy. And, of course, he knows me. I love driving my rides, and he knows my BMW, and I'd be there in 2 minutes anyway. He's like, you want to come over here anyway. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I need to watch a Hogs basketball game with him. We should get together when I do that day. We can go out for lunch. Go out, I'll pay for lunch. We can have, like our first one there. Just questions that I ask you and stuff I'll write down. That's it. That's all the first one really is for the first hour. Me going, asking, can meet at, I love Marketplace. Oh God, if I could have, me and Avery love Marketplace. There's only a Marketplace in Conway, and then there's one in Springdale, Arkansas. Marketplace. And I know you know what I'm talking about up there on the hill. Oh, I fucking love, let's meet him. I want Marketplace right now. This is so good. Johnny, yes, Moali, yes, Johnny, that's it, Johnny, yeah, that guy treated Avery. So what happened? Well, I tried to get her kicked out. Like, I had to go ask Avery. I'll just put this real quickly. Listen, watch this. Hey, Avery, you're good. Yell as loud as you can. No, listen, just listen to me. I'm asking you a question. Listen. I'm listening. Be nice. Anyway, if you had to describe Johnny Allison in one word, I want you to yell that word. Go ahead, you can do it. It's okay. Huh? Okay, good. Yeah. Well, you can come back here and say it. You're still not yelling it loud enough. But there's a guy on the live stream that actually lives in Conway. You can yell it now. What? He's a what?
He's a dick.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, he's a dick. But yeah, I was like, what's that one guy's name? She was good at. Oh man, it was. She'd have to tell you the story, but it was pretty much made her high school journey because she was in the same grade as his daughter, and his daughter was not nearly as good as Avery was at soccer. Avery won the MVP of like the high school, high school, whatever it is, high school soccer, all-star soccer game. Like at the end of the year, they have like an all-star game and all the all-stars from Conway and then Fayetteville, blah, 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 and they play each other. She was like the MVP of that game. It's funny, her parents then moved to Northwest Arkansas. So they still had the house in Conway, but then her dad owned a Sears up in Northwest Arkansas. And so they had two houses at the time, but she wanted the scholarship of UA. It was literally the only school. She got offers from Mississippi, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Alabama, she said, South Carolina. Didn't get one from Arkansas, though. And she knows exactly why, because of Johnny. But his daughter did get one. And his daughter wasn't nearly as good as Avery. And that's still to this day, how when you're younger, that stuff, which I had a great high school career, but a lot of people didn't. I took care of people. I mean, I will say, luckily, because my dad was a morning show host on radio. You know who he is, Mo Alley. He's big time. No one really, and that helped me out because I knew a lot of people from being in Little Rock, but then going to Cabot, so I had people all over. But anyone ever mess with anybody, I would be sure to stick my nose into their business and say, I don't like what's going on here. Like I always bring up the Chad Ziegler guy, and he got made fun of a lot. I was like, oh, no. And I'd show up, and I'd put my face in there, and I'd say, yeah, stop. Ain't happening on my book, motherfucker. Ooh, I can't be wearing this and saying that. Shoot. Anyway. But yeah, because I knew, I'm like, hey, I'll get my boys from Little Rock. You know who my dad is, so please touch me. I'll never forget, I was a senior in high school at a party. Guys that were older than me were there that were at us. Those guys were still showing up at the senior high school party. And I was with his girl now that he no longer had. I was also dating a sophomore. I was playing the game. I was a senior. I was playing the field. Well, I was dating the senior that, was dating this other guy that's now, he's in college, whatever. He's out of school. I don't believe he was in college, whatever. He was still showing up at high school parties, and he's out of high school, which is sad. And I'll never forget, there was this confrontation at this party, and I got right in the middle of it. Now I'm like the centerpiece of it, and there's a lot of people getting in my face because they're rednecks, and there was one guy, oh, you with my girl. And then, they're white guys that think they're a different ethnicity, and they all gangster, which just makes no sense. Like, just be you. And they did finally grow up and they are themselves now, right? They don't have an accent anymore, talk different. Boy, they did in high school, or I shouldn't say they're in high school. Some were in high school, some weren't. And I'll never forget that one kid and he was bigger too. He's bigger than, I'm a big guy, but he's bigger than me, older than me. Yo, my blah, and he's bitching and talking shit, and I fucking shove him. I'm like, you're just pissed off because I'm fucking your girl now. And all he could do was the beer that he had in his hand and poured it over my head. And then I'll never forget, I was with one of my best friends at the time, Christy. And Christy was like, you need to get it. Because it was getting fists were maybe about to be thrown soon. But no one touched me. I'll never forget that. Or like they had about 5 or 6 guys. And Christy and they're trying to get me into her, speaking of a Honda Accord. And I'll never forget that. And all he could do was pour a beer over my head. And I was like, you're fucking pathetic. I'm like, touch me, hit me. You won't. Because, I'm going to fucking fight back. And if anything happens and all you guys jump in and make this a 5 or 6 on 1, because I was at a party that really didn't have a lot of my friends there. There's a few friends there. I just was going to parties and hanging out with people. Not a lot of friends there. It was more people that I didn't know there at this party, but I'll never forget that. And these guys were out of high school, had to pour beer on me. And I'm like, yeah, hit me. Because if you fucking do anything, I'm going to fucking try to beat your ass. And I'm a handful. But then if anything happens to me, I got a lot of motherfucking people I'm going to call. And you know it. You don't want to fuck with me. And so I use that shit. I use that likeness. So that's why I wish I was in Conway. That's why I wish I was with Avery. I was like, I wish I was in Conway. Although I never would have wanted to be in Conway. But I could have used that. It'd been like Tommy Smith's kid against Randy or whatever. I'm like, don't fuck with me. People that I like. That's not cool. Especially when people are young. You start messing with how they grow up, right? Because your brain is molding and growing as you're in your grade school and high school. And those things affect you for years and decades on end. You can tell Avery's still affected from some of that stuff. And I don't fucking like it at all. I ain't about that. I ain't about that at all. All right, sorry, I got a little caught up there. By the way, what are we eating today? CB said, Josh, go grab something to drink and come back. Right, I just making a podcast. I'm in here fucking like, all right. Made me a stiffy. Let's load up. I love it, T-Web. Let's load chat up so Josh can't leave. Yeah, can I? Yeah, well, here I still am. We do not talk about that. Yeah. Eating today, maybe pizza and wings. Maybe do some pizza and wings today for either that or tomorrow. Tonight might do chili dogs. It's either chili because we have stuff to make chili dogs, so it's either chili dogs and home house cut French fries, home cut French fries, or pizza and wings. Probably do pizza and wings tomorrow. I always do that on New Year's Day for some reason. Bring me one too. You fly out by, right? All right. What's up, Corey? What's up, Hoops? Happy New Year. Happy New Year, brother. Thank you for coming on over. Just pop it in real quickly. It's good. Mike's Place is all. I love Mike's Place. I love Mike's Place. That's another good one. Another good one. And that's the thing too. You guys could start, that liquor license that you guys had to get because the Dry County, and then y'all got that, and you could drink in your restaurants before we could over in Cabot. Because Cabot, same thing with Lona. It's just stupid. Why do we have dry counties, by the way? I'll answer you in a minute, buddy. I got a text there. I'm having some shrimps today. Going to come over and see. There we go. Grilled Paul. Okay, love it. Portuguese recipe. Love take care. You take care of people. You took care of me. Well, anyway, in that sense, Tack. Yeah, I had people's back, so to speak. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was I don't know. I've always been that way. I grew up. My great grandfather, which was really crazy, was one of the first people to employ Black people, African Americans here in Central Arkansas. If you know what Little Rock is, if you look up history, if you know the segregation movement, you will look up and hopefully you know what the Little Rock 9 is. That's huge here in the South, and especially Little Rock. He owned a furniture store in downtown, and I'm hearing all the stories of people would come through and he'd get in fights. People would throw bricks through his glass window of his furniture store, and just hearing these stories, it's like I grew up loving Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So there was always that as a kid. When I'm 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old of that already out of the gate. Then I was a bigger kid. I was bigger earlier on than a lot of people. So using the size. And then, because there was one time, I'll never forget, I was in 6th grade. 2 kids were in a fight. And I got in the middle of it and kind of broke them up. And the younger brother came to me afterward, man, I can't believe you got in the middle of those two. Blah, 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 blah. He was surprised that I got in the middle of a fight. I'm like, ain't this going to happen to me? And I'm I'll get pissed. You hitting me, you got a storm coming at you. Trust me. I'm happy, but bro, other side of this happy is there is some rage for sure. Of course, you got to think of a person that's always happy. But if they get mad, you don't want to make a happy person mad. Then they just, because they never get mad. So when they get mad, they get real mad. Boy, it's like a freight train coming through. CEO and majority owner of Home Bank Shares, publicly traded company. Yes, I would agree with her. But yes, I would agree. That's funny, Joelle. Yeah, right? Yeah. But no, yeah. So yeah, it's funny. I was like, oh yeah, let me bring that name up to her. T-Web just signed up. Yes, T-Web. So we got Mo Alley and T-Web signing up for some one-on-ones a day. I'm from Brooklyn. That means something. I love Brooklyn. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, Rumble in the Bronx, baby. Rumble in the Bronx. I love it. That's not, it's different than Brooklyn, Bronx, Brooklyn, got the different, Burrows up there, as you call them, the Burrows. Hey, what borough you in at there? Yep, I love it. Yep. I love New York. I absolutely love it. All the boroughs, all the different. Oh, in love with New York, 100%. So his confession, yeah, right. This is, yeah, right. What do you shrink to, Josh? Let's see. Yeah, shrink, yeah, right. Just say earmuffs. There we go. 6 on 1 are good odds. Laugh. Yeah, right. It's one of those things that ingrains in your brain. I'll never forget that. And Christy's like trying to shove me into this car door, and then like I finally get in there, and she goes, "Okay, we're leaving. All right, get in," you know. And I'm still talking shit, you know, and like pissed off. And then was like that. Like, I was in the crutch of the door, so the door was open, and that's where he just couldn't take it anymore for the shit talking that I was doing. And then he poured the beer out on me. I was like, "Oh, you jackass!" And then here's what's so funny. One of the other kids that was like a super senior, whatever. Anyway, I think he was still in school. But regardless, I'll never forget that night. So I went over to Christy's house, stayed the night with Christy. That next morning, out in the driveway, you can tell they came by Christy's house because this is when Grateful Dead was really big with high schoolers, and like he had deadheads that were like I have no idea, they were growing their hair out long. It was big around 2002, 2003, 2004. A lot of kids in high school were growing their hair out, like, you know, like the 70s, you know, and they loved Grateful Dead, and they were wearing Grateful Dead shirts. Well, there was a Grateful Dead shirt, like all ripped up and maybe even set on fire. I don't know. I just laughed. I'm like, that's your move. That's your kind of like, look at me. That's your big man move. You come take your t-shirt off and rip it up and put it in the freaking driveway. Yeah, that's supposed to intimidate or scare me. I remember me and Christy laughing like, well, whose shirt is what? Who did that? Oh, Tack, love you too, brother. Damn, chili dog sounds good. Yeah, chili dogs, fresh cut French fries tonight. Probably most likely with some stuffed jalapenos, whatever you call them, jalapeno poppers. You know, DC. We lay down. We'll de-seed some jalapenos, or you know, you'll just scrape out the middle, cut a jalapeno in half, scrape out the middle part, and then fill that with cream cheese, some shredded cheese, some bacon bits. Ooh, baby, boy, them jalapeno poppers are popping. Yeah, that with chili dogs and probably fresh cut French fries. And book our first session. Love it. Let's do it. It's half Dominican food, the other half Brazilian. Oh man, you know, fuck picanha. Oh god, I love picanha. That is absolutely. Of course, I worked at Fogo de Show. Great restaurant, great food, great environment. So I got a lot of Brazilian food there for a while. But man, picanha, good God, it's so beautiful and so tasty. Speaking of overtrading, is Tesla still in for player sell-off? Hey, I'm still trading, Josh. Would you talk about this one? Ooh, wow. Talk about ugly and dead today. If it was a half day, I would say no. But we are on a full day, so I'm going to give it 50-50. And you just said sell off, still in play. Yeah, under that 52 mark, because I talked about that this morning. I know what you're talking about now, Giovanni. I would say if you do trade it, go lighter than you were going to at opening bell first 30 minutes of the day when you figured you'd get the volume and the movement. A, go smaller. B, take most of your profit at 450. If we get the move, I doubt it's a big move. That's why I went for tighter ranges today for the most part across the board. Even though it was a full day, I just felt tight, chopped today. Tighter range. I say 50-50. So if we do get it, go smaller. Take your profit sooner. Let's see here. Tough Town, Little. Oh, yeah. Love Little Rock. Love Little Rock. Love Little Rock. Still is. Yeah. I was a big kid, too. 6-1 on. Oh, yeah. 6 on 1 was okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the main thing is just knocking out the first couple of guys. You know, once you get a couple of them down, because then the other ones can then kind of back off, and then you can just go fight them singularity. You know, if you can just get bam, boom, you know, and get the first couple of guys down real quickly, then the other ones kind of start going, oh, fuck, this guy might kick my ass too. I see Big Jet over there went down with one punch. That's not good. That was a bounce. Oh, that's awesome. A bouncer at a few clubs. Well, that's why I had friends like you. Hey, usually tend to be. I know I can be narcissistic, a little asshole at times for sure. A little Tony Stark mentality, but Tony Stark's a great guy. He loves people, loves helping people. You know, that's I love that. And empathizing and understanding how other people feel and sticking up for those that need the help. But yeah, I mean, I'm a nice guy. You know, I'm outgoing, so I'm an extrovert. People like that, and they want to be, you know, you start attaching to other people, and next thing you know, I got Marcus I could call, a couple of Arkansas Razorback guys that played on the offensive defensive line, Robert Felton. You know, hey, listen, I know some big guys. I got back in the day before he did go to prison. In those days, because my dad being in radio, his name was he went by Trash Man. My dad was the outlaw Tommy Smith. Look him up. He definitely was an outlaw. Boy, oh boy, but was great in radio, very good in radio. Arkansas Hall of Fame in sports or in radio. There's a Hall of Fame for radio, and he's in it. He's really good. But he knew a lot of people. One named Trash Man. This guy had an eyeball tattooed on the back of his head. He was a bald-headed, 6'4", looked like Santa Claus. He looked like gangster. He looked like Krampus if Krampus wasn't like a beast. And you think of Krampus of being like, okay, there's Santa Claus and there's Krampus. He's just the bad Santa Claus. The one that'll kick your ass and just because he wants to and he doesn't like you and he says bah humbug. That's Trash Man. Huge, 6'4", 350 pounds minimum. I mean, who knows? Could be more than that. Bald head, big beard, eyeball on the back of his head. Crazy dude. Absolutely crazy dude. All right, I'm going to get rid of 4 shares here while we're spiking up here. And I'm still in 3 shares. How crazy is that? All right, let's see here. Let's see, about the Deadheads were with flannel shirts. Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. Tack. And then they thought they were. I'm like, you listening to Grateful Dead and you expect me to be scared of you? Like, no offense, but come on. Nice run. Drone Sucks. Yeah, and Space Stocks. Let's see, Sid, you, RCAT, ONDS. We got some other movies here. I did see people alerting Sid, you. Nice, good move today. So, Sid, you, nice, good move there. What do we got here? Also, RCAT. Ooh, RCAT, not bad. And then we have ONDS, which is always moving. I swear, this thing every day gives a good move. Absolutely nice there. And what I'll do is I'll come over here and look at the SPYs. It's actually a pretty good-sized move today. Did get a little bit more than the range bound that I predicted, but still not that much good movement there. Tech. Wow. Hi, yeah, Happy New Year's to you too, Aussie chick. Lay on the couch, why don't you? I'm calling it, all right? Calling it for now. I'm still in 3 shares. That's it. I'm slowly scaling out of this, just trying to nitpick and get really good exits on my 765 entry from INBS there. Just holding on to see if we get that squeeze to like 10 or something for fun and get that extra exit. That's it for me, though, for the day. Have a drink for Warren Buffett, his last day at Berkshire. Oh, is it really his last day at Berkshire? That's crazy. Well, he's had a good long run. He's made a lot of good money and a lot of money for other people, you know. So that's just kind of what I'm trying to do. Make a lot of money in the long haul of this and then make a lot of money for other people. You know, if we can do that, have a little double whammy where I'm making money and then you guys are making money too. God, couldn't be better. Life couldn't be better. Like I said, the only other job I'd rather have than this be an F1 racer. You know, maybe Indy, but F1, God, I'd love to be doing that, driving a car fast around corners all day, every day. God, couldn't be a better job in the world than that, in my opinion. Especially how much those mofos get paid, because they get paid a lot. Like I was looking at the rookies at the F1 and like in their salary for the year. I was like, God, they're new and they're making that much. Now again, I know pro sports, that's where we're at anymore. They make millions, but yeah. You know, because that's just something you can do for a long time if you're good at it. You know, of course, the newbies come around, the older you get, kind of fade off. It's still just something to do for fun. Oh, God, it'd be so great. So great. Tack, awesome for you to join today. I'm glad you did. Miss seeing, I got to see, where's James at today? Where's Crow at? I was hoping the other guys would kind of show up there. Tack, thank you, though. Ingrid, G. Delcor, Giovanni, my man, T. Webb, Joe, for coming on over today. Sterling, Mr. Detmar, T. Webb, J. Webb, Mo Alley, my Conway brother over there. Let's see, Corey for showing up for half a second today. I appreciate you guys that did just kind of pop in. Bus Boy, they did popping in over here for a minute. Mo Alley as well as CR Trader, Elise coming and being here for a while. Saline all day. Ingrid Aussie Chick here all day. Most of you guys probably were here all day, like, you know, Mo Alley are just coming to finally chat it up. Thank you guys 100%. Brosa for coming on over. D. Sarley. Who else we got earlier on? Going back to Polly's Pennies, Fred, Mr. Austin Trader, Cosmic Race for coming on over and giving the love. Everyone before the Reese as well. You guys mean so much to me. Back to it next year in 2026. Again, I will be taking today or tomorrow off. Well, obviously, Friday off. So tomorrow off because the market's closed. I'm going to take Friday off as well just to give myself back-to-back 4-day weekends. And I loved it. Last weekend, I probably got about 40 hours of sleep between those 4 days. You know, I swear, it's got a lot of sleep, a lot of good shut-eye, got a lot of good rest, much needed. Next week, Monday, back at it. I do have next week off from one-on-ones, one more week of that. But next week, since the holidays are over, I will really start focusing on some stock trading stuff next week in my website and getting that going. These 2 weeks, last week and this week, just enjoying the holiday season, college football bowl games, the good food, going live for free for you guys. That's what it's all about this time of the year for me. Drinking, Detmar 2020 will be talking about how Josh was able to get an impossible trader like Sterling to be profitable. Remember, guys, yes. All right, you got to go back to CR Trader. Well, just because I know you know that Detmar and how much Sterling you're over on the Discord, and you see that. And of course, anyone that knows CR Trader and you've seen the success, I mean, you even ask him, which I haven't. I mean, if you go back and if I could ask him, even especially then, and now I'm sure you remember some of it, but I really wish I could ask him. Go back to April 2024. Where he reaches out to me and he's in a hole of debt and he's not a good stock trader and he needs help. It can be done. It's everyone's a little different, I know, but if it can happen with him, it can happen with anybody. So it just goes back to that. And I promise you, if he can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. All right, Lost Boys, Lost Girls, you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I will see you back here in a little bit. I will jump back on the mic, see how INBS rolls out for the day. Same here with Sid U. If you're out for the weekend, though, and for the weekend, for New Year's, have a great, safe, blessed night, team. Be safe out there. Be responsible. Watch out for others. Eat you some good food. Drink properly and safely. Get home and get some good sleep tonight and rest tomorrow. It's a day off tomorrow. I'll see you back here on Monday if you're out for the weekend, because, again, I'm taking Friday off. If you are sticking around, I'll jump back on the mic and show this face one more time before the end of the year. I'll do that. Last day of the year. I'll do one last little breakdown here in the next couple of hours. You guys have a good one. I'll put my links out there again in just a minute. The BOGO Holiday Sale, my website link, and the Instagram and my YouTube link. Instagram and YouTube every day for the most part. I say every day. I say 3 to 4 days out of the week I'm posting good information. I'm trying to post videos, lessons on my YouTube, on my Instagram, because they get posted on both at the same time. I got different followers on Instagram than I do YouTube, etc. And I'm trying to grow both, to grow more people to come over here to the live stream. So look out for that information. Instagram and YouTube full of a lot of good, useful tools, a lot of good lessons, a lot of good in-depth information. So go to my Instagram, go to my YouTube, subscribe, follow, like, comment. Let's go. Have a happy, beautiful New Year's Eve, team. I will see you all back here on Money Monday, okay? Or if you're sticking around this afternoon for all the degens that just can't get enough and they want to see AK and hear that voice one more time. Lost Boys, Lost Girls, see you either this afternoon or new week, new day, new year, Monday of next week, 2026. Y'all have a good one. I'll throw some jams on for you. Father AK, Bangarang.
aglow. I'm too far in, I can't let go.
there we go. Just walked the dogs. Just got back in. Sorry, we're enjoying the day here. How I thought maybe we'd get some squeezes here into the closing bell, possibly with these plays coming back. I'll do this one. Making sure. Cool. All right, yep. Anyway, so Sopa, Sid U, really similar moves there toward the end of the day here. We're sitting sideways really all day long on these squeezes that happen, one right after the other, about 10 minutes apart, which was kind of cool to see. And then they just didn't do much after that. Of course, then coming back in today, seeing the big banger. What's up, Joe? Hey, how about that trade? How about the trade for INBS? I called this out. I said, watch, this looks like it's about to squeeze, and we get on the next squeeze. And I got out on this candle, and after it came down, came back up, I was like, this thing's about to go for more. I wish I would have gotten filled more shares. I would have held minimum probably 100, maybe up to 250 for that next squeeze up, because you could just tell if you go back and look at that chart. I mean, she is ascending, and I got filled right there at 765. Chef kisses on that trade. Love to get that last trade of the year in, A, and then B, to be that long trade where I'm in it for 2 hours and got out right here on that's the candle I got out. So almost 2 hours I was in that trade. Or was it this candle? It may have been, it was one of these candles. I think it was this candle. I can't remember which one it was. I have to go back and look at my times. Anyway, regardless, rode that up, and I thought I did great, showing that off. And then I come back in here, and I was like, I knew it. I had a feeling this was going to go in a good squeeze. Had the nice channel up top. Now it's cracked back on down. Don't know that we'll probably see much here in after hours today, being, of course, New Year's Eve. We might. I'm surprised we got as much movement as we did, and really even here, right before Power Hour, SPY getting that big sell-off that we did. But yeah, just enjoying the day. Was just trying to get back on the mic at some point for you guys. Been running around trying to get stuff done, and how crazy it was, of course, out and about. I didn't want to stay out too late. Get the drinks, and the goods for, New Year's Eve and, for New Year's Day for tomorrow. I was like, I'm just trying to get everything today and earlier. Then we got back and relaxed for a minute, had a little food. She started cooking, started getting some cooking going, and then walked the dogs. I'm about to work out. NBS was fire today. Oh, yeah, it really wasn't a bad day considering. Yeah. And that'll happen sometimes. Yeah, you'll get that. Not that it's like supernova crazy, like, oh my God, this play and that. But yeah, it was nice to see, INBS go probably close to 200%. I bet it was when it was up at 13, 12, 15, whatever, in that big spike. So a nice, good 200% mover, close to it on a last trading day of the year on a New Year's Eve. You wouldn't expect that. And again, having the whole day helped out, right? If we had a half day, like it used to be, I'm pretty sure it used to be, even like Money Mitch and I the other day, we were like, I swear it's a half day. It used to be anyway. I don't think we would have gotten as much movement from it. Don't know that. Obviously, if we take the time, when it squeezed, would it squeeze like that right before the, because the closing bell would be 12 o'clock my time, 12 Central. Anywho, great plays today. I'd say if you're looking for a play, at least movement for the rest of the day. We do have 2 uptrend channels to keep our eye on that I don't have in. There's your uptrend channel on SOPA. Oh, I'm going to go right here with the uptrend channel on Sid U. And Sid U's on it right now. SOPA's up and above it. So watch those uptrend channels to hold, especially mainly this 360 area, so you have the great bounce opportunity from 360 to 345. You'd surround that with orders like I did earlier and hope to get filled as much as you can there. Of course, I unfortunately going back to it. God, it's so cool and crazy to think I got filled on that candle. I'm doing the, confessional with you guys, the year-end confessional New Year's resolution. Oh yeah, well, I'm filled. And then boom, right back on up. And a lot of you traders took that with me, which is so awesome because within, you got to think about it. We got filled here, and then within 10, 15 minutes, we were up $1.50. I mean, that is a great bounce right there. And I took a lot in there, and then I held some, took more throughout as it started spiking on up, and then just ran out of ammo. Great trade, though, for the day. And then for INBS, moving forward for the rest of the day, we'll put some more lines in here, some more horizontals, in my opinion, right about right there. And that's what we're trying to hold right now. You can go up a little higher, I guess, if you wanted to. Whoopsie, not that line. This line. And those would be your main lines, in my opinion. So we did crack the 1 trend line. We do have the other 2 trend lines in effect. This is going to be resistance on the way up. We broke that downtrend that I did kind of formed after I left the office last, and we popped it and then dropped it. So I'm going to get rid of that downtrend and just say, hey, resistance on the way up is going to be the old trend line up plus this 10 65 old support area. And then over that, we have that 1180-ish area for support. Joe, you agreeing today? Would you trade? Did you trade INBS today, Joe? Anyone else want to chime in on what they traded for the day? I talked about this on the live stream. It kept spiking up. Didn't really give the trade that we, could really take part of. I'll go back to a 1 minute time frame and again break down my trade, which I'll need to post this because it was on the live stream today. But this was a great trade where we saw old resistance become a new support, and it was right through this area. So I had orders from here all the way down to here to get filled. And unfortunately, I barely got clipped right there, and then up we went. And you got to imagine, look how good that, great bounce. And that's why I said, wait, have patience. I wasn't worried about trying to force a trade in the first 20, 30, 45 minutes of the live stream. Oh, I've got to trade in front of these people that are coming to join my live stream today. The 150, 200 people that'll usually come over throughout the day. Usually get up to about 150, 200 views, some days more. But you get my point. I'm not trying to put on a show. I'm just saying, hey, let's sit back and wait. Let's show you how you can have patience and wait for a trade to come to us. And man, right here it did. Came right down to us. Boom, right there. Could have taken all, like a lot of traders did in chat. I know Fred, Austin Trader, I don't know if Cosmic Rays took it. I forgot who all took that with me. Great bounce. And then it, hold it. And I said, hey, I'm going to give it till 790. That's my stop loss. Current confirms below it, I'll get out. And it comes down, holds it, goes all the way back up. And it just, what a beautiful play for the day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful play there for INBS. INBS long and short. Good job. There you go. All right. VNDA, Sid, U, Angie, Asons. Yeah. It's a lot different, Joe, when you don't have to stream live and continue to talk. When you have to continuously talk and then go ask, keep things going. That's why I just usually anymore just sit back. There are times when you'll have multiple setups that I feel like I can trade that make it easier. I'm like, okay, cool. These are easy. I can sit back and wait for these, and when I'll trade them when they come. So now it's just finding that one runner and then getting bounce plays and sitting back and showing you, because that's the one thing I think a lot of traders I know a lot of traders struggle with, is just being able to sit back and take one trade. I mean, I'm just like even Detmar earlier, how many people overtrade? They're doing good, then next thing you know, they give back gains, whether it's bag holding one loss until that one loss blows up a lot of trades, or it's just a continuous, they continuously do that, where they're just over trading, essentially, and you can't just sit back and wait. They always have to be doing something. Like, I'm like, take Friday off. People will still be in here Friday trading or in my Discord. They're like, take the fucking day off. Just chill. Like, you don't have to always be trading. They have that mindset of that, and I don't really get that. I get the love and the passion for it, but I don't get because especially if you look early on in your career and you just kind of take it, you just sit back. If you can step back and go, like a lot of those traders, they're not successful. They're 50-50, right? And say in the end, they've won as much as they've lost. They lost as much as they've won. Maybe some of those traders, they've lost more than they've won. Well, if that's the case, then what obviously you're doing is not successful. It's not working. So maybe let's try to change something. Obviously that I'm not going to miss something on Friday, because that one trade on Friday is I'm now going to be AK-47. I'm going to be, CR trader. I'm going to be whoever. I'm going to be the dude. I'm going to be it. I'm going to be banking. Oh, it isn't one day, one trade, no nothing. It's a continuously doing that over and over and over and over and over and over and over, because, like we've said, to where it becomes boring, to where you can do it with your sleep. Do it in your sleep, do it with your eyes closed. See, man, you are in the hot sea. That's how I am. Very difficult to narrate and oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's all good. There are times, though, like, which is crazy, where when I'm streaming live, I'll have more trades, but I just go back to my whole entire journey. Days that I'm trading a lot, I'm usually not streaming live those mornings. That was like back when I was on Tradecaster, and I'd just be alerting. Like, I'd be one of you guys, like Dex the one streaming, and I'm only doing lunch hours, and usually, would be live on Thursday and Friday mornings. I think that I got to maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because he was paying me more. Then he started paying me, started paying me less, stopped paying me, whatever you want to call it, as much. Whoa, we got an offering here? No, just huge sell-off, Sid U. Anywho, but I'm just alerting. I go live when I was going to go live, but he was the main show in the morning, and I wasn't a Monday through Friday streamer because I wasn't getting paid for it. My shtick was do lunch, do Friday all day, and in the morning anyway. So Monday through Monday through Thursday, a lot of the time, I got to trade a lot by myself, and especially the Trade Every Alert Challenge that I refer back to. Right, that was the most I've ever traded. Is the main reason why I traded 100 times in a month. That's the most I've ever traded ever in my life. 100 trades in a month, right? That's for some people, they do that in a couple of weeks, maybe, you know, or they do that every month, easily do 100 trades every month. And that's the most I've ever done. You know, typically I would say 2 to 3, 4 trades a day. You know, it depends on the average and again, always the market conditions. But yeah, I just like to sit back and wait and have patience. But yeah, when you're streaming live, it does suck, and you're not gonna, you know, it's hard to get a lot of trades in, you know, for sure. It's one thing when you're just sitting there, but I remember the days I'd just watch this, look for this. Hey, I'm gonna trade that, you know. Oh man. All right, any last questions you guys have? I just want to jump back on the mic so you guys didn't think I'd forgot about you or anything. Gonna go get on the Peloton and finish my workout. Walk the dogs first. Avery got her workout in. She's probably like, "What's he doing back there?" I didn't tell her I was gonna go live again. She hears me yapping. She knows what I'm doing though. Any last questions, Joe? Have a great one. What are you doing tonight, Joe? I know you asked earlier what I'm eating. What are you eating tonight? Or maybe you told me what you're eating. Maybe you told me. I cannot remember. If so, I usually am pretty good at that. Any last questions you guys have? Anyone that's in chat? Yeah, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. It usually helps too when I get workouts in. I have energy. And so, nights that, then I'm going to stay up tonight. I'm not going to work on Friday. I'm taking Friday off. I have Thursday off already too, right? I want to enjoy the new year and try to stay up till midnight. I noticed when I work out, Avery's noticed it too as well. Well, when we work out, man, you just have, you just got a lot of energy, you know? I love it. And so that's why I've been on this over 2-year stretch now. So 100, and I don't know how many weeks I'm up to now straight of working out, 3 to 4 times a week. It's nice. I love it. Love it. Love it. And it slows me down too. I'm just patient, and like Avery a second ago, and it's like, let's go. Yeah, Dad taking his time. When we're talking to the dog, we refer to each other as mom and dad. That's what that patience. That's why I'm such a good stock trader. I was telling her. I was like, we're gonna walk. We got all day, baby. We got a prime rib to roast. We made this here recently, bro. This is so good, Mississippi pot roast. Avery looked it up and was like, let's do it. So I made the mashed potatoes and she made the pot roast. So you make the pot roast like this. And then I made a big thing of, I make some of the best mashed potatoes you'll ever have. I made mine more whipped. Mine were more whipped, so they're a little bit more like that. Oh, man, this right here, because it's essentially the same thing, right? You're getting prime rib, or whatever, I forget the prime, or whatever the heck we got. I forgot what it was. Oh, man, chuck roast, I think is what we got. Bro, this right here, this slaps. This is really good. This was really, especially if you do the mashed potatoes on the bottom. I mean, what man doesn't love a big-ass bowl of potatoes with meat on top of it? As soon as I'm done going to prep it and going, yeah, that's nice, get in the oven. Yes, that's what she's already been doing with the chill, whatever. She's got her pot out and cooking. But yeah, that Mississippi pot roast, that just reminded me of the prime rib. But because it was anyway, it's kind of the same sort of meat, very similar. Way it just kind of falls off. You can kind of peel it apart, Oh. You just cut with a knife. It was so tender. You let it cook in the crock pot for however long. And I didn't get the pepperoncinis. I don't know how much flavor it added. I still like eating them. It was good. It was fucking good. It was so good. I'm going to look for that. Oh, dude, it's good. Yeah, you'll find it out there. Never heard of it before. So that's what almost her whole entire TikTok feed is. Mine's like a quarter that. Mostly it's goes between sports stuff, motivational stuff, BMWs, cooking, couple of hot models. I was like, but hers is just all cooking and then animal stuff, but all cooking. And so she's always coming up with stuff. And like that, I'd never heard of. Mississippi pot roast, pepperoncinis. What am I getting? What am I? Because I'm the grocery shopper. I'm like, okay. And then she cooked it. She's like, yeah, you do mashed potatoes and that'll go underneath it. And then she showed me a picture of it. I was like, okay, whatever. I'm down. Like we think we've talked about, I'm good with anything besides olives and licorice. So Jaeger, licorice, bleh. Olives. I've tried olives over and over, and I have. The initial taste of olive I like. It's like the after. I don't know. It's like the aftertaste. I don't know. It's weird. I just can't do olives. Green, black. Just can't. I've tried. Other than that, I'll eat them when they're on like a supreme pizza, but not like a ton of them, right? I just want a couple on there. Sometimes in salads are good. Like the soaked salads you'll get like at Cajun restaurants. They're called soaked salads. They're really good. And then they'll have like a little bit on there. And I'm like, okay, I can have one here and there. But I'm telling you, when I eat it, Well, I can taste it. Look at the dogs. Look at the life. Look at this guy down here. Just living the life. I mean, that's 2 beds, by the way. That's 2 beds. That's 2 donut beds. We just have so many beds. We can't just have them all over the one. I don't want to. So I was like, well, I'll just do, you know, that's what they do when you sell them too. Like when she worked for Hollywood Feed, you know, you just stack them on top of one another. All right, Joe. Love you, brother. Hopefully, again, you know, whatever it is, I hope it's Florida again because I love some Florida and the weather. But hope we get together again this year. I hope we get to do a Trade the Pool event somewhere here in the United States again. Something like the Money Show. Doesn't obviously, you know, but oh my gosh, got to do something like that again this year. That'd be so awesome. Can't wait for something like that again. What a year it was, you know. Again, here's the book too. Speaking of, still have my 1 copy that I've taken from the Money Show, and sits in here in front of me every day. It's sitting there since I got back from the Money Show. Yeah, what a year it was, honestly. You know, to go from Tradecaster and streaming live there with, you know, with Sean for a while, and 2020 when it was such an honor when he asked me to go live. He's like, hey man, you want to start going live for me on Fridays? And it started at first like, hey, because you could tell he kind of wanted a Friday off, and then realized I could do it. Of course, coming from a broadcast journalism background, yada yada yada, and he kind of, you know, saw who my dad was of some sort. I'm sure. I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. I'll hand him the keys to it's the keys to his business. You know, every Friday it was cool. I had his login information, trade ideas, you know, at Tradecaster. And so when I logged in, it was no him. It was me on Friday. All me by myself. It did that every Friday through about December of 2020. He's like, okay, I'm coming back. I missed a really hot year, and I had my 3-day weekends for about 6 months. But I want you to stream live afterward, you know, and you'll take over in my lobby right afterward. And he realized there was like about a 2 or 3 minute lag from him logging off and then me trying to get on. It wasn't, a little bit of a lag. It's like, and then finally October of 2021, I got my own lobby, which was really cool. Kind of like a birthday present. Said, hey, go ahead and open up your own lobby. I'll start sending people to you. You know, go get up and get your lobby going live. So by the time, like when I'm signing off, you're already live. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Then I started doing lunch in 2022. Added more mornings in 2022 because people wanted me to stream live. So I think 2022 is where I added Thursday morning. I got paid more each and every year into 2023, so then I started doing Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday mornings. Lunch, Friday was always all day, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday mornings, and then lunch Monday through Thursday. Friday was all day. And so I had that set schedule down, and, you know, started getting paid less, and the members, or whatever reason, started to stop, you know, coming and started to leave, and the membership wasn't as high as it used to be, and so you had to, you know, cut my pay. And then again this year in May, you know, had to do it again, down even more so as we were losing, I guess, more members over there. And then just told everyone, you know, which you'll see J-Trade, you'll see other people that were over there to stream live by themselves now. So yeah, it was a breakup of some point. I was there for a very long time, and it meant a lot to me, you know, for sure. And I get the whole spiel of, I wish we could have worked it out. I don't know why it had to go to where, hey, I'm not paying you. Hey, kind of like go do your own. It was kind of like he was pushing everybody away. It is what it is. It sucks, but yeah, then it opened the door to you guys. You know, like right after that, because I was like, I got to start posting more. I got to start adding stories more. I got to do more social media now. Now that I really am on my own, and I'm going to start, you know, streaming live on my own in my own area. And so I immediately started tagging Trade the Pool and all the trades I was having. And they were loving it, and then y'all, whatever, Gil, I don't know, it was Gil, whoever it was on in Instagram reached out and said, hey, do you have a YouTube page? And I said, yep. Right after that, they said, you want to stream live with this? And I said, yep. You know, this is all within a month of me. You know, this is in July, so this is right out of the gate. You know, right out of the gate, this is happening for me. And then have the interview/talk with Michael, you know, Katz, and then it's a, hey, we want you. It's you know, that it's every Tuesday, Thursday with Kevin. And everything that's been, you know, and then even mentioned that the Katz did in that interview early August, the Money Show. And I'm like, okay, you know, like, let me know. But I'm thinking I'm going to have to, you know, I didn't know it was going to be a roll out the red carpet for Josh Smith, AK-47, you know, and you're going to pay for the room and the flight and the what and the, what? And I'm not going to represent you guys there at the booth? Sign me up, yeah. Like, that's, you know, I never would have gotten that, you know, if I was still at Tradecaster. You know, we did the get-togethers, but Deck wasn't paying for my room or my flight or me to be there. I could have taken even Cobra, which you watch out, Cobra Trading reached out to me in May, which is so funny in May. And I've talked about this before, Joe. So Cobra, which I was with Cobra up until this year, and I started going with Trade the Pool at the time. And Cobra reached out to me because I was still using them earlier this year, and they realized, and I forgot how they reached out to me, that I have the email from the CEO. Where is it at? Right here. Here it is. Where is it at? Chad Hessing. So here you go. So here's the email. Josh, good morning, sir. I don't know the past few weeks. I wanted to do blah blah blah. So you can see I know our team would be. So in April, I was in talks with him. And there you are in May, and he's wanting me to do a deal with him. And I'm like, I reach out. I'm like, listen, it's not just I'm doing Trade the Pool. I like them a lot. I'm moving forward with them. I appreciate it, but go to Sean. Go, and that's so which is funny, if you ever watch Sean, you ever see Sean Deckmar when he's been live like every day for free on YouTube over the past month, so you may have caught him. Anywho, he's always promoting Cobra now, and he got with him. So immediately I was like, hey, no, you can have Sean. I'm good. I want Trade the Pool. Not that I had I was not even talking obviously with Trade the Pool. This was in May. It was really crazy how that then worked, because just how I was in a way was more humble about it and said, nope, this isn't for me. I appreciate it here, and gave it to Sean. And they've had a deal since, but then right after that in July, I do get Trade the Pool in the end. And then there's no way, like you can see, Cobra haven't paid Sean to go to. It's like when it was like Trade Ideas. I was with Trade Ideas. Like you're an affiliate. You're an affiliate. Hey, here's my link. Sign up. I'll get a little money. You get a little discount. That's it. Cobra Trading wasn't at the money show. Cobra Trading is not going to pay Sean Deckmar, myself, or anyone else to go to the money show and represent them, or go live for them and pay them to go live. Cobra is not. So it was crazy how that worked out there this year. It was crazy. Cobra, I like Chad. Yeah, Chad. Oh yeah, cool. Got to talk to. Yeah. Like, and I like him, but that's just crazy, right? That Cobra that they're just an affiliate, and you get a link, and here's your. And send it to as many, because I had Trade Ideas, because I was a trade caster, and I wasn't trying to push that much on social media, so eventually Trade Ideas dropped me as an affiliate because I just didn't make that many sales. But that's what Cobra was going to be, and I'm like, I don't want that. Like, I want, not that I was expecting the whole Trade the Pool deal, which is just a blessing, and I'm so honored. It's a privilege. It's so many words I get to say, right? But that wouldn't have come with Cobra. That was not going to happen if I was with Cobra. So it's like, Cats and all the guys, like I said, it's awesome. So yeah, it's been a crazy 2026 or 2025. With first, I know you weren't around, but I had a great Dane had osteosarcoma, which is bone cancer. It was one thing that led to the next. It was a long battle with him. That was August of 2024 into this year. So it was a long battle with Groot. I love that dude. Like, you were on my live stream, you knew Groot. He's like Merlin. He's a huge Great Dane. You always saw him. And then the story, and I shared the story with everybody, because I wanted everybody to think about it. I was like, I kind of hold that stuff in personal. I was like, nope. I'm gonna cry a lot, I bet. I don't give a shit on the live stream. I want everyone to know who Groot is, and I need all the positive support and blessings I can get. And it worked. I mean, that dude stayed around for a very long time. And I never forget the specialists and the doctors and all the ones he saw. And that has got to be one of the toughest dogs ever, to have all the stuff that he went through in that last year and still have, like the one over in Memphis, because Memphis is a really good area for dog. They have a lot of good vets. And the specialist, I knew, he was like, I was like, this is like it was sad, but it was also like, I was happy to know, so he's like the first dog. It was one of the things that kind of cheered me up when he passed finally in May. I was like, so he's like the first dog ever that had osteosarcoma, then got spontaneous pneumothorax, then got osteosarcoma again in his mouth that led to cataracts. But yeah, they were like, yeah, I've never seen a dog get all that. They were like, this is crazy. Usually they would be dead by now. Usually you're dead. You just don't last that long. So the fact that he kept living and pushing through all that was awesome. He was a beast. Oh man, I think we got a great team. Yeah, we got a great team for sure. We got to get for the early on, early franchise. It's a franchise team that just got going. New city. We're doing really good early on. I'm glad again to be picked up by them and the flowers and the blessings and other things they've told me from even like Carlo. And I guess they were doing, like one of the guys in the interview they were doing with, a couple times they've talked about that someone had reached out to them and said, oh, AK-47, and I learned from him, and now I'm like, whoa, they had these stories. I've had multiple times, people from Trade the Pool, people tell me that, and I'm like, wow, that's so that underground cult myth that I always wanted to build of I know I'll never be that big social media wise, but I want to be known enough to where oh, you haven't heard AK-47, or there's little stories right of that. That's cool. That means I'm there. Like, another, here's what's crazy. So it was last October, I did a one-on-one, and usually when it's the first time or I've never seen you before, especially I've never heard of you, like, I'm like, I don't see this person, I don't see this person in chat, I don't know this person's name, and so I'll say, hey, well, how'd you find me? Essentially, like, I know you're blah, 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 and this one, however, this guy could tell. I'm like, well, hold on, you're not in TradeCast. You usually say, what's your chat name? What's your chat name? I'll put a name with the face, blah, 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 a name with the whatever, a name, a face with the name. And this guy's like, oh, I wasn't in TradeCaster. He's like, he was at a party, went to a party, like a true party, right? He's in his late 20s, early 30s, I don't remember, but went to a party, got chatting with, got chatty with the guy. They start talking stocks, find a similar, someone that you can talk to about stocks, right? So the next thing you know, they're chatting it up. He's like, yeah, essentially one thing led to the next where he said, yeah, I had my best month last month. I made X amount, like tens of thousands, 10,000, 20,000, whatever it was. He's like, damn, how'd you do what you did? Essentially, what's your secret? He's like, man, AK-47. He's like, I did one-on-ones with him, this, that, and the other. I was like, hold on a sec. You were at a party starting to talk stocks. Next thing you know, this guy tells you the reason he's successful is because of me. And thus, then he shows you my website and you booked a one-on-one. I was like, oh, that's fucking cool, man. That's hitting home right there. That's like full circle for me. So yeah, that shit right there is real cool. So getting on my feet, but looking forward to getting some one-on-ones though. I mean, yeah, Joe, let's go, bro. Yeah, I mean, I love doing that stuff. Love helping you guys. And charting is the biggest thing for me. Just understanding, so you guys start to understand the chart. And goofy enough to kind of become one with the chart. Like when I slaughtered the market, that every Trader Alert challenge I did, where I made 100K 6 months in a row, 100 trades, 90% win. I had 93% win rate, dude. Like fucking nuts, like nuts. I was going long, going short, options, shares, right? Doesn't go anyway. You become one with the ticker and the stock and the chart, and like I got compared to like Neo, like see the Neo gifts all the time back in the day. And that's what it's like. It's like Neo. I know we've seen The Matrix, but it's a lot like that. It's small hits at first. It's small little hits at first. I call it relation confirmation. So I'll say, hey guys, watch for a blah, blah, blah at 1250. And you're like, oh, I had the same line at 1250. Or, hey guys, watch for a bounce play at 765, like earlier, whatever. Let's say in the 765 and a 7, whatever, right? And you're like, oh, that's where I was going to go for a bounce play. And the more that starts to click inside you because I'm saying it, you thought that, you didn't really trust yourself maybe, but now you do even more so because I just said that. And doing those in the one-on-ones and going over levels and going over charts and going over trades and going over levels and going over charts and going over trades, that's where it starts to click, because if you get the morning alerts, then you're starting to get levels. And that's why I say get the combo pack of all of it. If you get the morning alerts, you get the live stream, if you can be a part of everything, seeing things while they move, I'm going over it. It's more school time. And then you get those one-on-ones to have a tutor in the afternoon to help that on top of the fact. What, ma'am?
Do you want me to close the garage door?
You can leave it open for now. I'm almost done streaming. Sorry, I had to jump back on the mic for a minute. Unless something's out there, someone likes being weird. Anyway, she said, do I need to shut the garage door? I'm like, as long as no one's out there messing with my babies. God bless all them dogs. Yes, Joe, I love my baby dogs. Love the dogs. Living the life. Living the life, Joe. Yes, Joe. Building the team. Can't wait for next year. Come on over. Do the one-on-ones. That's one thing, again, a lot of other traders do, and I love to be able to do that, is help you guys out and do one-on-ones. So, love doing it. Love doing it. Kogu, thanks for the stream again. Yeah. Happy New Year. Can't wait for the new website. Yes, yeah. Kogu, let's get it going, brother. It'll be nice. I mean, this is the first 6 months for me, all on my own. So I was just trying to make it easy. I already had the morning alerts on WhatsApp. And I was like, oh, this will be easy. I'll just create a WhatsApp group for the morning alerts. Send them the private link every morning so they can click on it and then come, voila. Make it easy on everybody, because I had a lot of people that are on the morning alerts that were getting the live stream. And so I was like, that'll be the easiest thing for us. Can y'all stop? L, for Dog's coming to the door like, Dad, when are you going to feed us? I saw your name lit up over the Sydney Harbor Edge this morning during the New Year's fireworks. Oh, really? I saw my name lit up over the Sydney. My name? You got to explain that, Aussie chick. What do you mean what happened there? You saw my name. Great day, though, team. Great day. INBS, beautiful mover. Got a banger trade out of it. Waited, had patience, and we killed it. Kogu, I'm glad you came over for the day. Getting back to next week, we'll get, we'll have the dual stream Fridays, and hopefully, I don't know if you've been a part of a lot of those, Kogu. That's where I get another trader or multiple traders on and talk, have a little roundtable discussion at the end of the month. Most Fridays is I'll just have one person or maybe multiple join me. And of course, I say interview, but it's kind of like an interview where I ask them questions, about the stock market, what they're doing, how they became successful, struggles they had, show off their chart, show some strategy, show, the traders what they're doing to give, people a different mindset of what's possible and what can be traded out there. So you'll see me if you haven't got the live stream rocking and rolling, which I got you. Hey, maybe, you're not going to sign up. Or also, maybe take a part of the holiday BOGO sale. I still will be free here and there usually on Fridays. So come join me, and I'll put the link out there yet again for the BOGO sale. And there you go. We good? I'll put some, what I'm going to do for the afternoon. So every once in a while, notice I'll get some viewers and people coming over here meandering through in after hours. So what I'm going to do for you is I got this going yesterday. It was later in the day, and sometimes there are people still viewing this. So this will be the roundtable discussion. Where is it at here? There we go. Here's the roundtable discussion, the one I had in October. It's got J Trades. It's got Riggs, Caesar. It's got Kevin Avery. It's got myself here. Take a listen to this. This will be good information. I think it's about 50 minutes long. So if you're still around, want something to listen to, maybe you hadn't watched it yet, or maybe you just don't remember it that well. This is good information, good stuff to talk about. Soaking this stuff in here, as we move into the new year. I'll see you guys on Monday. Don't forget, I'm taking Friday off. I'll send messages on the WhatsApp groups later to let you know, hey, Happy New Year. Love you guys. Thank you for a great year. Let's get it in 2026. And, of course, do not forget, I'm taking Friday off. I'll see you on Monday. Yeah, give me some love down there. I see smash the like button down there. Smash the confetti button there. The 100 button, the whatever the like, the hearts. Come on, heart it up. Smash that like button. If you enjoyed today's live stream of any sort, you got some useful information out of it, which you could tell here, of course, talking about useful. How about the bounce play that you could have taken with me? I got it at $7.65. The play runs up $5. What a move. Monster move there. Now, after hours, probably going to be slow as we move into, of course, New Year's Eve here. But smash that like button. Let's get in the algorithm. Let's get more viewers here. Starling, let's go. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year. Let's get the one-on-ones going, Stir. Stir dog. Stir dog. All right, here we go, team. You know what? I haven't played this in a while. Is anyone still around? Is anyone still around? Will you stop and lay down and stop doing that? Good God. Just sucks because I missed. Groot was just not an annoying dog. Groot was such a smart dog. This guy is a bit of a goober. Oh, where is it at? Where is it? Is that? I think it's other. I think it's other here. I think we're at other. Where is it at? There we go. Which one of these is it? Is it this one? Yeah, I haven't watched this in a while. Sterling, do you remember this one, Detmar? Does anyone remember this one? Because if you haven't seen this right here, I'm about to make you laugh your ass off. This is great. I haven't seen this in a while. I gotta watch it. Let's watch it together.
Harlem Heat, Booker T, Stevie Ray. You hurt my brother. You put him in the hospital, and I had to go to parts unknown and find a new partner. Well, I found that partner. It's methodical. Come on in here, boy. Tell him.
I still can't. Is he saying Smith Tonical? Like his last name's Smith? He's going with Smith. Is it Smith Tonical? Is that what he's saying?
We're gonna do Stevie Ray.
Let's go and listen.
Known and find a new partner. Well, I found that partner. It's methodical.
It sounds like Smith Tonical. I don't know, but shit's about to go off the fucking wire.
Come on in here, boy. Tell him what we're gonna do to Stevie Ray and Booker T. You know what? We're gonna take you out.
What's funny is he's trying to emulate and sound just like Scott Steiner.
even get to the
And this is what the first funny, like one of the other funny moments. Look how the cameraman, because the guy's so big. Watch the camera.
ring. We're gonna go out drinking, partying, getting up and having all fun with all the hot ladies. Fuck you women. Oh yeah. Going. Plenty of fucking going on.
Oh, I've said this so many times because you know he was wanting to show this off to all his friends and his family and his mom and his dad. And as soon as Scott Steiner had to go off the ringer and throw in the F-bomb, he was like, oh no, shit, he done did it. He's done messed this promo up. I'm going to have to just say fuck with him. Oh, he looks off to the side like, oh boy, mom's going to hate me on this one. Mom, I'm sorry, Mom.
You know what? We're gonna take you out before you even get to the ring. We're gonna go out drinking, partying, getting up and having all fun with all the hot ladies. Fuck you women. Oh yeah. Going.
Right there's this moment of going like, okay, I guess I'm going with Scott Steiner here.
Plenty of fucking going on tonight. And guess what? We're gonna screw you over. We're gonna give you all the nasty ass leftovers. And then what we're gonna do? We're gonna fuck the women again. We're gonna fuck them again. But guess what? All those nasty women, we just gave you a bunch of STDs, so you're so weak, we're gonna just beat your ass in the ring.
Scott Steiner right now is like, hold on. I went off the wire where we're gonna fuck some women tonight. But where the fuck these STDs come from, bro?
Break your legs. Count 1, 2, 3. And this is for you, Rick. We're gonna bury him. You got STDs? Oh, hell, not me. I'm going to give them that. They have STDs, really? Yeah, but if you got STDs, you got to give it to them. No. You can't not have STDs and not give it to them. Well, no, you just tell them what girls you're fucking and I'll stay away from them. No, we fucked the pretty ones.
What's funny is like Scott Steiner is really like, what? You're not fucking any women. First off, like, why was it like this? Like, this is for fun. This is metaphor. You're not really going to fuck some women, are you? What? Scott's like, hey, you just tell me which ones you're fucking. I'll stay away from them.
Ugly ones, remember? Okay. The ugly ones have the STDs. Okay. So you're cool.
Right. Yeah. And then the white smart guy's got to break it down for the idiot Scott Steiner. He's like, no, I didn't word that correctly. Like, we're going to fuck them and give them STDs. Like, we're going to give them the shit girls with STDs.
We're all good. Booker T, Stevie Ray, you guys are going down. Yeah. Ready? Harlem Heat. Booker T, Stevie Ray. You heard?
Okay, one more time without pausing it.
My brother, you put him in the hospital, and I had to go to parts unknown and find a new partner. Well, I found that partner. It's methodical. Come on in here, boy. Tell him what we're gonna do to Stevie Ray and Booker T. You know what? We're gonna take you out before you even get to the ring. We're gonna go out drinking, partying, getting up and having all fun with all the hot ladies. Fuck you women. Oh yeah. Going. Plenty of fucking going on tonight. And guess what? We're gonna screw you over. We're gonna give you all the nasty ass leftovers. And then what we're gonna do? We're gonna fuck the women again. We're gonna fuck them again. But guess what? All those nasty women, we just gave you a bunch of STDs, so you're so weak, we're gonna just beat your ass in the ring, break your legs, count 1, 2, 3. And this is for you, Rick. We're gonna bury him. You got STDs? Oh, hell, not me. I'm going to give them that. They have STDs, remember? Yeah, but if you got STDs, you got to give it to them. No. You can't not have STDs and not give it to them. Well, no, you just tell them what girls you're fucking and I'll stay away from them. No, we fucked the pretty ones. They fucked the ugly ones, remember? Okay. The ugly ones have the STDs. Okay. So you're cool. Right. Yeah, we're all good. Booker T, Stevie Ray, you guys are going down.
Whew, that one. That's got to be one of the funniest things. I'm not kidding you. Avery was gone. She was in Texas. You know, I'll wake up middle of the night some nights and I can't sleep. I'm going to flip through TikTok. Well, I wish I wouldn't have that night because I couldn't go back to sleep because I fucking laughed so hard. I was literally foot stomping the bed. You know, like where you're like, I'm in the bed sitting up, my legs stretched out, and I am laughing, watching that over and over, crying my eyes out. My feet just stomp. I mean, I'm laughing so hard my feet were stomping. Oh, man. Joe, you got to remember that one, Joe. I don't know if you remember that. I said that one, but Joe, I know you, Joe, I just feel like you watched wrestling in your day. And you guys that did Sterling. Yes, funny as duck. Yeah, I know Sterling. I think you did too as well. What's up, Brian? How are you? Brian C. I haven't seen Brian C. in a minute. Brian C. Been around for a while. Appreciate you. Thanks to I appreciate you. Thanks for you guys being you. If it wasn't for you, it's not me. Fred, Austin Trader. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. That one's solid. That's got to be one of the funny. I'll never forget. Like one of the first take laughs I've ever had in my life. That's up there, probably top 5 for sure, easy. Looks like we're kind of dying off, not doing much here in after hours. Both of these plays are cracking back on down. The only one that's still holding up is Sopa. So what I'm going to do is put Sopa over here. I'm going to get the dual string, let's say this round table up from Halloween. You guys enjoy. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled holiday weekend. Tonight is New Year's Eve. Be safe out there. Please watch out for others. Drink responsibly. Eat some good food. Always eat before you drink. That's always the safer thing to do for sure. So when you start drinking, you got something down there in the belly to soak it up. Usually, Fogo de Show is that type of dinner I like to have. Well, anyway, enjoy tonight. Enjoy the college football. Great games over the next 24 hours, 48 hours. We move tonight into tomorrow. Enjoy it. I'm taking Friday off. I'll be back here on Monday, back to a private stream. So if you do take advantage of the holiday BOGO sale, voila, you'll see me on Monday. If you don't take advantage, I'll see you on the next dual stream Friday. It'll be a lot similar to this one right here. Bangarang, Lost Boys and Girls. I can't yell that anymore because when I give it that emphasis of Bangarang like I used to do, the dogs go fucking nuts, especially this time of the day when they want to be fed. And I want to finish my workout because I stayed in here way longer than I anticipated. I'll see you guys back here on Monday or the next dual stream if you're out. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled, happy New Year's, team. Happy New Year's. 2025 it's over. It's done. There's nothing we can do about it. That year is now gone. Crazy, right? Another one. We're halfway now more through this decade. That's crazy to think we're over halfway through this decade. Well, what are we going to do in the last half of this decade? Well, 2026 is going to be the start of that, right? So let's make 2026 the best year we've had ever, or at least up there as we move into the end of this decade. See you guys on the flip side. Here's the roundtable from October.
Great things in life. Look where we at now, guys. Now we on Talking Points, talking to AK-47, one of the GOATs, Caesar, one of the GOATs, Kev, one of the GOATs, and we're showing on what is possible in life. So don't ever in life doubt yourself, saying you can never make it in life. We just proved it on what's possible, man.
Speaking facts over there.
Absolutely.
Speaking facts.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Hey, J-Trades, I want to rewind time a little bit, though. I know talking about the time, you've been trading for a while, haven't you? I mean,
Yeah.
I actually remember you. You don't remember me because I wasn't very active in the chat, but I was in the chat room you were in probably in 2016, and I do remember your name when Josh brought you up. I was like, I remember Jay Tracy, active participant in this chat room I was in. So yeah, it's awesome to see you, man, and see the growth and the longevity, because certainly like longevity here. It's challenging, right? The sustainability, because traders want to, traders have that itch where they want to scratch an itch to get somewhere quicker, than maybe than today allows, right? You got to take what the market gives us ultimately, versus pushing. The speed limit kind of analogy we give. Don't go 75 and a 35. And just catching up on chat here. I'm the only one apparently wearing a costume. Josh, where's yours? I'm the idiot in here.
Not at all.
I love it. No, I was going to, and I looked around. I was like, man, I didn't have really anything. I was going to buy something, and my weeks always fly by. And I'm like, oh, fuck, here we are already to Friday. So I just sported the AK-47. I'm, sporting the brand today. I love that you went with Toad. You stayed with it, bro. I love it. The Toad is good. It fits you well. It almost looks like you're a chef, though. It almost looks like you're about to go cook something.
And
sous chef,
and Kev sees in AK-47. This is something that I go over. This is something that I created. Which is called the Breaking Bad method, and this is for a lot of traders who go through a lot of a lot of situations where your weakness basically overshadows your strength. So these are the main things that I go over with a lot of traders. That this is what you need to work on to better yourself as a trader. So I'm like, one thing, and as I break down, I said you need to correct having the wrong mindset, not having a detailed plan, unstable work ethics. Losing trade syndrome, losing money per trade. Now, losing money per trade is you have a game plan, and Caesar and Kev, y'all can agree with this, is that a lot of traders, they'll have the right mindset, but they procrastinate. They'll scare themselves out of initiating or executing on a trade where they second guessing themselves. And when the trade does go their way, they're missing out on the opportunities. Now they're revenge trading. Now they're going against the grain. Now instead of having, going into these areas where you have a good a low risk area but a high reward area, now you're putting yourself in a position to where now you're chasing. Now your risk level is over your reward. Now you're putting yourself in a dangerous position because you jump ship from your initial game plans, and now instead of going into the entry that you were supposed to go to, now you're putting yourself in more of a dangerous risk because now the market is moving on up. Now you're chasing it. Now that you get into these tops and now the market is going against you, now you're cursing yourself out. Damn, why every time now when I get into the market hates me? Oh man, market watchers watch me. Every time when I get into a trade, it's going against me. Oh man, the market hate me. Oh man, and like every time when I do something, it never goes right. But what people are failing to do and failing to realize is you're going against your game plan. You second guess yourself. You did all the work to understand the necessary entries and your necessary exit, but you tricked yourself out of jumping in on the play when you needed to go in on this play. Now you're putting yourself in a position to chase it. And now, especially if you're going long, when you could have had the bottoms, you could have got in at the lowest areas where you had more reward than risk. Now the market is moving up to the upside. Now it's going into resistance. Now you're jumping into a wrong area. Now you're putting yourself in where your risk is over your reward. Now when you're getting in, you're cursing yourself out. Now you're down yourself. Oh man, the market guards hate me. The market watchers are watching everything I'm doing. Every time I get in on it, it do the opposite. Now you're having FOMO. Now your emotions are taking place. And these are the things that I break down. This is what I designed to help people get out of that. So you got to take a chance, guys. And these guys can agree with me. I mean, guys, every price and what a lot of people have issues with is having an OCD complex. Not every entry is going to be perfect. Stop trying to get every penny on the penny. It may not go right. It's right down to your actual entry, and it may go against the grain a little bit. But you got to understand, because what a lot of people fail to realize is the market has pivot points. In other words, which creates a channel where you have a strong bottom, where you have majority of buyers sitting at, and you have an area where majority of sellers are sitting at, which is creating a range. So we know that, guys, all the market does is rotate. So if it's going towards an upper area where it has a lot of resistance, guys, you don't go long. Don't go against the grain. You want to go with the grain. So if you know based off the past, and the past has told you, okay, these are 9 times out of 10 where these sellers are going to come in at and yank the market down as we go down. Okay, we may go into a strong demand zone where buyers are sitting at. Okay, this may be an area we can go in for a call for the move to go right back on up. But a lot of people veer away from their original game plans because they second guess themselves. They don't want to press the button. They don't want to execute. Man, it's a risk that you have to take. But again, if you understand your patterns and you understand the support, you understand the resistance, man, execute on it. If you're afraid, go on with a small position. You don't have to put all your eggs in one basket. Go on with a small position to test that level. Because, okay, if it doesn't go your way, okay, you'll take a small loss to see, okay, if we're going to reclaim on this level where you can go back in and go for the necessary move on up. But a lot of people veer away from their game plans because they procrastinate themselves. They second guess themselves. Now they start to doubt themselves. Now it's nothing but emotions. Now they're blaming everybody else but themselves. It's everybody else's fault. It's the world's fault. It's the market's fault. But they don't take accountability for their own damn actions. And that's what a lot of people got to start doing, is taking accountability for your actions. If you're not pressing the button, that's on you. You can't blame me. You can't blame Caesar. You can't blame Kev and nobody else. If you know these positions and you know these price points, execute on that shit. Right. And again, if you're not confident with those levels, go in with a small position to test it to see if, okay, this level is going to work in your favor. If it goes up, okay, start adding in more shares and move up to the upside where it can benefit you. Now you have more reward than risk. And I'm sorry for ranting. But so we go for that.
Ran away, baby. I feel like this has been pent up in you. Someone got to you. Like, what are you doing? You did it again. You did it again. I've been telling you so long.
I used to be like that. I mean, because I didn't know how to execute correctly on the market because I wasn't doing the necessary research. But again, thanks to you, Caesar, Kev, you guys taught me to be the trader that I am, where now I can help other traders as well. So also we go over, again, losing money per trade, lack of track, and the main weakness, patience. That's the main thing. Patience. Because you're not allowing the market to set itself up properly to the way it needs to set itself up. Okay, what about your long buys, but the market is dropping? We could be purposely pulling down to a certain price point to a strong demand zone where buyers can step back in and reverse right back on up. But a lot of people lose patience and then again they start to blame everybody else but themselves. Think about it. Just right here, for example, right here on my chart, right here. I was yelling out this morning. I was talking to a few other traders. I said, guys, watch the 8250. Watch 8250. As long as 8250 holds, we can reverse back up to the upside. Look right here. 8250 held, red to green, sell it to buyers. Nice entry, reverse right back on up from 8250 now to 84. Patience. You see what I mean?
Baby.
Easy.
All right, so J Trades, we know he traded CRWV today. I want to do this down the line. Riggs, what'd you get today? Caesar, did you get any trading in today?
Yeah, actually, I caught a long on the Nasdaq, and I caught a long on Nvidia from 204.75 all the way up to 206.
Nice.
And I also caught some trades on gold.
Cool.
But mainly I focus on the
Good.
Nasdaq, which is the tech sector.
Yeah.
So I caught a nice little, actually like nice 70 point off of it this morning.
Bet. Yeah. And then Kevin, what'd you get today so far?
Pre-market DFSC for the fade. DF.
You can, if you want to show your chart to any of you guys that want to share your chart, just press the share
Yeah,
button.
yeah. Go ahead, boss. Yeah, you go,
We're looking at J Trade. J Trade was sharing his chart this morning.
Yeah. Let me take my. Yeah, go ahead.
If you want to share your screen,
mine.
Kev, Riggs, either.
Yeah, y'all got it. Go ahead, boss.
Oh, yes. Okay, sure. Just real quick here. Just type one. Share.
There we go.
All right, we live.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just caught the DFSC. Nice little bear flag popped right back up towards resistance. Like J Trades is saying, guys, patience, uncommon patience. Waiting for the entry, waiting for the ticker to come to you versus forcing. Forcing doesn't work well in trading. And then stabbing at it. Let's pop up towards multiple variables. I like multiple variables to lean into. So VWAP, prior resistance, the whole dollar area, these levels where oftentimes you'll see that break right up through the whole dollar and then it retrace back on down. Could be a decent risk for you. And then back on down to the bottom of this bear flag and for the fade unwind. So that one ended up being fruitful. Multiple points on these plays. I like them because there's less emotions involved. I have traded HKD today, and that one has been all over the place. And this one's more challenging, because it's just overcrowded, so it creates less edge. I did get it over 5, but it's just when there's so much volume on these tickers. I'm sure you guys have seen it too. Sometimes it's so overcrowded that it's hard. Some of these moves are just very manipulated. It's a market maker's paradise, and it becomes difficult. That's why I like those easier backside plays. But that's it for me. Those two.
Love it. And I got the question in chat. We want to make sure any questions you guys have, I'll make sure we get those answered today. And I'll start with you, Caesar. You've been around the longest. You're going to have the best intel. I know I'm decent at charts, and J Trades is really good too with the large cap plays. I know for the most part, Kevin does stick in the small cap sector, but still want to start with you, Caesar. The legendary BM asked, what do each of you think about the market remaining bullish into next year? Are we all clear to keep steady climbing? Any thoughts? So go ahead, Caesar. What do you think about the market? What do we see, Caesar, over the next 6 months?
I'll share my screen as well. So for the market leading up into the end of the year, I still do see the market as bullish. We're going to remain so until the narrative changes. A few things that could have possibly derailed this uptrend would have been if the meeting between China and the US, which happened last night, if that didn't go well, we would have been dropping severely. So being that didn't happen, they're talking about, things went well. We got the rate cuts that the market wanted. So right now it's literally full steam ahead till the end of the year. And if we are to have a retracement, it's most likely going to be around the first quarter. Right, so there's a lot of layoffs going on, but as you can see, companies are beating earnings. Amazon beat their earnings, Apple as well. Was it Reddit? So being that we have good earnings, we have good trade deals, so it's going to be cheaper to borrow money because the rates are coming down. So it's just going to be a more influx of money coming into the market, and also a lot of these other countries are committing to investing in the US. So it's literally full steam ahead until the first quarter. And around the first quarter is where I am expecting to see some sort of correction. which is why as we lead up until the end of the year, I've started to downsize some of my long-term portfolios from AMD, Tesla, Nvidia, even Intel. Like I've been holding Intel. Oh my God. Like if you guys remember like some of the roundtables that we did in the past, I was like Intel was the one of the companies that was severely undervalued, right? And here and behold, this year we had the government investing 5 billion into it. Nvidia invested 5 billion into it, which they're up almost 100% on that investment in a matter of a few months, which is absurd. So I even downsized on that position because I know that once we have a decent correction, all these tech companies are going to do a massive retracement. So at these highs, I'm selling into as we end up making more and more highs.
Love it. Good insight there. Jay, what do you think? Any insight? Any
and I agree with Caesar 110%. Caesar, I want to ask you too, boss. Do you think a lot of conflict or a lot of and Kev, do y'all think a lot of conflict was coming from due to the shutdowns because we wasn't getting a lot of data coming out like we normally do? Because we all know that normally on the Thursdays we have jobless claims data, 8:30 and so forth. We know the routines, but due to the government shutdown, you think that was causing a lot of friction, was causing a lot of choppiness and a lot of consolidations due to the fact that we didn't have CPI data, PPI data, PCE data, GDPs, and so forth. I mean, do y'all think that was causing a lot of strain in as far as the market? But I do agree with Caesar that I do still think that we have room to move up to the upside of things, especially if the buyers can recover these 680, 684, 685 levels where we could push our way back into the 690s. But I definitely agree with Caesar that we could definitely see some upside after all of this clutter is out of the way and we start to get back to the normal basis.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of data being released is due to the fact that we're running up because we don't have contradicting data, right? So based off of everything that was released prior to the shutdown, so the shutdown is actually helping the market to push up because investors don't know. So if we don't know, we end up keeping with the same sentiment, which is forward. So once the government opens back up and we start getting the data, then yeah, we'll start having more volatility where every dip has been getting bought up because the sentiment overall, and again, we're leading towards the end of the year, which we tend to have the Santa Claus rally, right? And every time I've seen it, it's usually around the first quarter where we get that correction, but the government shutdown is helping the market push forward.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it goes up. It's going to have pullbacks like it always has in the past, along the way. In my opinion, I don't see there's any stopping this. I think midterms, when I was at the Money Show, I forgot, of course, the guy that does Jeffrey Hirsch that does the Trader's Almanac every year, got those big wigs that have been doing this for 30, 40 years, and I think that's what they were talking about there. Something around midterms. It's a ways away. I don't see any part of the beginning of next year us going down anytime soon. And I say, yeah. And again, like we were talking about the data releases, that's usually can cause a lot of fluctuation. It's no data, no fluctuation. I kind of forgot about that this week. Imagine how crazy this week would have been if we had those data releases that we were supposed to have too, on top of the earnings report and FOMC. It would have been crazy. So yeah, I 100% agree as far as the market is concerned.
AK, if y'all don't mind, can I share my screen with you again?
No, you only get one share. You got your one share in. That was it. I'm kidding.
Don't do that. Okay, now what I want to share, I'm gonna show you my cheat sheet for SPY, and I'm gonna tell you why. And again, why I agree with Caesar on why I think that the market is gonna go to the upside. This is my 5-year time frame. Let me move it over just a little bit over this way. Okay, so this is what I've been basically kind of utilizing or going off on as far as SPY, because okay, if you notice, guys, we've been in this range. We've been in this range since 2021, 2022. Now the last time we hit this red trend line was in 2021, crossing into 2022. That's what AK and Caesar. That's when we caught that major pullback going into 2022 when we fell from the 480s. All the way back down into the 360s, right? That's when we had that 2022 year pullback. So if you notice, every time we come around this trend line, we get a nice little bounce back on up. The year 2023, trend line, bounce right back on up. Still 2023, nice bounce back on up, going into 2024 to 2025. So if y'all notice the rotation, Y'all going from this red trend line where those sellers came in, where we had that massive pullback. If y'all noticed, we came right back down. That was at the I think the beginning of the year when we had that massive sell off due to tariffs. Remember, we fell from 500 all the way back down to a price point. We pretty much fell all the way back down to the 480s. If y'all notice, look right across the board. Look what area that took you out between 2021, 2022, which is right here, 480, right? So that was the area that took you out in 2022. So we go back this way from 2024 to 2025. Where did we pull back down to? AK season, y'all can agree with this. 480, correct? Right. All we did was turn resistance now into support, which was why we had that massive pull all the way back down to 480 purposely, where we knew what buyers were going to see that. Look at this. Ever since 480, we've been on this nice consolidation right back on up. So if y'all notice, we held that trend line since 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 into 2025. And notice the transition from this dump all the way down to 480, all the way back up towards these high price points. So that's why I agree with Caesar that we could see some move on up. As long as we can stay back above, the 470, 480 range, I do think that we could break out of this range finally into some new higher areas around the 700s. So if y'all notice, all we did was bounce off of this trend line multiple times. We bounced one. Let me draw it out real quick. Hold up. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about for those who don't see it. Let me go to Windows. Okay, right here. We bounced off that area once. We bounced off that area twice. We bounced off this area 3 times. Now going for a 4th bounce all the way back up towards this trend line right here. So if we can break above that price point, keep us in the 670s, 680s, we could see that possible area around 700. So I agree with y'all 110%. So that's why, guys, and for other traders, I mean, not y'all, but because y'all got this down pat. For all these other traders who don't know, that's why, guys, you got to step outside of your 5-minute time frames. You got to step outside of your 15-minute time frames to get a bigger look of what the overall market is doing. And this is why I use these different areas, guys, to understand on what what is the full and what is the true direction of where the market is going. We already came on down from these levels here all the way back down towards, again, the 480s, which we rebound. Now we're on this bullish rally. So again, why go against the grain if the market is literally telling you what it's doing? We're no longer on a bearish rally. Now, based off of this 480 level, now we're on a bullish rally, still continuing on up. So why would you go against the grain if the market is literally telling you what it's doing? Which is why I agree with Caesar 110%. I agree with AK and Kev 110% that as long as we hold these key levels between 670, 680s, we could push back up to the upside.
Charting, baby. Charting 101 right there is all it is.
There you go.
Yeah, you can make it. I mean, yeah, just like you said earlier, J Trades, though, it's just supply demand zones, guys. It's just trend line trading. You can make it as complicated or as simple as you want. I mean, looking at this, guys, does it look too complicated? No, it's just bouncing right off the trends. But like J Trades is saying, so many of us want to go against like the grain. We want to be contrarian traders and go against what the market's what is objective, what's right in front of us. React to what is happening, not trying to force what you want onto the market.
You just said it, Kev. Exactly. Yeah. Because a lot of traders want to go in and trade and do what they want the market to do what they want it to do. Yeah. But they have to understand the market doesn't care about your feelings. The market's going to move, regardless to whether what you want and what the market wants.
The ego is strong.
Always going to overshadow. And let me go to this real quick too. Let me go to my other breaking point. And I always tell a lot of traders. This is another thing that I broke down too. Right here, you have 3 players of the market. You have the small size traders, which are the retail traders, which is us. And then you have the medium sized traders, which are prop firms and so forth, that trade with between 50 million to 100 million. And you have the big size players, which trade between in the billions. So us being the small traders, do you really think the market care what the hell we want? No. We're the small fish in the big pond. In other words, like Kev is saying, it's not about what we want. You have to go about what the market is telling you what it's doing. If it's telling you, okay, we're moving up towards the upside, why the hell would you go against it? Why would you go in front of a moving why would you go in front of a moving train or a moving bus that's telling you, dude, we're going up? And as I stated on my chart, I mean, plain as day, right here, the market is telling you, okay, we came down as low as 480, which was 2022 level, right here, clear as day. They're telling you, this level here, we turn resistance now to support now going up towards the upside. Why would you go against that if the market is telling you that we have not fell back above 480? We rebounded, going from this green trend line, now moving back up towards the uptrend. So that's telling you that the market is now bullish. Why would you go against that? I agree with Kev and season them 110%.
Love it, brother. Love it.
And the thing about it, AK, Kev, and Caesar, what a lot of traders do, especially these new traders, fail to do, go back to the past.
Yeah.
The past is telling you, literally, okay, areas of resistance, areas of support. So why would you go against that if right here, if the market is telling you right here where resistance is, you see you tested once, you see you tested twice right around the 610 level for a pull back down. It's telling you right here where sellers are sitting at. If you go back this way, okay, we done broke above 480 in 2022, 2021, 2022. Now going from resistance now to support. Why would you try to short it if this level is holding? You can see this trend line that's clearly telling you every time you come around the green trend line, buy you step in. 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 So it's telling you in reality the demand zone, and it's telling reality the supply zone. I mean, the market tells you everything that you want to know, but a lot of people don't want to do the research. What they want to do is they want to wait on us. They want to wait on AK. They want to wait on Kev. They want to wait on Caesar. They want to wait on us to give them the answers. Guys, how the hell do you think we got the answers? If we can do the research, guys, you can do the research too. Because what about we're not in the market or in a session to give you the answers that you need? Do the work your damn self. Because again, we were in a position where we leaned on people to give us the answers for the next day or the next week or the next month, and that person wasn't in, and we was in a state of confusion. We didn't know what to do. What do we have to do? Be our own traders. We had to understand, man, what are these guys seeing that we're not seeing? And that's why I give roses to AK, I give roses to Caesar, Kev, you two boss, because you guys showed me that, man, how the hell are these guys finding the answers? What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? So what did I have to do? I had to make sacrifices. Over the weekends, I had to push back everything, man. Netflix and chilling, push that off to the side. WorldStar, push that. I had to focus on the market because especially if I'm trying to turn this into a career, I have to make the sacrifices to put myself in a better position. So they're seeing something that I'm not seeing. What is it? And that's what I started to do. So I started to kind of put myself in a competitive mode with Caesar. I started to put myself in a competitive mode with AK because I want to be better than my mentors. I want to be better. I want to be on the level where above my teachers, because it's like if they can see something, then I can see it too. So and what I had to do was I had to make the sacrifice to see. Okay, now I see what they seeing. Now I can call these plays because now I get it. Because now I see the patterns that they're looking at. Now I see the setups that they're looking at and why they're calling out these specific plays. They're not, guys, and guys, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to these other traders. When Kev and Caesar are breaking out things, guys, they're not guessing these numbers. They're putting into work and putting in the work to understand these numbers, to understand because as I always break down in my live, guys, what did I always tell you? The market is 90% psychology, 10% strategy. So on a psychological basis, psychologically where buyers can step in at, and psychologically where sellers can step in at. It's a psychological play, and that's it. Take those numbers and take that into considerations and make the best of it, man. That's it. Don't make trading hard for yourself. Again, you can turn it to a career, but you have to put in the work to get to the levels that we are. We had to make sacrifices. Kev they can speak on this. Caesar, AK-47, we all had struggles, in our trading careers where we did catch some downside and we did catch some levels where we lost confidence in ourselves. People didn't believe in us. People thought we were crazy. Now understanding that the market, especially if you start to better yourself as being a stock trader, to understand these levels that, man, this could be a life-changing career. This can change your life. This can get you away from a 9 to 5. We had to go through it, guys. So don't think that me, Kev, Caesar, AK-47, we were born with understanding the knowledge of the market. Hell to the no. And you can ask AK-47. I had to put up, AK, you can vouch for this. How many indicators did I have before you broke it down to me? I had over 20 indicators. I had a 20 EMA, 9 EMA,
Yeah, I see
100 EMA.
the
Air
whole-
traffic control chart.
Yeah.
My chart looked like a rainbow fence because I didn't know how to read the market. But once I started to understand the realistic levels, man, I started to do away with a lot of these indicators. I got down now to 3 indicators. Out of 50 that I had, now I'm down to 3 because I had to put in the work to understand how the market works. It's guys, the market is beneficial and you can make it, again, it's a life-changing situation, but you have to put in the damn work, man. You can't always sit there waiting on a handout for Kev to give you an answer, for Caesar to give you an answer, AK to put in an answer. How do you think we are on the level that we at? Because again, we went through situations where we had to lean on ourselves, man. We had to believe in ourselves to get on these levels to put us to where we at now, to where we can now teach other people, to help people. Like, don't ever make the same mistakes that we make. Why do you think that we do these damn live streams? Is because we don't want you making the mistakes that we made. Because we know what it costed. It costed us our time, our family's life, our lives. Well, we went through a lot of downfalls, man. But you gotta make sacrifices to get to the levels that we at, man.
There's a corridor.
And y'all can agree with this, that what causes a lot of distraction on these days is this damn social media, man. People get caught up in technology. They so quick to run to Instagram, Facebook, all these other things that's outside of the market, instead of just pushing this off to the side to study the market. Because guys, you got to realize the past means something. The past tells you something. If it's a certain area that we came back down to, okay, that's telling you, okay, that level meant something to the market. That level meant something to these sellers. Because, okay, every time we go to this level, why the hell can we not break out? That means that psychologically, those sellers are holding a certain level that they're refusing to let the buyers break above. Now we're turning it back on down. Vice versa. That's just like if we go down to lower areas that we can't crack. That means that level means something to the market where buyers are stepping in that in order for a reverse to happen. Guys, we just talked about it. About this. Kev, see, didn't I just not say 480? If I take all of this off right now, and I just put one price point, I'll take it off right now. One price point. Everything is clear. What changed SPY from 2021, 2022 to 2025 where we at? Let's put the price point right now. What did we just talk about? One price point that psychologically reversed the. Was I lying? One price point.
Yeah.
Look at this psychological level. From 2021, 22 that held you down for damn near 2 years. You broke above 480, ran on up, and then pulled back down to what price point that got you that upside? 480. Guys, don't you do not see the psychological level? 480 was once resistance, not support. Look at this. When you were underneath 480, you pull back. Now above 480, you push back up. But you see on the psychological level how easy it is just to read these levels? It's not hard at all. Why do you think me, Kev, Caesar, and AK-47 are on the levels that we at? Because we understand it now.
Speaking of,
that's all I had to say. But I just had to just let people know that the market is not difficult like they make it. It's not, man. I had to learn from my mistakes. I had to learn and understand it and respect.
Well, the difficulty comes from within, right? It's within. It's not the market, because you're going to find, and my Zoom says I got less than a minute. I don't know if I'm about to get booted.
Yeah, well, I logged in finally. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So yeah, I don't know what. I literally logged in during that meeting. That's why you didn't see the login button anymore up there. I'm like, oh, let me log in so this can go longer. I'll just text them all to join the meeting again here. I have no idea why that stopped, because I did log in, and I actually do have good Zoom. So hold on a sec. Just go back to same link. Go back to same link. Damn it, Zoom. Boom. We'll get them back over here in a second. Same link. We'll get them going again. The guys are hitting it all in the head, though. They're definitely, I'm not going to do a lot of talking. I talk all the time. I know maybe some of you guys don't see my live stream, so I'll talk more right now while we wait for them to come back. But yeah, it's the same stuff we teach and preach all day, every day. It's the stock market. This is what you can expect. And overall, you got to make things easier on yourself instead of harder. Just everyone wants to make things harder on themselves for whatever reason. I don't really know. But that's just the way.
All right, we
there we
back,
go.
we
We're back.
back.
We're all back. We're all coming
Back,
back.
baby.
All right.
Yes, sir. We're
We
not
back, we
all
back.
sick, but we
Maybe
back.
it's the
We back
hat. I
again.
think it's the
And-
hat,
Back
Beckham.
again.
And like I was saying, guys, and I do apologize, man. I didn't mean to go on a rant, and I do apologize about that. But all I was just saying was, I mean, Caesar, AK-47, Kev, I mean, we all went through the struggles, guys. So, I mean, I'm talking about to all these other traders, man. We went through the downfalls. We understood on, man, if we can fight this stubbornness that we do go through, that, man, we can make it. We can be as, you know, be as successful as these other traders. If we can do it, guys, and we proved it, you guys can do it too. So that's why I give my roses to AK-47, to Caesar, to Kev. Look what we accomplished. Look where we at now.
Yeah, right.
We successful now helping you guys.
We're
Think about
firing
it.
off some
Basic art,
AK-47s.
man.
Is what we're doing. You know?
Love the tee, bro. I love the merch.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So no, it's like I said, it's definitely one of the things where a lot of traders find that down the line. It's for us, we found it, you know, within maybe a year or 2 or 3. It takes some time to, you know, for each one of us. But it's just one thing that a lot of traders that finally get and understand is that, you know, get your edge, trade your edge. And sometimes edges are gonna, you know, unfortunately, as much as you want to sharpen them, stock market's going to change, it's going to shift, and certain edges won't be as edgy as they were. And so it's the shifting of market, the shifting of change, and understanding that that's going to happen where some setups aren't working as well as they were before. Now you've got new setups that are working better than they were previously. And so it's understanding that. It's understanding not getting in the way of a bus like we've talked about. It's the same stuff, you know, that we can keep teaching and preaching over and over and over. But hopefully this, and like, you know, the guys that have come over today, I appreciate you joining, and it's definitely helpful for you guys just to kind of reinforce the stuff that all of us say in all of our streams or out to public or other traders or what we've taught over the last few years. It's the same thing and maybe just different verbiage. You know, what I teach and preach is pretty much the same thing Caesar's teaching, that Jay's teaching, that, you know, Kevin's teaching. It's just in different verbiage, you know, and then like CR, who was on earlier, like he's saying the same things that we're saying, right? So you start seeing this, and like when I was at the Money Show with all these guys that have billions or millions of dollars, and where their mindset's at, it's, of course, they've been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years. And one guy I talked to, 45 years he's been doing this, Keith Fitzgerald, which is nuts. And I'm like, God, you've been doing this longer than I've been alive. But they're all saying the same thing we're saying, you know, and essentially in their own verbiage. And it just blows my mind to see that from guys that have been doing it for 5 to 10 years or up to 15, you know, with like me, Jay, Caesar here, you know, all of us have been doing this for about 7, 8 years, if not, you know, 15 like Caesar has. But that's a good amount of time. But then you see traders that have been doing it for 30, 45 years doing and saying the same thing. It blows my mind. So it's good to see and say. That's why I'm having these, and we'll continue to have these roundtable discussions at the end of every month, so you can get a little taste of what other traders are doing and saying. And we're all saying essentially the same thing. So please understand that if I'm saying it, he's saying it, they're saying it, she's saying it, you need to understand that and soak it in and start becoming, you know, the trader that you can be, and stop
The
making things
love
hard.
of the game sustains you. I mean, if you, for the ones that focus entirely money, it's going to backfire. Like, money's a byproduct of trading well, and no matter what strategy you have, guys, I think everybody starts out with a million things on their chart because they think, you know, more charting equals more profit.
Jay.
More arrows, more lines, more equals more profit. It doesn't, and more trading doesn't equate to more profit either. It's uncommon patience that Jay was discussing earlier, and uncommon discipline that you have to experience.
And Kev, to piggyback on that, that's why a lot of traders fail at, because like you were saying, boss, so many traders want to look at they want to overdo too many things. They want to look at damn near 10 stocks. You know, they want to overdo it because why they jumping on this stock, man, limit it down. Understand the certain stocks that's putting money in your pockets. Man, if you got to go down to 3, go down to 3, because every stock has a different personality. You have to understand it, especially on the blue chip stock, because as I was telling people in my live stream that with blue chip stocks, normally a lot of these stocks like to move by $2 increments. The only one that normally moves by $5 increments is Tesla, because you'll normally see 440, 445, 450, 455, and so forth. Majority of these other stocks like to move by $2 increments, but too many people like to put too many stocks under their belt, and they can't keep up with it. They have 10 stocks, so while they're looking at too many, it's always going to be one that's going to surpass them on, you know, and they're taking focus on the one that they needed to look at. They could have put money in their pockets. But so what they have to do is they have to minimize that, man. Stop looking at damn near 10 to 20 stocks. Lower that crap down, because you're only human. You can't look at every single stock. Look at the ones that's putting money in your pockets and understand on how it works. If it's NVIDIA, if it's Tesla, if it's Apple, whatever the case may be. Because you got to look at it, especially if you're dealing with options. You're going to make money on both sides of things. You're going to make money on the downside. You're going to make money on the upside.
Oh, and they froze him. Zoom said we're cutting Jay off.
The market makers heard him. The market makers heard him.
They said we're not with it.
I want to ask this though for sure on
International Space Station ain't not good reception up there.
Yeah, they're cutting him off. He's out in space. He's got bad reception. So I do want to ask this. Questions for at least this one was I was going to ask that your guys' thoughts on the SPY and where we see the market over the next 6 months into next year. That's always going to be a big topic for sure. The first roundtable had to get that asked, which someone asked it already. The other one I was going to ask, and of course I don't long win this essentially kind of podcast live stream today, but I do at least want to ask one more question before we kind of call it over here soon. You guys have one indicator to use for the rest of your trading journey. What indicator are you using? Caesar, we'll start with you.
EMAs.
Okay.
The exponential EMA. So it would be the 200 and the 50 and the 14 EMA.
Okay. Love it. And then how about next time, or if you want to now, if you can show your screen, how are you using those? Can you pull up, can you find real quickly how you're using that?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. And then we'll get to you, Kevin. So Kevin, get ready for yours as well, bro.
Okay. You gotta allow me to share.
Yep, I got you. You're good to go.
Okay. All right. So here's my screen, right?
Yep, there we go.
So 15-minute time frame, 200 EMA. When we came this morning, I bought here anticipating we broke out. The first retest tends to be the highest probability winning trade. So I always take the first test. Second test, not so much, because then it's the way I equate it is it's like taking a sledgehammer to a wall, right? The first time you hit a sledgehammer to the wall, you get the strongest bounce. After that, you might break through, or the bounce might be smaller. So that's how I use the EMAs on the 15, on the 1 hour. I mean, I could go back to where, again, let's go. Okay, example here. Price holding over the 50. We broke over the 50. Retest. Here's my entry long. Beautiful run up. Second time it comes back, generally I wouldn't take it. I would then look to either take it on the second one or the 200 EMA and then let it rock out. Oh my goodness, what is happening in the market right now?
Yeah, that's what they were just asking about too. They're like, we just got some huge volatile movement out of nowhere there. So
yeah, wicked.
I don't see anything.
Wicked.
Oh, we got Bank of America CEO warns shutdown could slow economy. Economists see rising recession. So I don't know if that and Bloomberg, but the most recent thing was 37 after there with Bank of America CEO warns shutdown could slow the economy. But that's the only thing I see on the news.
Yeah.
Nothing there I see major, but yeah, that is a huge sell-off right there.
But yeah. So this is how I rock out with it. So if I had one thing to choose, it would be that. I mean, I can enlarge the 1 hour time frame and show areas where, as long as price is over it, and again, some people, they'll talk smack about the EMAs. For example, pre-market, we got over the 200 EMA. That for me is a bullish indication where price is just going to continue to the upside. Some people will talk smack about EMAs or SMAs, but all these different indicators and strategies, they all work. It's just a matter of being patient and waiting for that entry or that setup to take place for you to then to take advantage of it.
Gotta get the edge. Once you get the edge, just keep sharpening the blade over and over and over.
Yeah.
Love it.
So
love it.
See how on the 15, second time it came down. This is why I never trust the second or the third. I like to stick with the first retest and then just go from there. If I miss it, I'll wait till the next day.
Right. Yeah. Boom. Bam. Love it. Yeah. Love it. Patience, discipline,
yes,
and then builds. I always say patience and discipline builds the confidence. And so if you can build the patience, you build the discipline along the line, the confidence grows. You take the trades. Kevin, what do you got? What's your one go-to if you had to do the rest of your journey? You're on a desert, or you're up in space with J trades. You're just deserted somewhere. What's your one go-to? I say set. I'm going to hangover. Your one indicator. If you're going to use one indicator, what's
Well, Caesar actually had it on his chart. It's I think I'm narrowing it into the previous close. That's very important for me, especially with the strategy I trade. I want to know, like, if I could only use one, I want to know. I guess I'm basing that off of am I only seeing today and just the previous close yesterday. I want to know where we are today in relation to yesterday. Essentially, that's the most important thing to me,
Yeah.
percentage wise, because I like to fade these names. The 200 day is very important for me as well. You know, I can't just give you one. VWAP, volume weight is of course another one, but I just want to emphasize to the traders out there because we've been talking a lot about a lot of these patterns that we recognize. There's a lot of value in this, and when Jay Trades was talking, a lot of things were coming to my mind that it's like I struggled with early on, and I just wanted to share that with the traders. And a few of those are. Like we have to ultimately, guys, we can have all the indicators in the world. We can narrow it in to just a few, but what you want to avoid is the certainty of any of of relying on these with 100% certainty. And I know that sounds like, yeah, of course, Kevin, but I'm telling you, like once we involve ourselves in the trade and the egos involved, it is very difficult to break ourselves from these trades, and that's why I'm sharing that with you. If you can learn to create a state of mind that's unaffected by what the market does, your struggle will cease to exist. I can nearly give you that with certainty. Create a state of mind unaffected by what the market does. What does that mean? That means in the face of adversity as a trader, you are sure of what you're going to do regardless of what the market does. That takes so much of the fear out of it. There's 4 trading fears. Identify what yours is and make sure you don't create downhill habits for these uphill battles. That's what, first of all, that's what you want to do. But secondly, think of this. This is a little cringy analogy, but think of yourself as a bird on a branch. Do you trust the branch or do you trust your wings, right? And in trading, do we trust our indicators or do we trust ourselves to fly in case the stock market breaks, in case the branch breaks? I'm telling you, traders, if you can trust yourself in the face of adversity, regardless of what the market's going to do, the struggle will cease to exist ultimately. Of course, over time, you have to develop experience, and that's going to be your gut, which gives you, it pretty much tells you what's a good trade and what's a bad trade. But I'll tell you this, even my struggle these days, and that's why I said you never make it, you're always making it, regardless of the experience. Because I'll tell you guys, I've seen so many traders that I admire and that are good traders completely blow up because they have a lapse in judgment one time, and that one time takes all their progress away over the course of a year, 2 years, 3 years. So you are always making it. There's really no light at the end of the tunnel unless it's a train, is what I say. So just focus in on thinking with clarity in the face of adversity, because the market, like we saw with even this HKD today, this ticker was one that went up to 1,600 in times past, and QMMM recently, a few dollars up towards 200. So as certain as you are, I'll say this is my struggle here as well, is I like a setup almost too much where it is difficult. The ego's there. It's difficult to walk away. It's like, man, this is for example, yesterday it was INTS. Yesterday I took a heavier loss on that trade than I should have, INTS, because I really like the chart. And then day one moves, I'm mainly short. I mainly short these plays, guys. And so I was short a little bit earlier than I should have been front side on that. But these plays provide a great backside opportunity, and that's the hangover I've gone over many times now. If you guys just take a look at INTS, today I shorted that one out of the gates. I may have failed to mention that earlier, but against pretty much that previous close line, $1.32. These things often second day, without the momentum, they bleed out, they profit take and fade, and that's one of my favorite edges and setups, just because there's great reward to risk, and it's less emotional. These things, they're just very clear. It's a ride or ride out kind of trade. It's either going to work or it's not. But that's my encouragement to you guys on your trading journey. You're going to develop experience over time. Just really hone in on what you're going to do, regardless of what the market does, because as our good friend Mark Douglas says, the market can be irrational longer than we anticipate, really. And you got to know your response to that.
All right, guys. My mother is coming by here in 5 minutes to see me before she heads out of town. My mom, I'm her only son, so she's going to come. Her and Dad are heading down to DFW to see some friends. So I've got 5 minutes to wrap up before I know she texts me and said, I'm on my way. I said, oh, I'm finished with the round table. I'll be out at 11. I love my moms.
I love
we
AK,
love our
man.
moms.
I love AK.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I love AK.
So I'm just truthful about it. I'm just like, I got to get out to moms. I cannot let mom sit out in my driveway. You can't do that to mom. All right,
And guys, I do apologize, man. My internet went out. It's like
we know
the
you're
minute
out in space, brother. If you weren't on the damn
internet goes
if you
out.
weren't
I'm
on
like,
the
I ain't gonna let
International
this
Space
stop.
Station up there,
Let's go.
you know, get out of the damn space station, get back to Earth over here. You're hanging out with Thanos, you know, you're hanging out with my dude. Come back to Captain America, brother. Come back down to Earth. All right, well, let's do this. Let a little fun. I don't want to finish on anything stocks. We'll get long-winded. Let's go straight to Halloween and candy. I'm gonna go to each one of you. We're gonna start with top left-hand corner, Caesar, then go to Kevin, then finish with Jay. All right. What was your favorite Halloween costume growing up if you had one? Like if you had a certain year, and then what is your favorite candy? Caesar, favorite candy, your favorite Halloween costume in the past.
Favorite candy, Snickers. Favorite Halloween costumes, don't have one.
All right. That's good. All right, Kevin, what do we got?
I mean, I remember I was a little young and dressing up like Michael Myers, so that was kind of creepy.
My favorite
Little
Pop Killer.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Mike
All right.
Myers.
So Mike Myers, and what's the candy?
I may still be dressing up like him tonight.
Okay, all right. Yeah, scaring the kids.
Yeah, exactly. Chasing down and getting my candy. I don't know. Cowtails I really liked when I was growing up. I really don't eat much of that stuff these days, but I recall those cowtails.
Love it. All right, Jay, let's go back nostalgia. What do we got? Favorite costume, favorite candy?
Ooh, I'm gonna lie. My grandma designed all the costumes. I used to be a Batman fanatic, so she made Batman and Ninja Turtles for me back in the day. Favorite horror, I said, killer. Like I agree with Kev, Michael Myers, but candy wise, hey, I gotta go with Twix and Kit Kats.
Okay.
Twix.
Those are
Twix is good.
Those are good. Snickers good too. I love a Snickers. I love Skittles.
Well, let's go
too.
get them.
I love Skittles. I've always been a Skittles guy too.
Yeah, my G.
and then my favorite one as a kid, I never forget. Got one of those nice. Well, it was right when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, and I actually got one of those nice ones that were like came with the shell. You know, had the sword. I got Leonardo. I had to get the sword. And then I was big on that. And the next year I dressed up as a ninja. And that, so like back to back years, I must have been really big into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I thought I was gonna be a ninja when I grew up. Because yeah, it was Leonardo, and then the next year or the year before that, I was a ninja, and yeah, that was like my favorite. And I'll tell you, how about this? Did you guys do this as kids? One last thing, did y'all sell the chocolate bars? Did your school have the big boxes and you had to do the chocolate bars?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yes,
Definitely
sir.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, the ones with the almonds in them.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh
Good
no!
stuff.
Hey, Kev, AK-47 in season. Y'all remember? Because I know y'all by 80 and 90s babies. Don't y'all remember back in the day when we used to so I guess read a certain amount of books where you could get that free pizza from Pizza Hut.
Yes.
You got videotape, VHS.
Yes. Oh man, that those are the glory days. You got the little personal pizza. It was like that, this big or whatever, you know. Yes. All right, boys, I got to go here in the next minute to get out to my mom. Caesar, Kevin.
All right, fellas, it was a pleasure.
Oh, that was awesome. We gotta do it again, man. Let's do it again.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to happen again. Us four on the stream coming up soon again. I can't thank you guys enough. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled Halloween.
And before you head out, AK, like I said, man, again, I want to give y'all roses, man. AK-47, Kev, Caesar, man, thank y'all. And I want to thank y'all for being my heroes, man. Thank y'all for changing my life where I can help other people, man. So I definitely want to give y'all roses, give y'all shout outs because y'all helped pave the way for me. And it goes to show y'all that, man, when you have great mentors, you have great leaders in your lives, man, on how things can work out for the best, man. But I thank y'all for help saving my life and saving my family's life. So thank y'all.
Appreciate
y'all. Thank y'all.
Appreciate
it.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Love you guys. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, there they go. My boys, the gents, there they go.
based on this chart pattern. Expansion of range of volume pattern is something I call fastball in my book. So if I've got a fastball set up, expansion of range, expansion of volume set up, then tomorrow I want to get in 1/8 of a point or 10 cents beyond the current day's high or the current day's low, depending if it's a long or short. And I'm going to set a target then on a daily chart, and I go and find a stop on an intraday chart. So that's the first step in my process. I find maybe 5 or 6 stocks in the bunch for tomorrow that go on a trading plan, and that trading plan is automated for us, and that runs itself over the course of the session. Then I go through the NASDAQ stuff, and I look at the Magnificent Seven stocks, and I figure out for the Mag 7, where was the order flow today? Where was the heavy order flow during the session? Where do I see big volume? I go through and I analyze the tape. I've got the program that's telling me where the big money was moving. And do I see support and resistance at those areas? And do I see the volume by price data aggregating in a way that says, hey, if we get back into these levels tomorrow, we're probably going to get a repeat. We're going to get a pop right through these levels. So that's a second trading plan that I put together every day. So I put together the around the horn plan, which is for automated trading. And then I put together the volatility band trading plan, which is going to be stuff that we need to screen time for. Right? We have to be in front of the computer to do it. The next morning, pre-market, we're setting up an arbitrage trade in Apple. So, when Julie was training and getting licensed to be a market maker, an options market maker recently, and decided not to do it just because it ain't the most interesting job in the world. And, you look at options and you say, well, these are bets. These market makers are effectively taking bets. They're making money by some premium, right? They're taking in premium. That's how they make their living. Well, in the morning, if we see order flow on Apple, and we see that in the pre-market there was a ton of order flow at a certain level, then we're going to bet that if price comes back to the level that it took off from, that it made a move higher from, that what we're going to see is market makers who are getting negative delta, they want to be delta neutral. They're going to start taking in stock. They're going to push price. So it worked again this morning. So if your guys pull up a chart of Apple with the pre-market, and they look at where the pre-market low was and where the inflection was back higher again, then look at the open. As soon as Apple came down and touched that pre-market low and started moving up through just the central pivot, right? Just the floor trader pivot, that thing took off like a rocket. Another good trade for us right out of the bell. It's a market maker. So that's our workflow, right? So before the market opens, we're looking at that. 5 minutes into the session, we've got a scan that has gone through and found everything that gapped 2 standard deviations of volatility. So if you take the volatility that you would expect in a stock, you add it to yesterday's close, you look at the volatility that happened today in the stock, and you say, is it 2 standard deviations out in terms of that volatility? If it is, and it's based on earnings news, earnings is the gold standard really for this morning there were also some pot stocks, like Tilray, we did well with, Lululemon we did well with this morning. Those were 2 standard deviations of volatility out. That's our trade from 5 minutes into the open until 30 minutes of trading have gone by. And over the course of the first hour, the only other discretionary stuff that we're looking at are those volatility bands and things like Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. And the beauty of it is our workflow is exactly defined. So we know you're not sitting here looking at some list of movers. You're not looking at, is something doing big range move intraday. You've got it right in front of you. You know what you're supposed to do, and there's no guessing. Because here, anyways, we're trading at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm not necessarily that good at 6:30 in the morning. I don't want to be hunting and pecking and trying to figure out, is this an opportunity, or am I maybe missing something? Am I not looking at something that I would normally look at? I want to make sure I'm completely prepared for whatever trade I'm in front of. I don't have a checklist anymore, but I have a checklist up here, right? I know exactly what the stock needs to do in order to be a candidate for the trading. And I mean, this morning off the right off the open, we were 6 for 6 on our trades, right?
Wow.
And it's not because we're so fantastic as traders, it's because we're organized and we know the probabilities of the setups that we're going to get into before we ever pull the trigger on a position.
Right. It just reminds me, I was just always come up with goofy analogies, like when you're cooking something, you're like, I'm going to cook cookies, and you just start grabbing like bananas and peanut butter, and then you don't grab flour and sugar, and you just grab it. I'm going to grab some hamburger meat, and then I'm going to grab some onions. And that's not how you cook cookies, right? If you're cooking you have the same ingredient list every single time,
Right.
and you know that list, and you've cooked it so many times, you can just go in the kitchen, you know exactly what you're looking for, and you can do it just like it's nothing. And that's just stock trading. It's just having that defined process. Going back to your process also, and when you're trading, when is that? Do you trade all day? Is it just opening bell, first hour or two of the day? What's your trading hour time frame? When are you trading?
So this goes to what's your why? For us, trading has always been freedom, and we trade. Our son was primarily homeschooled. He's in a hybrid homeschool high school now, and he thrives because he's grown up all over the world. So for us, the important thing was, if I was doing a speech in London, I used to do stuff for the London Stock Exchange. We'd go to Milan. We've done everything, and from the CAC to the DEX, and when we got there, our deal was always, like I said, this place on the island, here's a vacation house. So Julie would swap the vacation house for something wherever we were going, and we would live there for a month. And our business was portable, and we loved the fact that we could just trade the open, or in some cases just trade the middle of the day or the end of the day. And that's why it's probably structured the way it is, where we know exactly what we're supposed to do at every point during the session. Most days, 90% of the trading that we're doing is first hour. We'll let the program trades just run over the course of the session. I personally feel like there's a lot of opportunity at the open. You hear this, amateurs open the market, pros close it, all this stuff. It's not really like that. You just have to understand the time that you're working with. You have to go and look at those volatility profiles that you were talking about and understand how the market is different right at the opening bell than it is at noon. If I'm trading in the middle of the day, it's usually going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday that I've got trades going off in the middle of the session. And that's usually right around that New York lunch time. So what I'm looking for is stocks that are range bound, that still have enough in that range to give you a profit. So it's going to be the Teslas, it's going to be Meta, it's going to be stocks that are volatile enough to have $1 worth of range when they're doing nothing but going sideways. And at that point, you can just look at them and say, well, where's the buying, where's the selling? The bookmap stuff comes in really handy then. And you draw your lines on the chart, and you're just looking for maybe 2 or 3 trades over that part of the day where you can lay on 500 or 1,000 shares, any amount of shares. Do 100 shares, right? You're making $100. It's better than a poke in the eye. You're making some money.
Yep.
And you can get used to trading any one of those time periods, but you have to be focused on what's different. And if you go into it guns blazing because you're making money in the morning, then this is where we've seen over there. I mean, I've worked with thousands of traders at this point in my life. And where I see them make a mistake is they'll talk about it. I hear it a lot. The gambling analogy is unfortunate and strong with a lot of trade. Well, I'm trading with house money. And I'll tell them all the time, that's only going to be house money until you lose it.
Yeah.
When that money starts going away, it's going to be they took my money. The market took my money. And the best thing you can do to avoid that is just be very, very conscious of the different time periods of the day. Where are you good? So like I said, John is great at the opening bell. He can pull $2,000 out of an open, trading small share, trading like 400, 500 shares every day of the week, and then get such a rush from the whole thing, right? That he's got to pull that handle all day long, or I don't even know what it is. I do know what it is. It's endorphins. It's stuff that goes on in your brain.
Yeah.
And and goes into the rest of the day approaching it the same way as the morning, that he's anticipating pulling these big gains out. I'm like, they're not there. The middle of the day is going to be very different, and you're going to feel like you're working very hard for not a lot of money, and that makes people make mistakes.
Yeah, dude.
So
yeah, you're all over it. I just love it. I love what you're saying. You say all the stuff I say all the time, and it's just that. I mean, I go bigger in the morning. That's where my edge is at. Well, okay, I've made some money. Well, later in the day, I know the risk needs to be a little bit smaller. The trades may be even smaller if I'm trading at lunch. So why would I go with bigger? I'm going 100 shares. I'm going smaller. I'm going bigger earlier where my edge is at, and going smaller later in the day. And that's, you've said that. I've heard that so many times. The whole house money, they give back gains. I mean, how many traders like you have worked with or talked to and said, oh, I was up this much, and then they keep trading, like you talk about, those endorphins go off and they give back their gains. It's so, I just love that when I'm talking to someone that's been doing this for as long as you have, I should say, I'm like, yay, I keep saying this, but it's on the right path. So I'm glad to know that I'm thinking and hearing the same thing you are, and from those other traders. So many traders hearing and watching this. That's why I always say, like, listen, I may say it, but when you hear this repeated from, you and all these other traders I try to get on, we're essentially repeating the same stuff over and over and over. It's got to somehow plug in your brain. And if it doesn't, then yes, you get that gambler mentality that traders get stuck in that. It seems like it never can get out of it.
The mistakes people make have been universal, right? I mean, it's like I said, we started doing this boot camp training, I guess, 12 or 13 years ago. And we put them through the ringer. We put them through. I mean, they're doing 60 hours of online training first. That's sort of the canned part of this. They're going through 600 pages of a workbook, and then we do it in Miami Beach. We've got a place in Miami Beach, so we love going there, and then we do it at this great hotel. Now you got 20 guys in a room. They've all learned the same stuff, and now we're going to trade with them, right? We're doing live trading. We're trading over their shoulder, and we spend a week doing this, and you see the same hangups. You see the same problems all the time. This guy's a gambler. This guy's risk averse. This guy is neurotic. The neuroticism. We've got a great inventory that your traders can take. It's free. They can just go take it and talk to you about the results. It's on our site. It's just traderinsight.com and then /MTRI. So Man's Trader Readiness Inventory. We're both psychologists. We developed this thing to go through and figure out, where's your hang up most likely going to be? And I will tell you, we make everybody who goes through this boot camp thing do this. We've had everything from people say, this is exactly what I expected. I know, I gamble, or I know I hesitate, or I know. And we've had everything from people who got what they expected to people who will call us and say, I need a hug. This is really blowing my mind, because, I thought I'm so organized, and I thought, that I was just cut out exactly for this. And I see that I've got a lot of work to do. And trading is this horrible mirror of, whatever your deficiency is, whatever about your personality is a hang up, is what it's going to amplify. When you look in that mirror of trading, what you see is the guy who's likely to be the revenge trader, the guy who's likely, stuff's been around. So even on, when we were the Wall Street days, when we're back there 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and we're talking to people about, talking to brokers about, well, how many of the intraday traders you're working with, or we were doing like risk management models for some prop trading firms back there at the time. And, how many of the guys are taking home losing positions? Because back then the big thing was, I wouldn't mind owning that stock, so I'm just going to stick it in my retirement account. And the broker looked at us and laughed, and he says, "Yeah, we call those portfolios." And when it's so prevalent that there's a name for it, right? That people are falling into this trap over and over again, and it's a shame, because it's the statistic you hear that 90% of people who are doing this fail is one of those, like, how do you lie with statistics kind of thing, because nobody has to fail.
Right.
It's just the 10% who don't fail understand themselves well enough to not get into trouble, to get themselves out of positions that are going against them. They're not going to blow out an account because they're not going to stay with something because they want to be right. You know, Americans especially, we've got this fascination with being right or wrong, and you know, I'll get traders who apply to go to the boot camp with us, and when I talk to them, you know, we're vetting these people to see are they a good fit, because you know I want to keep I want the statistic to stay. Most of my guys are full-time professional traders that they've been through this thing, and you know they didn't waste their time or our time. They're actually doing it. You get guys who say things like, "Man, you know what? I'm gonna be great at this because I know how to get the ball across the goal line."
Right.
And then my reaction is always, "Uh-oh," you know, that this like whole sports analogy thing is great. When it's baseball, it's great because it's a statistical thing. You're going to swing and miss, and every time you get up to the plate, it's got to be a new journey. If you think about the time you struck out, you're going to strike out again. If you think about the time you knocked the cover off the ball, you're probably going to break. That's a different analogy than I'm going to be able to go and win because I know how to win. Like this winning is good, losing is bad thing is not great for traders. Yeah. I really try to focus people on a win is, did you follow your trading plan?
Right.
Doesn't matter if you made money or lost money. You're gonna make you'll make, if your trading plan is solid, if you've tested this thing, if you've got something in place that works, if you follow the rules over time, you're gonna make money. But if you don't follow the rules, if you're sitting in front of the screen and, oh, I've seen this before, I'm getting out, or the next trade comes along and you're, well, you know what, I'm gonna cut my share size way down because I lost on that last one, I don't want to lose again. And then, oh my God, here it goes straight to the profit target, straight to the target. See, and then you get into this whole like psychological defeat thing where real quickly, you know, the people who don't thrive in this business, very, very quickly, they've become sort of passive psychological failures. They can't deal with the emotion that goes with it. And the way to deal with the emotion is just take all the emotion out of it. Yeah. You gotta be a robot. You have to just know what you're gonna do. Before you do it, execute the trades the way they're supposed to be. If at the end of the thing you didn't make money, it's not because of something you did, it's because there's something wrong with the system. You tweak the system, you work with the system until it's profitable. And what you have to focus on with yourself is, I've got to do what I said I was going to do.
Right. I say that, got to get, there's another thing, like I just love this. This is so awesome. We always talk about the traders. I know they're listening right now and they're also saying how much they love this. Robotic, I say you got to get to that robotic state of mind. Like if I'm going to the bathroom, I can go to the bathroom and still be thinking about doing other stuff. If I'm going to get water, I don't go, where's the ice at? I go grab the cup, I get the ice, I get the water. It's systematic. It's programmed to where you can just day in, day out and be that way and be robotic. So, well, I'm going to keep you forever. I'm going to get you back on again. I got to get you back on again. I want to keep you forever on a Friday. Last question here. Newer traders, or even traders which I know you've worked with that have probably been doing it for a year or two or three and they're still struggling. What's that one bit of advice that you'd give them? It could be a couple different things, but what's that one little thing that you tell traders that are still struggling or if they're new?
You know, figure out what the struggle is. I don't think there's like a magic number in terms of you're going to be profitable in X number of days.
Right.
We've worked with people who have never traded before, come to the boot camp, and they earn their tuition at the boot camp. Right. They're great. They knock the cover right off the ball.
Right.
We've got other guys who it takes them a year to get profitable. We've got guys who it takes 2 or 3 years to get really profitable. And you know what I see there is, it's all about, you have to be comfortable with this thing you're doing. And we hear from people all the time, they say, oh, you know, if it makes money, I'll make it fit my psychology. You know, that's not true. It's never going to happen. Right? You're not going to, pounding a square peg into a round hole is not the answer. Yeah. What you need to find is a style of trading that suits your psychology, suits your temperament. You know, take that test, you guys. And if you have questions about the results, you know, you talk to John. They can talk to you. And if you've got questions about their results, you can have them talk to us. We're always happy to talk to people. We're gathering data on you. We're not giving it to anybody. But we're always looking at this data sort of to see where traders are.
Right.
And the most important thing is just you need to be in a comfort zone where you're not finding yourself, laying awake at night, why did I do that? Or, and blaming yourself. And that makes it real hard to get good. You need to get to where your psychology fits with whatever thing you've decided to focus on, whatever time of day you've decided to focus on, whatever style of trading you've decided to focus on, and then you'll see it's gonna go in your favor pretty quick.
Right. One thing I love about you guys, of course, talking about that, I've talked about that for the longest time, the psychology, the mental side of trading, how huge that is, and you guys cover that so much. So, again, I know you talked about Trader Insight. If traders, I know there's going to be a lot of them that want some more information or to reach out to you down the line, maybe even sign up for one of your master classes. Where can they find you at, boss? Speaking of boss, you're wearing boss. Where can they find you at?
Traderinsight.com. So it's they can email me at Adrian so it's ADRIAN at traderinsight.com, INSIGHT. And then on the site there, you can also, there's usually a pop-up if it's your first time on the site. If you want, you can register for, we do a daily just live stream strategy session. It's just free, where we're just putting our trading ideas out there in like a 5 minutes video. You just look at it on your phone, and that's just going to be ideas about what's going on in like the Mag 7, or ideas that's about what's coming up in terms of opportunities over the course of the day. So it's just a text message, and then it'll just send you a thing to say, well, do you want to get a text every day when it's going live, or do you just want to text once a week reminding you there's going to be a live in the morning? And I think people find that useful. So it's easy to get a hold of us.
Love it, love it, love it. I do what's called morning alerts in the morning. Yeah, it's crazy how many people just need that extra little bit edge. I think it's like, to me, when I first started, I was looking for something like what you're doing, just to build my confidence, so then I could go back test and go, oh, I saw that, I see this same thing on that Mag 7 play, or I call it relation confirmation. But when you have that with another trader like yourself that's super successful, even like me, and I feel like I'm like way down here and you're way up here, hearing what you've said today, I'm like, yes, I'm on the right path. I'm getting that relation confirmation that what you're saying is the stuff that I teach and preach. So, man, an honor, a privilege to have you on, and I can't wait to have you on again. You have a great, beautiful weekend, you and your wife and the kiddo there in Southern California, my man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and I look forward to doing it again.
Oh, man, that warms my heart and knows that we did good, and I can't wait. I'm glad. Hey, and that's what I was telling traders that last day. I didn't want to go to the airport and we go to the pool bar, and seeing all the guys that were there, like yourself and Charles Powell or whatever. And then I was like, oh, there's one seat left at the bar. Oh, it's Adrian. Yeah. And so it was an honor to be able to sit there next to you and conversate for a while. And then, of course, to have you on here. And I can't wait to get you on again, brother.
It was fun. It was fun. Cool. All right. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, too. Thank you, brother. Talk to you soon. Bye. God, thank you, brother. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you. There we go. Ended that off nicely. dual stream Friday here with Love Chip. He's a great trader from the Tradecaster days over here to trading with me now. He's been around for quite a while. Of course, like any trader like myself, struggling, trying to become a good trader, become successful and consistent, working his way up through the years from going long to now he's a primarily good shorter. Got to have him on today. He started also my Discord for me. He had one sitting out there available, so that's an honor for me to have him on, not only as a great friend, a true brother in arms, but then also something that he's put a lot of work in. Started the Discord, got it rolling for us, and now we have over 150 people in there from across the globe. Can't thank him enough. So, Mr. Love Chip, let's get into this. Let's go back to your journey. When you first got into trading, how what were your struggles at first? What were some of those demons or those degen moments that we talk about? What kind of trader were you? And essentially just talk about your progression to where you're at right now.
Well, happy Friday, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Josh, I really appreciate the introduction. Appreciate everyone being here with us today. Kind of my journey, it really started for me when I was younger, kind of out of high school, going into college. My dad set me up with believe it or not, Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim had a Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, like a big week-long introduction to stock trading, all that stuff about it. Went through that kind of over time, just started to learn. And I was on Robinhood for quite some time. There was a lot I didn't learn until I got into Tradecaster. That was roughly about 4 years ago. And, with that, it was quite the, quite the journey with that from then. And, starting with Tradecaster, I think you've said it a few times, actually numerous times, I kind of gravitated towards your style of trading and kind of your style of your overlooking into the market, being able to slowly but surely get into it. And I'm thankful for that because, kind of when I got into, it was right at that time where, Deck did kind of go off with that 1 year that he always goes back to. He still goes back to even today. His $500,000 year, and kind of starting just a few months before that, getting into that, kind of seeing how quick things were going. There wasn't really a true sense of direction, right? And so, had a few nice trades, went to the seminar, everything was cool. Come home a couple months later, took quite a big loss, and I was like, I had to kind of reset. And from there, it was just kind of now really strictly focusing on you, seeing how you look for setups, kind of going for that technically sound movement, and then kind of just really expanding and seeing what else is out there, and to kind of skip through a little bit, to where, taking that year and a half, but close to about 2 years of just really honing down. I'm sure you've all seen, what I look like on my profile picture in Discord. Between that and then just just studying as much as I possibly can, different strategies, different movements, and I've basically kind of developed into more of a different kind of trader, to where now I strictly focus on, price action movement, candle reaction, and also just how volume reacts to certain levels, right? And so, from there, it's just kind of developing a little bit of my own strategy, seeing a few different things, really focusing on and taking what you've taught with your, support and resistance lines, things of that nature, and just really just looking for reaction. And it's been quite the journey to now where, building up a nice account, funded on TTP, just trying to, really hone in and just continue to grow from there to become that ultimate trader.
Love it, brother. I love it. Yeah, it's a journey too. I mean, it's multiple years. Most people think they're going to get into this and it's going to be 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month. I don't know. They think they're going to get in and start banking, and you slowly come to realize over time, and that slowly ends up being 2-3 years in. You're like, oh yeah, this does take a lot of time. You're like, I'm still at it, and I'm not, the bomb.com yet. Man, I just went back to 1995 there with bomb.com. But yeah, man, so right. Yeah, right. No, but it's an honor to have you on, just becoming successful. And I love seeing that across the board, building, kind of like I said, the X-Men, so to speak, and everyone kind of trades in their own right. And just to see successful, traders is really cool, to be honest. Like it's I've always, at first you get a little discouraged at first you love it, then you start getting discouraged from the people banking. But then when you finally start making money and see all the other people start, because you have all these, when you get successful, then you don't, a lot of other traders, in my opinion, don't really start thinking about the traders that are still struggling. I think about that a lot. I have that. I just empathize. It's just who I am as a human. So I'm always thinking about the traders that aren't there yet and that journey that they're still going through, you know? And so it's so cool once you see that journey, almost like it feels like you guys are my kids, so to speak, in a way where I saw you earlier on in your career and then I see you later in your career and I'm like, whoa, this motherfucker did it. He made it. He's fucking doing it. This is awesome. So it's really cool. It's really cool to see the fruition of someone's journey and getting, you know, and then always knowing there's more to go, you know, that they've made it, but then there's still more to make, you know, you're not, you know, like Kevin Avery always says, you haven't made it, you're making it, you know, because you're still going. And so it's been awesome, man. It's awesome to see. So yeah, now the main thing I want you to get into now for sure is what you would want to, you know, if you're giving a presentation. I know, like when I was live, and thank you again when I was in Orlando at the Money Show. Speaking of how that is full circle, you were going live for me then, which I feel, you know, love for that. You were filling in the hole, and that's when I met Adrian Mans, and he's also then coming on later today. So that's kind of crazy how that happened, right? So
right.
Yeah. So yeah, just get into what, you know, if you want to, how you would, what you're approaching, how you're looking, what you're looking at. Your edge, so to speak, in the market, what moving averages, what indicators essentially that you're using and what you're looking for and how you're using them, maybe to enlighten someone's eye today to maybe move forward. They can say, hey, I like that. That looks good. I want to start doing what Love Chip's doing. So go ahead, man. Floor is yours.
So for me, what I've really and truly focused on is, you know, really a couple different things between reaction to certain levels, reactions to certain resistance areas. I look for supply and demand. That's huge in terms of what I look for. And then just looking for in-market fair value gaps, whether it's on anything from the 15-minute time frame on up. In terms of indicators, I no longer use the 9, 13, 20, the VWAP. I don't use any of that, right? In terms of now, you know, what I really focus on is, okay, I look for macro supply, macro demand. I look for, you know, imbalance areas, and then essentially just try to see where volume reacts and how volume reacts with certain, you know, in certain movement. Here, we're going to break for high day here in terms of, all right, we're at 382 on ZDGE. You have volume coming on in. You have the 5 and the 15 kind of confirming to where, okay, we're going to hit 390. Now, where do I get 390 from? 390, you just scale back your zone here and you look for rejection, right? And you just look for it. Let's also kind of scale out and look at the daily chart. It's always just looking for what's happening on the daily chart and waiting to see, okay, how does everything react, right? To where, all right, it's getting a little bit of a blockage here. You have a huge order sitting at 390, right? And so in terms of, all right, let's see how this reacts. What I would be looking for here, I want to see this confirm over 390, and I want to see if it holds 390. And so, all right, if it gets through and we have a ton of volume to support it, we can expect it to at least go for our next area of about 440, right? And continue on from there. We do have a little bit of an imbalance. You can see on the daily between here at 460 and here at 440. So right as we get into here, we're going to push for 4. Volume is starting to flow on in. You look at the volume to see, okay, we have 1 million coming into this candle here. We have 1.8 in the last. It'd be fair to say that, all right, we're going to continue to push here. So let's just see how these orders react. 390 we know is still down below us. There's really nothing standing in its way. So it's going to continue to stack on up, We have another big order that just came in right around that 410 area. Let's just see where it reacts. And so what I'm looking for is, I want to look to see where I could find swings, right? I don't have a particular swing pattern at all, but we do have a micro change of character in here with a bullish candle here that went right through it to show, okay, we're bullish here. So we can expect at least here, I'd go long right from this 390 area. I would take it up to about 440. As we can see, this volume candle's coming on in. We're going to be surpassing that. So we're going to continue on to 440. All right. And then once you get that, let's see how it reacts to the imbalance that we saw just here before between 440 and 460. Now it's coming up to that area. I'm seeing a very hard rejection so far. So at least, you know, you have a little bit of a wall in there. I like to confirm it on a couple other sides as well and see, all right, we have 3 more minutes in this candle on the 15, right? Let's see where this reacts to, right? Let's see how this reacts. We know we have some big orders sitting up there, 410. Are we going to get back below 410? Just continue to watch to see how this goes, right? So if 410 stands as an area, we want to see exactly how this rolls. So we're going to put that in as an area. We know that we have, okay, an accumulation area right between here, some big orders between 390 and 410. In terms of what I'm looking for, I want to see where this candle closes, and then let's see where the gap fills, or excuse me, where the fair value gap gets created on the 15. If so, right, that's what I would be looking for. in terms of, do we have a swing pattern that we could typically go for? And as of right now, at this moment, we don't have a swing pattern. What do I mean when I say swing pattern? We go back to KPLT. So you've seen retracement before. Whenever I have a swing high and a swing low, when I was calling for 1020 as a reversal, as you can see, that's basically what we got. I always count these areas as liquid, as we could see here, and it goes right basically to our area. So we want to see if this holds here at 810, 808. We confirm under here. We can't get back above here. Your next area is 720. For those that are in chat that want to take a trade, it'd be a good trade to take that right here if we get a continuous confirmation under 808. So that's where you want to go. You'll have a little bit of struggle here at 760, but you have some accumulation here. Let's see how it works. But you know your swing low area, or at least your floor, is now set in the 720 area, right? So that's how I would typically trade that. Now we go back to ZBGE. We have a nice rejection here. We have that order still standing or still sitting right here. Let's see if it continues to reject. 395, you have a huge order just sitting right there. If that gets swept out, we can expect this to at least come back down. But with the kind of volume that's coming in and that's confirming, we don't want to go against the trend here. We open up our time frames. We have a ton of green candles in a row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we don't want to go against the grain here. We go on the 4 hour, my absolute favorite time frame. We want to see where we can get some confirmations. Do we get a 15-minute confirmation over 390? All right, that's our first goal. Then we get the next one over 410. We get through that, we hold that, we're still bullish, right? That's a break of structure moment right there. We'll continue on up. So we got another minute in this candle. I know I've been talking for a little bit. Josh, you want to give me some feedback on what you think?
Yeah, just explain to traders here what that fair value gap is in case some that don't understand what that is and how it gets created.
Sure. So right now on the 4 hour, you have a little bit of a fair value gap. A fair value gap is created from the top of a wick. You'll have a big candle right in between here. Okay, and that will surpass this wick and you'll have a candle closure somewhere above here. The next candle, the bottom wick cannot come and touch this area. Okay, and I know I'm using a 5, but I don't have a fair value gap example on the 15 just yet. Matter of fact, let's take a look. As a matter of fact, we do. So let's go to a 15. That candle just closed. So what I would do is a fair value gap starts from the bottom wick here, and it goes all the way up to here. You want to see an example of how fair value gaps work? I'll show you a couple examples from before. So here's a fair value gap, and that's where it's created as of right now. Now, if we go back below 390, if that position that's sitting there, about a $15,000 order sitting down there right now, if that order moves and we get back below here, we got to see where this will go from there. But as you can see, as we hold, we're holding 390 as our old resistance, not new support, what you've always talked about. But now it's starting to create a little bit of a gap area on our next biggest time frame. So let's see if it can create the same thing on an hour. We'll look for that. And as we continue, we want to see where this goes, because in all reality, we like to see this probably in the vicinity of 5 or maybe higher. Right? That's kind of what I would be looking for. In terms of a swing, I could probably put this in here because that's really the only area that I would have to be able to get a swing at this moment.
And
right,
and let's go the opposite end of this too, because I know you like to short up high. Where would you look here? What would be your reversal state? Where would you look to possibly go short here?
So 410 is showing as a nice liquid area. I want to see if we can. Right now, this open and close below that, it's going to be accumulation right here. So if I continue to see this hard reject out of this kind of 440 area, where we have a little bit of a sweep above, let's see, did this close above that? This closed at 409. Okay, so this is now closing before it. 410, knowing that this is a liquid area kind of around here and it confirms on a bigger time frame, 410 is a good area. But I want to see how this reacts when it gets to 460, because you still have some imbalance up there. And if a fair value gap can be fully created right here and we don't get back below here, that big order that's sitting at 390, I'd be kind of looking to think to go long here. If I get reconfirmation under here, we get an even further confirmation down here, it's going to go through the fair value gap at some point and make its way back down to 340. That's the only other support that's here right now. So you want to see how it reacts to 390. We have 2 hard rejections out of this 430, 440 supply zone. That's right about here. I would draw in right about here. A little bit of a supply zone here. All right, let's make that yellow. And so in terms of that, let's see how this continues to react. 390 is still holding up nice. You don't have too many orders. Let's go back to get 4 here. So there's no there. Let's see where this creates. And I'm not going to confirm this fair value gap area until this wick is completed. So that's in about 15 minutes. And also we have an hour close at 10 o'clock as well. So we'll continue to watch that for now. Right now we're in a little bit of accumulation. This is a zone that I never take trades in. So between 410 and 390, you know you have huge orders on both sides. Whoever gives up is the direction this will go. Right. I also like to see, okay, on the 15-minute, let's draw out the bottom wick and the top wick of that major candle. Whichever area gets swept out first and confirmed over first. So if this closes above 435, even 440, I'm going to take this long to at least 460 and most likely 5. Right. So that's really where I want to see it. Now, this is also another extremely important candle, a breaker structure candle on 5, where you can take and price out between the top here and here. I'll change the color here so people can see it. Let's make that so people can see it. And I'm waiting for confirmation above or below it. Kind of in that zone. Listen, you could play that for now. You get a wick down to here. The great bounce area would be this premium zone at 377. We're down here. 390, you know you have a ton of orders there. You just need him to be bought out. It's a supply and demand. It's a supply and demand game zone that's here. That's how I play this.
Main time frames you're using is 5 and 15.
5:15, and then the only reason I have this condensed is because if I expand it across 2 of my screens, nobody here will be able to see it. But I extend this out, and I have the hour and the 4 hour on my third screen. I have 4 screens. I have the hour and the 4 hour charted out on my third and fourth screen. Now, the only indicators, I must correct myself from earlier. The only indicators that I use, the 4 hour VWAP, the daily VWAP, and the daily 50 SMA. Those are the only ones that I use. I look for closures on the time frame directly below, above or below that, to know the bias of the day. Meaning, we close above, expect the wick down for liquidity and to continue up. We close below, look for a wick up for liquidity, and then we keep going down. That's manipulation. Every time it goes up and comes back down like that, that's manipulation. You're waiting for a distribution target. Okay, so right now we're seeing this 390 is holding up nice. You see the price rejection. We want to see what it does at this supply zone up here. We confirm above here. I think we have our bias of the day.
What daily moving average you use, you said?
So daily, the VWAP and the 50 SMA.
Gotcha. Well, oh, 50. Gotcha. Cool.
So in terms of indicators, I never use the 1 minute for anything. And I don't put any indicators on my 5, my 15, or my hour. I don't use the 30 or the 3. Again, everyone can do it differently. I do not, that's not a bias. This is just how I do it.
Right.
I don't really care, right? But I am an RPA trader. I'm a raw price action trader. I look for candle reactions. And from what I'm seeing, 390 is very strong. There's a 15,000 share order sitting there right there. So you can either assume that's an institutional floor right there from 390, which it was from before, right? You go back to the 4 hour and you see that was our old resistance right here, right? And you see there's no volume down there that was doing anything. That's institutional movement. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, we can expect this to keep on going. I'm expecting a new high a day here after we retest supply, 430 to 440.
This rather reminds me of Beat, and it reminds me of Pets of yesterday, essentially.
Exactly. You can go to SMX, right? SMX is currently in a fair value gap, right? On the 4 hour, you have a fair value gap that was created on the 4 hour. That's the absolute best time frame to see it. It's sitting in between 270 and 206. It's accumulating right back in here for a swing, right? So you would expect realistically, if you want to long-term trade this, not something I'd recommend, but you go here and you go here. And it ricochets right off the first liquidity zone of 270, 280. It's going to accumulate in this fair value gap zone. If it distributes down, okay, it can manipulate down, but most likely it'll manipulate down and keep going through, right? So let's see which way it comes out of this. And the next zone you'll want over 280 is up to 330. For those that want to get a $50 trade, that's an easy trade to take, right? So let's go back to, what is it, ZDGE? All right, we're resisting right here. We're sitting right here at resistance. Let's see how big that order is. That's a pretty big order, right? He needs to start selling off some of his shares, right? And now 430 sitting as a huge, huge zone. We need to get through that and confirm over it. And that's a nice wall. And every time I keep seeing that, there you go. All right, so we're going to wick to 440, the top of the supply zone. You want that to get disrespected in order to know that you're going to go for the next area. So let's get this out. We do have a change of character down to 290. Next change of character line is 430, so that's why that's sitting as a huge wall. We have 450 a little bit on there on the hour. And really, the next big zone is $5. So I want a clearance and confirmation over here, and I want to see this candle close. I want to see this candle close. But 430, huge order up there. So in terms of, all right, would I get in short there? Well, no, I didn't see that hard of a rejection. It's supposed to hit 430 and come way down, hit way down with volume. But these red candles are small. I'm not going against the grain. I'm going to probably look for a bounce play right about here, right between here and 390. I'll add a couple more shares down at 390. I want to see where this candle closes. Yeah, 4 holding up real nice. Let's take a look. I know there's a lot, and I know there's a lot of stuff that I'm discussing. I'll go into further detail and kind of insular moments that arise down the line. But that's essentially what we'll be looking for.
And is this
So
mainly, do you just mainly stay on one play, or you kind of jump around and maybe look at different tickers, or once you find
I've noticed when I focus and I look for my play, it at least allows for me to be able to now scalp for 50 cents, dollar, because I really want at least 50 cents a trade if I can. For those trades that move like KITT last week, you know what I mean, where we really have no more than 70 cents a range, I'll take a 20-cent trade, a 30-cent trade there. That's the most you're going to get. I'm a lot more confident in those, so I'll take that. Now, this volume candle did close above it. 410 is still holding as a big area. So right now, we're just in that accumulation zone. We keep disrespecting the 410 area. We're struggling to disrespect 390. So I want this to come down a little bit. I'd like to see a little pullback. 410 is still holding up there. You wouldn't take a buy here. You want to get as close to support as you can, because that's where we're looking for those 20-cent trades, especially sometimes we're using TTP. A lot of people, they get whipped out, right? I'm noticing with a couple of my counterparts, not only in Discord, but in other spaces, that sometimes they get whipped out. It's not fun to do that. I always say, put a tight stop loss with these kind of trades, because again, they react a certain way, but you want to be able to catch the reaction at the right time, right?
Right.
So right now we're continuously holding that 390. We're not even disrespecting that, right? Let's see where this high is. That's 410. We're right in our accumulation zone. So we're accumulating. So at this point, you wait to see what happens. If you want, for those that set up time alerts, that set up, their price alerts, set up a price alert at 390. If it touches it again, take a buy there, right? But you have a huge order sitting at 390. Great bounce area. He moves. This is going back down. Got a little disrespect here, a little disrespect. Grab liquidity. Let's see this bounce back up right about here, premium zone. Let's see how this rides. It's holding pretty nice right there. I'd like to see this come back up. Let's see this fair value gap area close. 430 was holding nice up there. Let's see where this fair value gap sets, because 370 is a good mark. Let's see if we get back up to 390. This is another reason why I never, and so for those in terms of the fair value gap trading, I never, ever count 5 or 1 minute fair value gaps. They're just, you can't trust them. You cannot trust them. In terms of a bounce, it's a good bounce area. I want to see this close at the end of this candle back above 390. 375, huge order sitting right there, holding up real nice. Let's see this come back up. We want to see this close above this wick to know that we're still bullish. That's a huge order sitting right there. It's a good bounce area for those that want to go long. Good bounce area for those that want to go long. We just got to keep just buying out those, keep going. Keep sweeping out everybody up above. Let's just keep going. Let's get back above 390. Got a lot of volume in this candle, so this candle is going to be an important zone. We got a confirmation under the bottom here is what, 370, 373, top here is 440. Couple hard rejections out of here. You know, you have confirmation over 410. That's a big deal. And then our next big order is down at 375. So let's see. Let's see how we get it here. See if that 370 holds. Candle closes in 2 minutes. On the hour, the 15, every time frame. Let's see, 362. In terms of a bounce, I look for a bounce here at 360. I'm going to see this come back up to 390. That's how I would trade this. Let's go to get back above 375. That's a nice bounce there. Give me some feedback, Josh. What do you think?
I just love the thought process. I'm just kind of letting you know, yes, Paul, he's long buy. He's looking for a dip buy off of this area in that blue line at 360 area. No, I'm just sitting here letting you, soaking it in, just listening, you know, kind of talking about stuff that probably a lot of traders don't think about, or, you know, they're not maybe even brought to the attention to. They've never, you know, heard these things before. So it's just good stuff. Like I said, you know, on Fridays, bringing you guys over here. So these traders that don't maybe recognize or hear or have heard of these things before, they can now look into them and start understanding what we're talking about. And breaking down things they've never, like I said, never seen before. So no, definitely good shit right here, bro. Good shit. Love it, love it, love it. Just soaking it in. And yeah, it's one of those things too, like what you see here. Hopefully traders see that. We're not going from one ticker to the next to the next to the next. And it's like, if you're going to trade stocks, and especially small caps, you need to hone in on your one setup, your one trade, and then just sit there and watch it. That's it. Take your one ticker and trade it. You know, you're not trying to trade 10, 15, 20 different tickers. I know it seems that way, that other traders are doing that, but it's over time. They're trading this ticker, then they're going to that ticker, but they're holding, you know, a
nice 20-cent bounce.
Yep.
Sorry to cut you off, but a nice 20-cent bounce there, just about. I want to see how this reacts. What 375 is on that side. Maybe get through 375. So in terms of how it works, you see how it's reacting. In terms of where I say 410 was a big reversal zone, every time it got up there, it hard rejected on down, right? So in terms of the reaction, top side of supply is 440, hits right off of it. That's a great short. In terms of trying to teach and then trying to trade at the same time, just mindset. Listen, when I'm not teaching, I'd be jumping in these plays just for reference, but
yeah.
Who's that talking?
Yeah, who is that? I have no idea who these people are.
It's the people that I put, because I put the Zoom link over on the Discord, so I'm sure people joined in to listen and watch. Yeah, it's just to show you how it is. Like, that's the thing too, because I get that. I've gotten that over the years. It's trying to stream and teach it and trade it and alert it all at the same time. It's definitely difficult to do.
Let's get through 380. Let's get back above this area.
Now, where would you scale out here, or would it all be profit taking in one area? What's your process there?
Well, my idea is I want to see this get back to 390, right? Because I know there's some orders up here at 388, 395, right? So 380 is sitting as a small zone, but you have enough shares down here to kind of push it through. So it'll go for 380, 384. All right, it's just going to take some time. Let's get through 380. There comes 384. Here comes 390, right? And just watching, right? It's really just kind of watching it. Now, 382 sitting as a nice little buy area, right? Because that's where this bottom wick is. That's where a ton of shares are sitting right here, all right? So now you got some nice shares coming on in. Let's get to 390, 360, beautiful bounce, about a 30-cent bounce right there. And I know certain traders in chat, they'll be good with a 30-cent bounce, right? They put in 500 shares, 1,000 shares, just $300. You continue to kind of do that. That's what you're kind of looking for, right? So, you know, it's all the same concepts. It's just a little bit different. Put your lines in and trade them. It's exactly the same concepts that you introduced and brought into chat. Just a little bit more of like the technicality behind it.
Yeah. Breaking it down a little bit more further, elaborating on it a little bit more and what's happening here, what's being created, so to speak. The stock market's essentially printing information. It's building a house, so to speak. It just depends on what house you're building, and every day it's a little bit different. And then you got to figure out what it is. If you can ahead of time, and going, oh, that's going to be a 3,200 square foot ranch house. Oh, that's going to be a 7,000 square, or that's going to be a 800 square foot apartment, and you start realizing these things of 800 square foot apartment equals I'll probably get 80, $100. 3,500 square foot ranch, pretty big house, I may get 350. You start understanding what plays or what's potential, essentially, what could be created and what is being created. And the faster you can break that down in your head ahead of time, then you can do this, and you just sit for your trades to come to you, just like you did right here, and then boom, and you get the
Here comes 390. Yeah. You just know you still have a big order in there from before, right? So there's 30 cents in terms of a bounce area. It's nice to kind of watch that work. It's just about letting the play kind of fill out, right? The first 30 minutes of the day, if we're going to be playing in market, just let the first few minutes kind of play out.
That's what we call patience, my friend. Patience.
And guess who taught me that, team?
I hope I had a small hand in that.
No, you did. You played I'll give you massive credit on that for sure. I'll give you massive credit on that for sure. It's still a battle. Don't you worry. It's still a battle, but.
Oh, yeah. Joe has a question. Joe says, I may have missed it, but do you look for liquidity gaps between, or I should say liquidity gaps along with the with the fair value gap? So again, I may have missed it, but do you look for liquidity traps along with the fair value gaps?
I look for both. When fair value gaps are created in market, I always look for those. Always. But in terms of being able to know where the play is going, when I called 440 at the beginning of the stream, for those that were there, record it, rewind it back. I did call 440 right at the jump in terms of, all right, this is going to go for it. If it gets through it and continues, it will go for 460 and then 5. We did not get that. That's the top of our supply. That's basically a macro wall. That's what it's sitting at right now. They move, this will go to 5 and beyond, right? So that's what you're basically looking for. When we got to those areas, you saw a huge 20, 25,000 share orders just sitting right up there. That you can either guess or you can assume there's a macro supply, just a macro resistance wall sitting right there. So when you see that, I say, okay, I scale it back, I pull it back, and now I say, all right, in terms of resistance, let's see how it reacts. In term, you see it react 3 different candles in a row on a 5-minute time frame. You also have it for 30 more minutes here, from here to there. So we go for that area again. Okay, we're either going to reject hard off of it, or we're going to get back above it. You get back above it, take that long. We reject hard, you take it short, and it's going to head back to, most likely, the fair value gap. Now, in terms of an hour fair value gap, you're not going to see it on mine. My charting is just a little bit off. That's why I go to just a little, I go to a different chart on that. So for the 15 and the hour, you have an hour fair value gap between 330 and 360. So in terms of a great bounce area, 360 was it. And now our premium area, we confirmed below and back above it. So now I'm going to call that a floor and hope for an order block to set up right there just for this to continue back up. You have enough volume down here. Let's see what we get. But if you're in long from 360, from 362 area, 365, I believe you're in a good spot. It's just taking some patience.
Yep.
And we need some volume.
Patience. Yeah, and the other thing too, like I've said for the longest time, of course, we just trying to reiterate the same term over and over, of course, patience, but put your lines in and trade them. This is exactly that. Find your lines, put them in, and trade them. Make your trading simpler, and this is how you make your trading simpler. Learn to respect the lines and then have the discipline to trade them.
Just need that 380 order to move. That's just a massive order.
So essentially right here, what you did with this play over the last 30 minutes for traders, 35 minutes here since the opening bell, where we're at now, 35, 37 minutes. Every play, every day, this is what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Just looking for price reaction and for volume confirmation. Those are really...
So it doesn't matter if it's team. It doesn't matter if it's Miggy, BBGI, Zedge here, Pets yesterday. This is exactly what this man's doing every single day. Do you see the rhythm, the rhyme? Boom, he breaks the play down.
Here's Miggy from yesterday.
There we go.
It was Mickey from yesterday. In terms of when we went long, CR Trader, he can confirm this in chat. CR Trader, I don't think he's watching right now. I think he's busy. But in terms of where I called an order block sitting right here between 850 and 865, goes right from there. Once it gets back above it, it's holding its premium price right here. We have a complete order block here across all time frames. Every time it tries to get back below it, every single time, candle closure above for 3 hours, or excuse me, for 2.5 hours. So that being the case, okay, you have a macro block sitting right here. They're going to want to go for their liquidity up here. The 4 hour and the daily break of structure line resistance area was at 1564. So when we called that, we wanted to see price reaction here. It went under 1564 4 times in a row on the 15. That's an hour. Same thing here. Broke its fair value gap that was created here, created an inverse fair value gap right about here, and plummeted down. Now, did I see that plummet all the way down? No. I had Lone Wolf in. Me and him were trading on this yesterday. I had him in at 1265. And I was trying to tell him to stay, but I was just showing him how this works. You got about $1.50 out of it total, $1.25. In all reality, he holds it from 1265. It's an $8 trade. So worst case scenario, it goes up maybe $1, $2, whatever. But every time it did, there was a macro order here. I think it was about a 500K order just sitting right up here. Who has $16 a share, 500,000 shares? Not many retail traders. That's an institutional insider right there, just sitting there, just waiting for it.
Oh, Tim Sykes. Oh, that was Tim Sykes.
Yeah, one of them. Tim, what was the other one? What was the one that got busted 2 years ago or last year?
Well, there was Tim Grattani. I don't remember if he.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him. I know there were 2 Tims though, Tim Sykes and Grattani. I don't know about either one of them. We moved away from those guys about a decade ago.
Yep. Had to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I just love that. Just to show you what you're doing every day is the same. Like me, every day I'm doing the same thing. Whatever chart I'm breaking down, whatever the ticker is, it doesn't matter if it starts with A, if it starts with Z, as we have today. We've had that over this week, AFJK, and now we have ZEDGE today. So from A to Z, we're doing the same exact thing. Doesn't matter what the ticker is. Monday through Friday, from pre-market to closing bell and after hours. Same ticker or different ticker, same. We're looking for the same thing though. Same thing, breaking it down the same way every day. You don't want to come through, my point being, and let's just do this. If you're a surgeon, yeah, you know what? Today I'm going to use the chainsaw. No, I don't think a surgeon ever just decided to use the chainsaw one day just because I thought it'd work. No, he didn't. He comes in, he knows exactly how to do that surgery, does the surgery the same way every single time, and the exact same tools that he's using. That's how you have to be. You have to be a surgeon in the stock market. No offense, you can't be AK-47. We want to be a stock sniper, right? We don't want to be in the stock market with an AK-47. And what's up, Liquid Vision? How we doing? Haven't seen Liquid Vision. I know you probably remember him, Love Chip. Remember he had a stream over at Tradecaster back in the day. Liquid Vision did.
Right. That's right. Look at him coming on in. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, British man. No, British man. He has a great accent. He sounds like, oh gosh, what's his name? I always called you. What's his name? I always forget his name now because I don't ever see you. But the guy that's in the Fantastic Beast movies. But yeah, no, love that guy. Such a sweet man, and you do have a great. I could just if I don't read books. I know everyone said do audiobooks. If I had to do audiobooks, I would want to hear you read the audiobook. So if you wouldn't want to do read some books for me, I'll pay you. Yes. All right. No, he's got one of those voices, kind of like oh god, oh now I'm more. He's got like a Morgan Freeman voice. It's not Morgan Freeman. We can't do that, Local Vision. You're not on God level with Morgan Freeman, but he's got one of those voices that you could just sit back and listen to and just be like, watch a documentary and just kind of sit back and relax. I'm like, soothing European little British voice. Eddie, that's his right. Eddie, that's what I thought. That's right. Yeah, and King Line giving you the love there, of course, from earlier, and then both of you on the Discord. So, any other questions here? I mean, I know Love Chip has pretty much broke down what he's doing for the most part. Don't worry, we're gonna get Love Chip back on again and get some more information out of him. I don't want to.
I love the feedback, and I'm just looking at some of the messages. I love the feedback. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, other cousin giving the love. Yeah. So any questions? Any last questions you guys have?
KPLT moving just as we said. I said it come back down about that 760 area after testing here, which it did. Confirm back above, but can't get back above here. Drops down to 760. So I want to see how this area moves. If this holds up above 808, then we'll take it up to 865 for those that are in. I want to see if this continues to block here or not. It's back up above. Let's see where this candle closes in about 3 minutes for KPLT. ZDGE still holding. Now we're back in accumulation. So in terms of, for those that are patient, for those that wait, they're all happening in front of us. If I'm wrong, call me out. I don't care. Call me out. When I say 360s are floor, 360s are floor. You hold into that and you wait, you're patient. It's just turning into a 50-cent trade. For those that go 1,000 shares, CR trader, he gets a 50 cents dollar trade out of a ton of them. He's waiting. He's taking his time. Same thing with me, right? Saying my voice is smooth. I appreciate you. Thank you. I made sure to keep a shirt on for everybody today.
Oh no, man, we want to see it rip off.
But
well, you got to start with it on. That we want to see the
look,
power.
I'll take it. Look, in terms of, this is as much as you'll get. I'm not doing any of that.
Come on, let's see the guns, baby.
But in terms of how calm I try to kind of watch my trades. And when I was streaming, I was trying to just really emulate the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's really just wait for your plays, take your time, go make some breakfast. 360s or floor. We're gonna make our way towards 410, which is the top of that.
Hold on, what'd you say? Go make some move. Saline girl out there. I know Saline's probably wildflowering today.
Relax. No. We're keeping it professional, bro. We're keeping it professional. But so yeah, you stay in your trade, you're waiting. So we're on a 5 here. This one closes in about 5 minutes. Let's see if it closes above this liquid zone of 410 and 415. And if it continues to reject hard off of it, you know what the bias is. The 360 is your floor. They're going to try and create that. There's a ton of volume that's sitting there, and it just sat like a floor. So
love it.
Let's see what happens.
Good information. That's what I said. Like a lot of traders here, that's going to help out a lot of traders today, just seeing different things, understanding the trust. And the main thing, too, is to me out of this would be find a pattern that you can trade every day and start trading it. And then having the patience to trade that day in, day out. You got to have that. You got to. If you don't, you will not be a good, no offense, you won't be a good or successful and have a long-term, be in stock trading. You just won't. It's the key here. It's the key. I mean, that's the thing here yesterday for for MIGI, MIGI holding that 875, 850, 830 area of that big, demand zone for the longest time, and then getting the squeeze. Find your area, and trade it. This is huge. I love bounce plays, so this is gorgeous today to see this. This is exactly something.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about short locates. You don't have to worry about any of those. And in my opinion, I think TTP reacts better to bounce plays than shorts. That's just me.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's the case, but that's just me. You agree? God bless you.
Yeah.
If not, okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. But you see how it's moving. This is about a nice 50-cent trade, and we're gonna play around in this liquid zone, 61%. And I want to see what's my next area above that? 466. Let's see how this goes. But you're waiting, and then for those, look, you move your stop loss up all the way up. When you see it bounce here, now you know, okay, I'm going to move my stop loss up to $4. You got 40 cents of profit. Got 40 cents regardless. So in terms of, look, scaling out is cool. No, move that stop loss up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Move it up and just hold your shares, because that's how, now we're at 60 cents. We're going to continue to kind of go through it. And let's see. First minute, last candle was how much? About 2.5. We're currently approaching 1 million. Less than 120 seconds in. Watch your volume, guys. Watch your volume. This is 60 cents. This is 60 cents right here. This is nice.
I bet it gets a quick pop into that 430, 440 mark, and then
that's where supply is. There's a ton of orders up there. So for all those that bought at 375, at 370, that put a shit ton of a wall at 360, 365, they got to go get their money somewhere. The money's at the supply.
Yeah.
So supply's up between 420 and 440. I got to go get my money up there, because they're not sitting in there waiting for 10, 15, 20 cents. They're looking for, they want to get as close to $1 as possible. You know what I mean? So, I want to see it. We have 4 candle closures right at this area, and it just rocket shipped back up.
Yep.
So let's see. You know where your orders are sitting. You know where your blocks are sitting. Trade your macro zones, and that's it.
Nice. But Sailing Girl, what I was saying, though, was the fact that, remember, we've talked about this, about moving away. You don't always have to be there at the computer, go make some breakfast, go do some laundry, have that understanding that, I know at first it's so hard, but the more you do that, the more you can get pulled away, and you don't have to be so tied to your trades, and you become like, like Love Chip or myself, and it's nice. it's a smooth way and an easy way to trade. It's much easier. You don't sweat nearly as much, or don't stress nearly as much. But as soon as you said that, Love Chip, I was like, oh, that, I've talked to a lot of traders throughout the years about that. Because everyone at first, you get in a trade and you just feel like you're stuck to it, like you're glued to the trade. And the more you can pull away from that and know that it's just another trade, there's going to be many more. It makes it a lot easier to kind of move on and take another trade, take a loss. Okay, here's my win. It just makes it easier to trade. You just know that what's going to come, it's going to keep coming and coming and coming. But the thing is, find the setup. Love Chip's got his setup, what he's finding, he's identifying it day in, day out. Like I always talk about it, create a plan and stick to it. You got to create that plan. Who are you going to be as a stock trader? Who are you going to be? Are you going to be a post mail, whatever? Are you going to be a surgeon? Are you going to be a bricklayer? Are you going to work construction? Are you going to be an electrician? Right? You got to figure that, like, who you are going to be in life. Who are you going to be? What are you going to do as a living? What's going to be your niche, so to speak? Well, of course, if it's going to be stock trading, okay, well then even inside stock trading, you've got to find the niche of what kind of stock trader you're going to be. We know there's a lot of swing traders, a lot of investors. There are day traders, but when they're day trading, what are they doing? Right? That's what you have to figure out. Once you figure out your edge, speaking of Zedge over here, that's all you do day in, day out. You come in, like we've said with Love Chip, you come in day in, day out, you do the same thing over and over and over. So we got CR Trader got the order at 440. Paulo, another question. So you use stop, limit orders, and trailing stops. So do you use stop, limit orders, and trailing stops?
I do. So in a trade like that, I always look to see where a shit ton of orders are. That's how I know where I want to enter, or at least start scaling in. And then once I'm in and I'm in profit, I like to move my stop order or trailing stop up along with it. In that particular case, you say, okay, I take half my shares at 410. If I'm not expecting this drop, or I'm not watching this drop or whatever, and this thing now comes all the way back down to the 370, 380 area where all those shares are, all right, then I just lost a ton of profit that I could have made there, as opposed to having, let's say, 1,000 shares at an unequivocal 40 cents. So regardless, I'm at $400. And okay, we continue on up. Great. Then I'll continue to move my stop loss up. Now it's at 410. Because I know if I keep coming back down to these areas, eventually it's going to crack. Right. And every time it keeps trying to go for 410, you see what keeps happening. But now it's holding at 390. 390 is back in play. And let's see if that now sits as a floor. So we just want to keep on watching it. Grab liquidity down here. Let's see if it reverses now. It's going to accumulate between here and 410, and whichever way it breaks, take your buys for your next trade. But that's more, I would say that's more of a confident trade than really the best trade. I'd rather be confident than just want to take what may be the best. You know what I mean? That's just
Reminds me of a smaller version of Miggy yesterday, where Miggy had that ceiling roof and then it had the floor and it just kept
exactly
going. Yeah,
exactly. So it's creating, they call it an order block. It's creating an order block at 360, and now it's just stacking itself on up. The reason why SMX broke out, TGL broke out, QCLS broke out, yesterday Miggy broke out. I can go down the line. We've had a trend. Follow the trend. In this particular case too, open it up, right? We have an hour closure, at least for me, in 10 minutes. But we have 1, 2, 3 green candles in a row where the body candles keep going higher. We're making higher highs and higher lows. For those that want to be short bias, like, look, I'm good with a 440 short because it rejected it hard once, twice. CR Trader would take it for the third time, but he would never take it on the fourth, ever. He would never take it on the fourth try, and neither would I. So in terms of this, kind of in that area, once 410 moves, we're going to go for that next supply, and he'll get a 20, 30 cent rejection, but just play it. Just be careful. Just be real careful.
I love it, brother. Good breakdown today. I appreciate you joining, my man. What just for traders know, what do you do day in, day out? Like, what's your schedule? When are you trading? What's your work schedule like? So traders know when you are trading, how you're trading. I know they know how you're trading, but what's your times to trade, so to speak, so they know what your schedule's like, because that may fit in some other trader out there. We go, oh, I have that same kind of issue where I can trade here. I got this going on today. I can't. So what's your schedule like? When can you trade?
Well, listen, I mean, I'm up from basically about 4:45, 5 a.m. to about 11. There's nights where you'll see me up from 12 to 1. It's just in terms of when I trade, I see a lot of great trades in pre-market and after hours. Why? Well, that's where a lot of chaos can happen and no one gets in trouble, right? CR Trader made a beautiful point about this before, and I'm going to give him credit. You typically see a lot of Asia market stocks go crazy, and pre-market and after hours of their session, but that's our session. You know what I mean? So you'll see. So for example, JZXN, right? That's a Chinese play. Or no, hang on. Was it JZXN? Right?
Yeah.
Goes crazy here in market. Pops $6. Hasn't done a damn thing this whole time. It's had about $1 move. All the volumes here, a ton of volume here, and basically your roof here is at 780, right? Where all the volume is. This is institutional volume. You just know that at 8 a.m. It's the beginning of U.S. session. It's the end of London session. So when that happens, okay, you just play that. How did I know to play that here on ZD? What is that? ZDTE? Same thing. You just kind of scale this back. Where's all the volume? Right here. Whichever one breaks, it broke 340 first. So we have a bullish bias on the day. All we need is for 390 and 410 to claim and confirm. And we just need that macro wall to just move out of the way and we'll continue up. If not, then we're just going to continue to channel. We have a decent amount of volume on the day, right? Some in-market volume, a lot of retail trading right now. But that's why it's channel. It's not like this float is huge, right? What's the float on this play? What's the float on ZDG? My schedule, just to kind of answer my question, I know I went off on a tangent there. I apologize.
11 million's a float. It's 11 million float.
11 million? Yeah, so it's not huge. I like to trade all day because I'm just waiting for price reaction. You know, it's just waiting for a place to get in that area. So, you know, in terms of my businesses, I'm a fitness coach, a bodybuilder, and I do a ton in real estate on the mortgage and on the mortgage-backed security side, flipping side, and some, you know, retail back and forth. But, you know, trading's my passion. I have plenty of time for it. I make a decent amount of money outside in the businesses to allow me to just full focus on this. And I try to funnel as much into this as I can. I've scaled back a lot of heavy spending on, or excuse me, heavy trading with a lot of money. I mean, after taking that huge loss years ago, I haven't really traded big since then, but you know, I've pushed a lot of my stuff into a lot of AI long-term stocks. I'm just huge with just a lot, you know, just trying to just be more long-term, you know, just put a lot of my stuff and just wait. Cause I like the whole patience game. The more I have money there, it just takes off so much pressure here and it just allows me to freely trade. It's fun.
You ever trade on your phone, on the go, or is it mostly always at home?
Oh, I will always like to hear. Cause if I don't see this, I'm going to be honest. If I don't see this, I'm not getting it here. I'm just not. And it's hard to count because I'm hardwired here. I have 1,000 up, 1,000 down. Like I make sure that I want the best circumstances to be able to trade. Because if we're trading with thousands of dollars, like I'm not going to play around with that, you know?
Yeah. Not
so.
I just want to try. I just wanted that because I'm the same way. I mean, some people, I guess, feel they can do that on the go, but I just feel, it's just.
And more, God bless those people. I want to, you know, spend a day in their shoes. It takes some balls to, honestly, it takes some balls to do that, man.
Yeah.
To trade on your phone, like a lot of money. No.
Yeah. No, I feel you. Well, I don't want to keep this going for too much longer. So it's about an hour for this when I post this on YouTube. So last bit of any comments or any kind of note that you would leave to traders here today. One little last bit of advice that you'd give them, whether it's for a newbie or an experienced trader. I say experienced, but a new trader, someone that's been doing this for a while and still struggling. Last thoughts though for the morning.
I was just reading CR Trader's comment. You know, I in terms of where I'm at, it's just like this is a long bias play, man. This is going to close green in about 4 minutes. We got a nice closure. I want to see this close above 390, make its way towards 410, and just continue to make its way on up. So, last thoughts. I'll leave with this. A little bit of my Malcolm X will come out. Forgive the black joke. I try to always just keep it positive. I think there's only solutions in life, never problems. Starting off with a really good attitude, starting off with a really good start. It's important how you start. It's very important how you finish as well. But the start is where everything begins. When it comes to this, I think just taking your time with it and being patient is definitely the most important. And then really just kind of putting yourself in that mindset and zone to say like anything is possible. Because as you're watching hyper liquid markets, decentralized markets, crypto market, like everything in that world, DEX markets, you know, you're watching blockchains across the board. You're watching, you know, hyper markets across the board just go crazy, and people are making 6, 7, 8, 9 figures a day, if you know, if not more. And then you have those that are making billions a day. If that's possible, you know, just imagine even a percent of a percent scale of that and what you can achieve just by kind of taking your time. I just think there's endless opportunity and possibility here, and I want to be here to help as many people as I possibly can, and show as much love as I can. It's nice to be able to help and watch other people just make money and, you know, really just execute and have fun with it. I think this is a fun space to be in. A lot of great people you can meet, and you know, it's nice to be able to grow with a family.
Love for having you, like I said, having you on today, man. We'll get you back on again, you know, in the next couple of months or so. And we can go over more as you know, grow more. And again, thank you for doing everything you have in the Discord, of course, here on the live stream for traders. Definitely learning a lot. And even today, of course, you know, having this one play and setting up and just breaking it down and showing what traders, you know, what you do daily, and then having a great, you know, great setup there, waiting for that bounce play. Of course, you know me, it's all I've been really, for the most part, trading recently. So I love that we went over a bounce play today.
Oh yeah, I was glad that we at least had a, you know, something to use here as an example. You know what I mean? So that's a really good sign. And this is a great liquid grab from down here. And let's see if this thing can close above 410 and keep on going.
I appreciate it, my man. Of course, I'll holler at you soon. Tell me how much I appreciate you being on the stream today. But yeah, have a great weekend, you know, and keep doing what you've been doing. Again, thank you for doing everything you've done for me. And yeah, give some love. I see some love there coming on the on the Zoom. So I'll throw some hearts out there. Yeah, let's throw some hearts out there on the Zoom. Same here on the live stream on the YouTube. Smash that like button. Give some love here to Love Chip. It's been a journey for him, you know. What do you remember? What deck asked you at that? What did you ask that you? Do you remember the question he asked you?
Oh, of course I do.
What was it? I can't remember that interaction. I just remember what you said.
He's handing out money, right? Trying to really get people hyped up. I'm not going to go into too many details of the seminar, but you know, he trying to get people hyped up, and he goes, "Who is your absolute favorite trader as part of TradeCaster?" And I immediately said you. And he pulls back. He's like, throws his hands up in the air. He was going to give me money, then pulls it back, and I'm like, "That's fine. I'm not going to lie for money because I don't really care." And you know, it was just a funny reaction. But I was just being honest. Like, it's just, you know, I don't care about the shirt ripping. We get it. You're jacked. So am I. I'm not ripping my shirt off. Like, it's not that pressing, bro. Like, it's great to just kind of stay calm with it. And it's just, look, I've enjoyed how you and we share a lot of the same mannerisms and kind of life qualities in terms of wanting family, wanting kind of just being able, everybody eats, you know what I mean? Like, it's, right. That everybody eats mentality. That's a huge thing with my LLC. Love Chip LLC is not just my name; it's the name of my actual company. You know what I mean? It's kind of the oversight for everything fitness and finance.
Right.
It's kind of my world, you know. And so, you know, it's you know, our mantra is just everyone wins and everyone eats. I don't mind doing anything for anybody, and I don't care whether I get paid or not. I'm a man of God. I'm huge with my faith. I go to church at a minimum twice a week. I always go for 3. Just keeping God in your life, man. Just, you know, just having good principles, being a good person.
I'll just never forget that moment, because that was one of the few moments. I'm very, you know, I'm a very proud, outgoing extrovert, happy. You know, I got a little of that like Tony Stark narcissist. Yeah, like. But when you said that, I've never done a whoa, no, don't say that. Don't say I'm the best. But it just shows how honest and natural it came out of. Like, no, I'll never forget that, because I was looking over at you and I was like, whoa, no.
Look, at the time, you know, following one of your trades, there was one trader. I always thought he was cool, but he turned out to be a dick. I forget his name. There was one trader, you know, when I took my big loss, like how discouraging he was.
Right. Yeah.
And I remember getting, at the time, this was years ago, one of my biggest trades with you. And it gave me so much confidence to say, like, you know, like, damn, like I just made a few grand off this trade. Yeah. And like, at the time, because my bills were much lighter then than they are now. But I was like, dude, like my bills are good for quite some time. Like, this is a couple grand, and I was like, it was really cool to see it work. But like the only kind of instances that really worked for me were a stock split back when I was in college. Dogecoin making 38 grand off that, and HKD that went to 20. Like you'd have to be an idiot not to just take at least one long during that. Like, you know what I mean? But the thing went to $2,700 in 3 days. Like, if you don't take at least one long, like you're done. You can't just keep watching that. You know what I'm saying? Like it was green candle after green candle after green candle for hours. Not just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was like a week. I think the whole thing was like a week, like 5 trading sessions. You know, so it just you show me that this can work, and the only way for it to actually work is to put in hard work. So I was like, all right, let's just do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Patience, my man, spelled with a Y. I've been saying that for years. Got it from Rapid Financial. It used to be over at TC, and it was Deckmar back in the day when it would have been
6 year study, my friend.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. Patience. If you're going to be a doctor, know that you're going to go to school for 6-8 years. If you're going to be a lawyer, that's where I characteristic this. How many people go to school and actually succeed to be a professional athlete? I mean, what's the percentage that make it to the NFL and the NBA? That's your percentage here to make it as a professional stock trader, right? That's so. What do you think those guys have done? Do you think they just picked up a basketball and were in the NBA? Nah, most of them probably been playing since they were 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. So that's 10, 15 years worth of work that they finally are now getting paid for. Of course, the kids in college are getting paid now, but still, they put all that work into that. Working for 8, 9, 10 years old, playing AAU basketball. I know, of course, I'm just going with basketball. You can go to Little League, to whatever, to all the different Pony League and whatever for baseball. You get my point. Any of those guys have been doing it for years. Very few and far between you can see someone that picks up a basketball or football or baseball and they're good within a year and they're in the professional league. It's usually 5, 10 years more of work. That's the same thing here. So just know that if you have the patience and the discipline, you can persevere and push yourself. Love Chip is a prime example of what can happen. Man, thank you so much again for coming on today, bro.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. We'll have a good rest of your day, weekend. We'll get you back on soon. The traders are absolutely loved with how much information you just exploded their brains with. They got to pick their brain parts up now and try to figure out what the hell you just said. Love it, brother. Have a good one. I'll talk to you soon, bro. Losing a little bit of internet there, I think, there too at the end. Cool. Let me get my TOS pulled back on up here, team. Great day right there. Absolute great day. Yeah, man with a good heart. Yes, 100% CR Trader. We know he is such a good man. Of course, tie to myself as much as I can to you great people. You all are, so no offense, everyone in chat I think has a good heart. There may be someone over there, I don't know who it is, that doesn't have a good heart, but it seems like anyone that I've talked to, because I've done one-on-ones where I've talked to every single one of you guys, whether it's yourself, CR Trader, Cosmic Ray, Sailing Girl, Bus Boy. I think I've talked and seen every one of you, whether it's a one-on-one, Paula. I'm pretty sure I've seen every one of you, Other Cousin, Liquivision. At some point in time, I've seen your face, Joe. I've met you in person. I've done a one-on-one with you. I've watched your live stream. I feel like I know you, and that's what I want to do. As I've said that for the longest time with stock trading, of course, doing the one-on-ones. When I used to stream over at Tradecaster before that, it was only at Tradecaster I streamed, but it wasn't DeckmarTrades.com at the time. But it was I wanted to get to know my traders. I wanted to get to know the people that were in chat. That meant the most to me. If I could get to know them and help them out and feel like they had someone there with them every day, then it makes, like even Love Chip was saying about taking that trade with me. It starts building your discipline, starts building your confidence. Your patience starts to grow. You start to realize what is possible, so to speak. So, again, thank you for all you guys coming over. All the love there, Sailing Girl, Cosmic Rays, Bus Boy, the love there, Paula, Ingrid, everyone else that gave the love there for Love Chip. Great trader. He's turned himself into a very good profitable trader. Bothy again on the Discord there, Joe, Elisa, everyone on the Discord that gave him some love. Big time to get him on. Of course, and even later today, what again kind of makes it full circle, which is crazy. I was at the the Money Show, and with Trade the Pool in Orlando, they had a booth there. Obviously, if you do remember this, back in a little over a month ago now, I got to go. Which was really awesome, and still just humbled. Had me come over. I'm streaming live with them. They had me go to Orlando, and the whole trip's paid for. It's just kind of like, wow, this is awesome. And here I am with guys like Charles Powell of the world. Even the Michael Nosses, obviously, of the world, and the Michael Katz that have been doing this forever and on CNBC, right? And then I get to meet, guys like Adrian Manns, get Adrian Manns' number. He had a booth there as well. So this afternoon, we had Love Chip this morning, who's a big small cap trader. We're going to get Adrian Manns on, who's more of an equities, he trades more of large cap, bigger, sector. And we're going to see what his thought process is and how he's been trading over the past now almost 30 years. So getting both ends of it today. You get someone that's just really got successful and getting his feet rolling and trading small caps and has a great setup and a plan and a strategy to use every day. And then later this afternoon, we'll get someone that's been doing this for essentially about 30 years now and has boosts at the Money Show that trades a different sector. So I cannot wait for this afternoon as well. This morning was absolutely like I said, an honor to get Love Chip on because again, just seeing the journey. I talked about that with him, but it's just cool to see the guys, you guys, your gals, and your journey. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do the most. I want to be Professor X, and this is my X-Men, and I want to see you guys, I want to mentor you guys and become the best X-Men you can be. And when I see you, it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. So we'll get this pulled back up here. My internet's laggy today. Unfortunately, I'm not connected to my modem. My wire, my Ethernet wire was chewed up yet again by my dog over here, Mr. Merlin. He's chewed up 3, if not 4 of these now, by the way. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, look how the line really worked out there for our play there for KLPR again, or KPLT on the way back up for reversal. Bounce play is not working today on it, but it is working here, as you can see, on Zed. So Zedge with a nice, good uptrend channel overall continuation. But yeah, so sorry if the internet gets a little slower and I am laggy a little bit on the live stream, but it is because I'm on Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi, for whatever reason, over the past month or two, has just gotten to shit. I am doing a giveaway, so giveaway time. I know I've just lost about a few viewers here. Giveaway time. Who would like something for free? All right, so I'm going to do a quick giveaway. I'm just going to do one giveaway today to go, of course, coincide with my holiday sale I'm doing, which I want to bring up one last time here before we just recap stocks and tickers for the morning. The BOGO sale, the BOGO holiday sale. There it is. This is what we talked about. I told you this. I knew this. I know Love Chip was saying it too as well. I think CR Trader was talking about this play is moving up even higher. This bounce play, when we were up here, I was like, I bet we move back up into the 430s, 440s. Patience, and then you get it. BOGO sale. You want to take a part of the live stream? I know it's free today. It'll be free on Fridays for the most part when I get dual stream Fridays going, which hopefully every Friday I'll have it. Other than that, Monday through Thursday, you're talking about crazy quality content. 5 straight. I don't think I'm going to unfortunately lose that streak today. Last Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the last 5 trading days, I've had a $1,000 day. Last 5 days, $1,000 day. Some of those days have actually been up to 2-3K, finally. So in the past week, last Friday into today, unfortunately today, no trades, but last Friday, and we'll just say yesterday, the last 5 trading days other than today, I've definitely have finally got back to old acre, close to it, and up almost 7K for the last 5 days. So last Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, up about 7K. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Finally getting back and get some trades under the belt. Morning alerts are free with anything you book. That's right. You want morning alerts where I'm giving out levels and what to trade, not only in pre-market with stop losses and targets, what to trade after the opening bell, giving you levels from small cap to large caps. Those are free with anything you book. You want to come join my live stream, test me out for a month, I'm giving away morning alerts for free for that full month, and I'm giving you one-on-one. If you buy the 6-month yearly live stream package, I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. That's the 6-month deal. Everything comes with half of what you're getting. So if you get a year of the live stream, you're getting 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream morning alerts and live stream package, which saves you 2 months on the monthly, so a total of $200 you're saving there, you're going to get the 23 pack. That's right, 23 one-on-ones for free. So an added extra value of about $1,100 there. And this actually these are all half price. My one-on-one packages are half price. So it's really usually $1,500. That's a $1,500 full price value that you will get for free. Adrian Mann just said, that works. Send me the link. So he's ready to rock and roll this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you buy and again, I don't know how much money you have. Maybe you only have 2, you don't have 350, but you want to, okay, you need some one-on-one time. 4 one-on-ones with me for $200 gets you 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. 6 one-on-ones gets you 2 months of the live stream, 2 months of the morning alerts. The 12-pack gets you 3 months of live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts. And if you want the 23-pack, it gets you 6 months of live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts. So going back in succession here of what's the best and what's not, this is the best. Why? Because you get $1,100+ in added value, right? Because this, you get 23 one-on-ones, but only 6 months of the live stream. That's pretty damn good. You're getting half a year of the morning alerts for free and half your live stream for free. But for only 125 more, you get a full year of the live stream and a full year of the morning alerts, plus the 23 one-on-ones. The second best deal is the ultimate pack at 23, or of course the yearly live stream package, because you're still getting a lot of one-on-ones. You're still getting a lot of the yearly. You're still getting a lot. Those are the next best two values, right? Then of course the next best value is going to be getting the morning alerts for the morning stream for 6 months. Those are to me, this is the best deal by far. The second best deal right here, these two. And the third best deal is either this one or this one. Different price points, whatever you get though, you're still, and that's what I've noted. I've been doing one-on-ones for almost 5 years now. I've done one-on-ones with well over, I don't know the number anymore. I just know it's well over 500 people. Over 500 people. With some of those people I've done many with. You got your top students like CR Trader that came over and did like 3 or so, got the morning alerts with 3 one-on-ones in the morning alerts. His brain took off and exploded. Next thing you know, he's made probably $500,000 or more. That's last April this happened. We've got the Rick C's of the world here, which this story is absolutely bonkers right here, but Rick C's of the world right here. So we got Rick C's of the world. Check out this message that I got. Hey Josh, just want to thank you so much for teaching me to trade the levels. He signed up for the morning alerts March of last year, 2024. Notice the name of our new sailboat. It's levels. Levels. 2 years, we went from a 950K account to 4.3 mil, and self-administered IRA is even better, which he didn't give a number on that. So I'm only imagining he went from 950K and he's turned that into, he's quadrupled, if not more, his account. In 2 years, 950K to 4.3 mil. Okay, cool. He's got a lot of money, Josh. Sure, whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. Look at his win rate, 92%. I teach you to become the best trader you can be. Teaching you to trade the levels. You go to LoveChip, CR Trader, any of these traders, they become their own trader and do what they do. But this is the one fucking thing I taught them. How to trade the levels. That's how they got successful. I taught them the charting. They narrowed everything down. They made it simpler on themselves, and whammy. Whammy. This dude's got a fucking sailboat. A brand new, badass, amazing sailboat. You need any help, take advantage, invest in yourself. So any of these you get, like a point being, I've noticed when you have all three of them, you have the live stream, you have the morning alerts, you do one-on-ones with me. Look at CR Trader. Now, again, I know he's a cream of the crop. He's a creme de la creme. But he did that. He signed up for the morning alerts. He did his one-on-ones that he had, because I think he bought that package a while back. He came over and said, hey, I haven't blah, blah, can I still use them? I said, fuck yeah, you can still use them. Let's get to work. He did these, signed up for this, had the live stream over at Tradecaster with me. Look at the chef kisses later. Take advantage of the deal. Again, buy one, get one free. You sign up for the live stream, you get 1 month of morning alerts and one-on-one. That's just a little starter pack. I get it. Or 6 months of the live stream. It's only $350. That's not a lot. Well, then you get 3 or 6 month deal. You get 3 months of the morning alerts, 6 months of live stream, and 3 one-on-ones. Or right here, sign up. That's not a lot either. $700. That's a year of the live stream. You're going to get 6 free months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. Or, of course, by far the most ridiculous deal you'll ever see, $1,000, and you get the morning alerts, which Rick C turned to 4 or 5 mil on just morning alerts. CR Trader and others as well. Plus, you get the live stream and 23 one-on-ones with me. That's the way you're going to get better in your stock trading journey. You have to come over and see me daily. Watch the live stream. Watch me break plays down, what you should be seeing and why you should be seeing it. Get the morning alert so you can test your levels and get free levels every day of where to trade and what levels are key to use. So you can become a better trader and charter. And then you can see people even like Rick C that have made 4, 5, 6 million off my alerts still come back for more because of that money. And then on top of the fact, if you really want to take advantage of your stock trading journey, doing one-on-ones with me. These are hour-long Zoom sessions. Like what I just did with LoveChip, that's what I do with you, no matter where you're at in the world. We do Zoom sessions. I go over your trades, figure out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, stop you doing what you're doing wrong, and go to what you're doing right. I don't want to point names out in chat, but there are a lot of people the last couple of weeks that I know I could talk to right now, and they're going, that's me. This is me. He's helping me out. He's helping me figure this out. That's what you go back to basketball. You go to a surgeon. You go to a lawyer. Did they just figure that out on their own? I've got law school. I went to know. You didn't. I say, I got my here's my firm, law firm. Yeah, you went to law school. You didn't just become a surgeon and now you're an MD at whatever at the ER clinic and working on people's arms because it just got blown off or shot off or something, and you never went to school. You didn't join the NBA or get in the NBA or the MLB or become whatever Actors Guild or whatever it's called, Aussie chick, and you just started acting. Most of those people that, have been doing acting for years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years before they ever see anything that's worth anything. Yeah, you get my point there. But they've been acting. They've done something in school, grade school. You get my point. You have a mentor. You have students. You have school. You got to go see a teacher. You got to go see a mentor. You got to go see a tutor. You got to get better. Day in, day out. Whether it's and to me, if you get all three of these at once, the live stream, the morning alerts, and the one-on-ones, that is where you become more profitable. I just will tell you right now, working with however many traders I worked with, which was a freaking shite ton, well over 500 now, that is the way to go if you're going to get better. And then here is the link to that. Boom. Oh my gosh, who are we going to long trade? Need an inverse ETF for a hardware company device they're about to go. There we go. All right, well, we can look at those. Got to look into which one of those are, Shane. We got to look which one of those is going to be it. Who's going to be the next ETF hardware RAM company? I bet it's not going to be NVIDIA. You ever heard of NVIDIA? Thank you, everyone. Let's go. Joe, what's up? Anyone in A? Is that three? Is that really three letters right there? R-A-K-B. What's this? R-R-A-R-B, if I can type. A-R-B-K-L. Merlin, please lay down. What are you doing? Merlin, lay down. Oh, boy. Here we go. We got us a crazy fun one today. I'm not touching this play, Jesse, but it is very interesting to say the least. All right. Who's ready to pick between a free live stream for a month, free morning alerts for a month, or you can do one-on-one with me? I'm doing just one giveaway today. Next week, I will do 2. And then, of course, I will be free. What is the date on that so I can find out right here? So next Friday, we'll do 2, if not 3 giveaways. And then the Wednesday before Christmas, I will do an ultimate giveaway sale. So the Wednesday before Christmas, we're going to do a big, I say ultimate sale, we're already doing the BOGO sale. Ultimate giveaways. Stop. All right, here we go. I'm going to ask one question. then I'm going to call it a little bit of a break for the morning here. You guys ready for your question of the day? You want the free light, you want the stream for a month, you get it. You get the morning alerts for a month, or you get a one-on-one with me. So the 3 things that I provide for, either a one-on-one with me, you can start to see what those are like. A lot of people that just get one end up buying more, whether it's a smaller pack or a bigger pack. Live stream for a month definitely seems pretty enticing. Of course, the morning alerts, which could make you more money than anything else. You never know. So, question of the day. Who is ready? Here we go. Question. Get ready, team. This is going to be a fun one. This one's going to be a fun one. I'm trying to. Oh, no, that's not going to be. That's going to be too easy. I already knew that was going to be too easy. That's going to be too easy. That's going to be too easy. Margot! We'll do this one. Oh, that's going to be, I think, because some of these questions I come up with in my head, that I want to ask have multiple answers and like, well, it could be this or it could be that. Dang it. Good question here. I was trying to keep it stock related, but I don't. We'll do this. We'll do this. Let me do this real quickly. Wow, whoa, is it really? Okay. All right, let's get this question in. You can Google it. This will be Googleable. And I will type it into chat. Then I'll read it because I think there's a delay. So here's the question. Read the chat. Read the chat, team. Here's the question of the day for a free month of the live stream or a free month of the morning alerts or one free one-on-one. We ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam. How much is the SPY up this year? Percentage-wise. 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 It doesn't have to be perfectly to the number, but how much is the SPY up this year? What's up, Shane? No, Topher Hana. I think like everyone, like there's 40 or 50 people still watching, I think, but there's like everyone's like not watching. Let's see, because I don't have any comments here recently. Oh, Ingrid, 0.7%. You have, well, I will say you have the numbers right. There we go. Oh, Aussie chick, it's 17%. Oh, it's 17, Aussie chick. I feel bad because you said 0.71 because I'm like, did she mess up the numbers real quickly? Or like, I meant to type in 17 first. All right, I'll give it to Aussie chick and I'll give it to Veda. I'll give it to Aussie chick and I'll give it to Veda there. Yeah, I was like, that's it, I think. I think she fucked up. Here we go. Year to date, the SPY is up 17%. 17% year to date right now. The SPY here up on the year 17%. So 17% on the year. On the dot now, actually. 17%. I was trying to find a good question with stocks. Ready, I'm going 17. Everyone's like 17 now. All right, so Aussie chick. Now I feel like everyone should get it that guess 17. All right, Aussie chick. I'll give it to you. I know Vade. All right, so Aussie chick, you got everything though. Dang it. Do you just want an extra one-on-one? You can just throw in an extra one-on-one for you. I can send you a. How about this? I can send you an autographed picture of me tearing my shirt off. I'll say, oh yeah. I could do that for you. Veda, what would you like? Liquid Vision. What do you want? Give it to someone else. Okay. All right. Who? Hey. Yeah, you got a lot, Aussie chick. I like that you guessed. Veda surprised me. Okay. Okay, Veda says surprise me. Well, I'll give it to Liquid Vision then. I don't think Liquid Vision won, so we could just chat it up in a one-on-one if you want to, Liquid Vision. Definitely Veda. Wait, what? Wait. What do you mean, wait? Surprise me. Wait. He says, wait. Double it and give it to the next person. Okay. Oh, we're going to do one of those today. We're going to do one of those where the person walks up in New York, says, give you $20 or give the next person $40. And then the person has to decide, and then the next person's like, give you $40 or give the next person $60. You know, and to see how far that keeps going until finally someone takes the money. I love seeing those to see how far they end up going. Those are cool. One-on-ones, of course, Liquid Vision, sweet. One-on-ones, of course. All right, Liquid Vision, you get 2 of them. Liquid Vision, you get 2 of them today. So Liquid Vision, here's my email address, boss. There you go. Email me, Liquid Vision. Email me. We'll get those set up. Love to see you again and chat it up. We'll talk about the good times and what's happened since. I don't know where since just came in. What's since? At least give it 4. Not very nice. Yes. Love that. Love it. Yeah, I can't wait till I really get to that point where I'm just... There's that one guy. Oh, God. What's his name? What's this guy? I love this guy. Damon Darling. I love this guy. What's up? Got a dollar, brother? I love this guy. I want to be like this guy right here. I want to be like this guy.
Yeah, dollar bill. Yeah. Oh, you don't need it? Oh, I thought you were poor. Yeah.
Oh, he does it for fun. Like, this dude's got millions of dollars. Like, this dude has millions of dollars right here. But yeah, got a dollar? This guy, Damon Darling.
Had to come to CVS to get some ones. We were just driving by. We figured we might as well just stop here, hit the ATM, and get some ones. I couldn't get them out of my bank account, Bob, because they put a bolo on the bank account. Because I keep getting ones, and I can't for the life of me understand how that was suspicious. They're my damn ones.
They're my damn ones.
Something like that, Bob. Get you a snack or something like that, Bob. You know, $1 snack. You know, a meal. So sometimes snacks can be a meal for some people. It'll be their meal for the whole day. Yeah, you never know.
I love it. It's so awkward.
Thank you. Yeah, I get lonely sometimes too.
Well, and then he finally meets someone that he'll talk to, and then he'll pay for their groceries.
I felt bad for you, Bob. I thought you were poor.
No, I've got a car.
Yeah, I was like, well, damn. Everybody should have a dollar bill. It's America, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does this goofy shit like, oh, I thought you, and then he tries to see, he wants to see if they're going to get, like, pissed off. And then he loves to help the people that are just like, you know, they end up talking and having a story. Then he pays for their groceries, asks if they want cash back, and they're kind of like, he's like, yeah, you know, I don't get it, you know, and then he'll have to decide for him. Give him 100 back, you know. He usually goes for like the max you can get back.
Pay for the doctor.
Yeah, I'll pay for the month. You want a snack?
No, I'm good.
What about you? I see you looking. You want one too?
No, I'm good.
I saw you eyeing his dollar.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, you sure?
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I get a hug? Will you hug me? Can I hug you? Yeah, my papa and my meemaw ran off. I don't get a lot of affection. Thank you, Bob. Love you.
Yep. You have a good day.
Yeah, I love you too, bud.
I love him. Oh, yes, we'll do, my man. We'll do. Yes, hit me up, email me. But yeah, I'd love to do that one day. You know, not like to the stories, but just like when I've been there before, but I don't know if I don't want to be disrespectful. And then the parent be like, but at some point, I'm just like, I don't care. If they get mad, they get mad. You know, just what it is. But like, there'll be a kid in line, and he wants a treat, or he wants some kind of snack, you know, at Walmart or wherever. And of course, I live in Arkansas, so let's think about, you know, I'm in Arkansas. Really doesn't matter what state you're in. You're going to deal with some, you know, some people that are deprived and people that don't have, you know, they're just not in the economic state of mind of making a lot of money. And, you know, like I was actually I was in the chips candy aisle of Walmart the other day. Mom walks through with her 2 kids, and I'm passing them, and she's all right, 2. You get to pick 2 from this aisle, either side. 2. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. I remember those days when I could only like, here you get to pick 2. And so it's like you get a chip or a snack of that sort in the candy, or you get 2 candies, or maybe you get 2 chips, you know. And so I thought that was real. But that, you see what I'm saying? Or you'll be at the checkout line, because I love to say that and turn around. You know what? Hey, bub. Hey, you pick out 5 things, and then just to hand the mom like a 20 or a 50, or you know, or 100, and be like, tell them they can pick out 4 things on each side. Or, you know, something different, you know, 2 things on each side. Or we're at the checkout line, and there, you know, there's that kid that wants some kind of candy, and the mom's like, no, you put that back. We don't, blah, blah, blah. You know, kind of, I want to be like, I want to get it, and be like, or pay for their groceries. You be like, get it, you get a couple of them. I'm like, you know, I'm going to pay for your groceries today. But you know, I want to, there's those times when I want to get it for the kid, or gets like, I'll be at a shoe, whatever, and they want shoes, and they can't get the shoes. I'm like, oh, I want to pay for that so bad, but I don't want the mom or the dad to yell at me. Usually it seems like it's a mom. But then to yell at me and get mad because I want to pay for them. Like, you know, that's what he gets that a lot of the time. I got it. I can pay for it. I got my own money. Leave me alone. You know, I'm just trying to help you out. Like, I'm not trying to be rude and trying to make it sound like you don't have money. You know, I'm just trying to make the kid and yourself happy, you know, where you can have a day like, well, someone paid for my groceries, you know, like that helped me out today. That was an extra $100 and now I can spend somewhere else on a bill or whatever it is. You know, credit card that I haven't need to pay off a little bit more of or whatever. So, yeah, I love hearing that and seeing that. Well, the line worked out more so for resistance than it did support today. We have got no good movement today overall, except for Zedge, it does seem like. I will go over to YouTube right here and check out Stock Rocks for the day. And now I'm not seeing anything. YCBD didn't do anything. MESOX didn't do anything. KPL, obviously KPLT's down. Tilray, did Tilray end up doing anything today? TLRY, did that do anything today? Yeah, I talked about that. I know, I think it was Bothy. Bothy, I think you asked about this play earlier, and I was like, I just don't see it happening, to be honest. I don't like Tilray most days. We good? Liquid Vision, again, anyone that's still out there, 40, 50 of you that are still listening, appreciate you. Almost 200 views today. That's fucking awesome. I love it. I'm trying to get more and more views here on these Fridays. Hopefully that builds up, of course, Adrian Mans later today. And don't forget, that is true. We have Adrian Mans later this afternoon. Well, it is later this afternoon, but later today, this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's noon Central, 11 a.m. Mountain Time, 10 a.m. West Coast. So 1 p.m. Eastern, we will have Adrian Mans on. The guy's been trading for about 30 years now at the Money Show, giving presentations, got a booth there. He's big time. Probably the most successful big wig trader I've got on here. Michael Noss up there too, but obviously Adrian Mans had his own booth at the Money Show. So we got some really big time good traders. We got some newer traders like Kevin Avery, CR Trader, Love Chip, J Trades that have been successful and have been making money. Then we're getting more experienced traders in, like Caesar. If you remember, Caesar had Caesar on. He's been doing this for almost 15, 20 years. Michael Noss, same thing. And now we're getting someone that's been doing this for longer than some traders have been alive, possibly listening today. And Adrian Mans in almost 30 years. Team, I will be back this afternoon. I'll throw some soft jams on for you for the time being. We pretty much nailed today's one mover. Love Chip was all over it for us today with Zedge there. SPY and the large cap market is getting a pretty big pullback here. I'll keep my eye on that. I'm going to pull up another Thinkorswim here on the right-hand side again so I can keep my eye on some more large cap tickers. But SPY here finally, and I had told you in the morning alerts, again, it's back to those morning alerts here, which I didn't put my link out there. Maybe I did put my link out there earlier. I thought I did, but maybe I did not. But here's my link to the website for that BOGO sale. This morning, I told you guys the SPY is most likely going to have a bigger day today. We're going to see the SPY finally move up out of this range one way or the other and not have a real tight day. And boy, oh boy, oh, we're having that. And I think she's probably, I would imagine, already below my ultimate low of day as she's continuing to fall down. Most likely going to hit that 80-20 mark we just saw the other day. Again, there's my website. Go take advantage of the BOGO sale like we were just going over here a little bit ago. And how that works, just book a package. I've gotten that asked, well, it doesn't say BOGO sale. I'm going to change that into the weekend, into Christmas, so at least the next half of this month, it'll actually say on there. Traders are confused. I have another trader looking to book. I'm like, well, what do I do? How does this work? Whenever you book, so if you book the half-year live stream for 6 months, I will go into your profile and add 3 months of morning alerts for you for free and keep track of it, and add to your profile 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream and morning alerts, you will have the live stream and the morning alerts for a year, obviously, and then I'll go to your profile and add 23 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream package, I go in and keep track. You have 6 months of the free morning alerts. I add that to your own profile for you, and I'll add your 6 free one-on-ones. So essentially, whatever you go buy, I am your personal assistant, and I then go add in the extra for you. So whatever you pay for, know the BOGO sales I talked about exist, and all I do is add it on for you. If you don't follow me on Instagram or YouTube, definitely go follow me on Instagram or YouTube. Absolutely money sauce there as well. I don't know where that chart is at now. Where did that chart go to? It's just, okay, this is this chart right here. There it is right there. Sorry, team. Sorry. And then boom, shakalaka. And then my Instagram and YouTube. Please go follow me there. A lot of good information is posted on Instagram and YouTube daily, which I'll put the links out there in just a second. Yesterday I posted my charting lesson for how to chart large caps. So I have how to chart small caps, how to chart large caps. I'll put that link out there in just a few minutes for you. And what I'll probably do is just play part 1 and 2 here over the lunch hour so you have something to watch and learn. So I'll start with small caps and I'll move over to large caps. Both of those are every video. So part 1, part 2, part 1, part 2, small cap and large cap are about 20 minutes apiece. So a total of 40 minutes for each one. So about an hour and 20 minutes total for the 2 lessons. I'll get those up for you right now. There's how to get a hold of me. My email address is out there for you, joshasmith7@gmail.com. Oh, one last thing here. Come join the free Discord. This Discord is on fire. We are freaking making money daily over here, and I'm talking posting charts to levels and what to trade well before it happens. I'm alerting Love Chip, CR, all kinds of alerts over here. About 150 or so people over on the Discord. Sign up, but come over to the Discord. It's free. Come over to the Discord. It's free. Come over to the Discord. It's free. Take advantage. Again, invest in yourself. That BOGO sell I'm doing, primetradinginvestments.com. Take advantage. Anything you get, whatever you book, any of those live stream packages or one-on-ones, anything you book, you're going to get morning alerts with it, and you're going to get free one-on-ones with me. So anything you book on my package, on my website, you're getting one-on-ones and free stuff, free one-on-ones and free morning alerts. And of course, follow me, subscribe on Instagram and YouTube. And this afternoon, we'll go Adrian Mann's part 2 of Dual Stream Friday. Starts at 1. We'll do this 12 because I'll come on the mic a little bit before 12:50 p.m. Eastern. Be back then. Boom. AMD down for the day. Yeah, Apple sideways, so nothing really there. Tesla, massive move to start the day and massive reversal back on down. Holy cow there on Tesla today. What a huge, crazy move. Margot! Dog out there barking like she talking machine, and she wants to be in here with me, and she throws these fits. Telling you, round 2 of these dogs. All right, so the better movers, I'll put large cap better movers, SPY, Google, AMD, Tesla. Thanks, Josh. Looking forward to this afternoon. Yeah, Joe, Money Joe, Florida. I keep saying Money Joe because the damn Florida, or the Money Show in Florida. Florida Joe, baby. Florida Joe. I'm glad you came around today, Joe. Appreciate the love. And any of you guys that came around. Again, Joe, how low SPY can go, 678.50. Well, right now the target's going to be this, and there's going to be a lot of traders bouncing at the 680.20 mark, get rich. Under 680.20, yes, your next target down. Look, you can see there's not a lot there. You've got to go back in past chart history and try to find it. Got to go back and find it here. Yeah, you're all over it. Look at you learning charts from me and everyone else, baby girl. Smoking. 78.50, you're all over it. You're fucking all over it. You're fucking money, baby girl. 80.20 first, and then under 80.20 to 78.50. You're all freaking over it. You're all freaking over it, and it's freaking your money. Your money. Your money, baby. Love it. Discord invite invalid. What? How is that invalid? Let me see here. Says Orson. This is it. It says your link and says edit invite link. We'll do this. 7 days. We'll say it never expires. No. It says yeah. Copy. All right, try this again. Try that again. Try that again. See if that doesn't work. And I'll even tag Love Chip to put it over in chat too. Yeah, it may expire for 7 days. I just changed it though to where it doesn't expire. Yeah, see, that one should work. That one I just clicked on. So we're up to, we have 54 online, 139 members so far. Accept invite. Yeah! And we're in. So that should work. Let me know if it doesn't. I told Love Chip to also go put it over there on there we go. Thank you, Love Chip. Yeah. So that one of those should work. One of those should work, darn it. Dave, let me know if it doesn't. Lost on call, stupid move. It's all good, get rich. It's all good. Got the short on down. Now take it to here comes 80-20. Here comes 80-20. And if you crack that, this is just not a lot to hold it up. It's probably going to go to 78.50. Here goes your here it goes. Here it goes. There's your 80-20. Looks like Zedge has lost its edge. Cool. We're good, Liquid Vision. Thank you, Love Shit, for helping me out there, getting that link out. That should work. That should work. Pullbacks again. AMD, Tesla, SPY. Really the better movers with Google. Tesla and SPY, the better of the three, in my opinion, or the four, with AMD up next. And there we go. Love it. Thank you, Love Ship. Thank you. Boom. All right, I'm going to take the break off the mic for now. Enjoy a little bit of next 2 hours, 2.5 hours off the mic. I may have to run a quick errand too as well out of the office, but please, 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 smash that like button. You see those little hearts in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'm pressing them right now. You see those little hearts coming out? Works. Cool. Awesome, Dave. Awesome. Come on over and join. Be back this afternoon. Besides following me on Instagram, besides subscribing here on YouTube, smash that like button today, please. I'd appreciate it big time. Hit those hearts. Let those hearts go. I want to see you guys back here this afternoon. Love Chip, had 200 viewers this morning. Let's get 200 more viewers this afternoon with Adrian Manns. Great traders. We're bringing the best of the best over here. We're doing the best of the best. You talk about Love Chip breaking down Zedge to a T, and then here I am with Spy, come out of nowhere, and I say, hey, 80-20, 80-20, 80-20. You're going to see traders come over here and try to bounce it at 80-20. You name a ticker, you pull up a chart, we break it down, and we don't fart. Especially short like I did on the golf course, because that shit was not fun, truly, speaking of shit. Anyway. Liquid Vision, yeah, works now. Cool. Expires period, okay, cool. All right. Lost boys, lost girls. Yeah, there's some hearts coming in. Love Chip, Liquid Vision, Dave. Especially, definitely no offense to any of you guys. Love Chip, thank you so much. But Dave, Liquid Vision, Get Rich, Joe. Who we got? Veda from earlier. MRJP5XL. Ingrid in chat. Miss Oi, Aussie chick. Saline girl. My wallflowers out there. Jesse. Blueprints just wallflower coming in guessing on a hot whim note. Topher Hana. I've known Topher Hana. I've known this guy since he's freaking like 8, 4, 3, 2. I don't know. 5 years old. Forever ago. Love Chip. Of course, CR Trader. My man. Cosmic Rays coming over. My boy. Frank Leg Ladder. That's right. Leg Ladder is where you get ladders half price on Saturday. Paula for coming. Of course, my girls 3 in a row earlier. Paula, Sailing Girl, Ingrid, Aussie Chick. Of course, other cousins been around for a while. Who else was over here today? King Lion, Brosif, that's right, bro. Tango was here earlier with Front and AC and Busboy. Labob, some old school names. J Webb was in chat. Those are some old school names right there. Giovanni, Mr. G. Delcor, thank you for coming. Bothie was in chat today. James earlier as well. Thank you, guys. I think that's about everybody. J-Bow was in Chizzy chat today. And, of course, Elisa, the original Good Morning Alert from the first one, back-to-back there with the girls with Paula. Love my ladies. You know I do. You're my favorite. Put you over the guys any day of the week. Thank you, Love Chip. You're my man. You're my brother. Brother. Love you guys. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. If you are out for the weekend, I hope you're not. Come back for Adrian Manns this afternoon. It's going to be a lot of potential, a lot of good information. So we got this afternoon with Adrian Manns. We'll coast with him for about 30 to 45 minutes, break down some plays as we head into Power Hour. Then we're going to call it for the Friday. Hopefully you stick around till then. If not, I'll see you next week for another Dual Stream Friday. It's looking like hopefully with Michael Katz, the CEO of Trade the Pool. Come back then. It's going to be a great show. I promise you that. And if you do want to take advantage of, and hopefully I will see you either this afternoon or of course maybe Monday, you guys sign up for the live stream. You take advantage of the BOGO sale. I'm just letting you know right now, you get the morning alerts, you get the live stream, and you do the one-on-ones with me. Your journey to be successful is going to ramp up and be a lot faster. I promise you that. Just is what it is. Busboy coming over at the very end, give me a thumbs up. Let me know 2 hours later, Busboy is still around and listening. That means he's doing his best and he's doing his due diligence. I'll see you guys back this afternoon. If you're out for the weekend, either on Monday or next Friday. You know I love you guys more than anything. Reach out to me. You have all the information. I'll repost it here in just a second. All my links. And then I'm going to get up how to chart. Small caps, part 1, then part 2. And after that, large caps, part 1 and part 2. And how to chart, how to find levels. What I'm doing day in, day out to find the bounce plays, the reversals, the support resistance, how to put lines in, how to chart. Whether you come in pre-market, you're coming at the opening bell, or you come in 3 hours after the opening bell, I show you what you should be doing. I'm out for the day. Have a good weekend. Yes, I appreciate it, brother. I know you're getting late over there. By the way, Liquid Vision, he is over in Europe. He's over in England, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken, Liquid Vision's over in England. So, having new traders from abroad means the world to me. Of course, everyone here in the States, I love you. But when I see those traders from abroad, man, that means so much to me. I appreciate you guys coming over in a different time zone, different part of the world, yet still wanting to learn, showing the respect. Man, that means a lot to me. I appreciate it, truly. Love you guys. Have a great weekend if you're out. Otherwise, if you're sticking around to learn more or be part of the Adrian Manns this afternoon, here we go. How to chart for beginners Stock Market Masterclass. Here we go. Into a charting lesson again, just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to hold on a sec. We'll put SPY here just because it's tanking away, or at least looking like it could still go. We'll put this right here and that about right there. See you guys back in a bit, either on Monday or next Friday. Love you guys. Oh, I can't leave out with a bang-o-rain! Lost boys and lost girls. Pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless, first thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's hot. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught then of the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, and I always talk this, no matter what it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I use, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be. That's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4-hour, the yearly, 1 day. The 4-hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year, 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now, over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you'd look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich area and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 and support through there as well. So that's kind of your midline drop, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines, you have sideways consolidation. Like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel. Essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to the uptrend channel. And they always want to go and put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth, right? In between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put it about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle one. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about trade the pool and Thinkorswim. When you put these out, you just you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree right there. It shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those channels just don't work as fluidly. Right here where I'm at around that 20, this is perfect. 25, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. 15's about as low as we get, somewhere around 10 to 15. So I'd say your channel usually for uptrends are usually from 10 degrees that you're going to work consistently are 10 degrees up to around the 40-degree mark. That usually even I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that, just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the one. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone, back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth at the $3 mark. And then I see some here at the top, right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in, right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see if it will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now, look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310. Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today, that you could have put those lines in pre-market and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Makes sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just, I think this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on, you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel, I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap plays? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to ONDS. What do we do on this that's been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day, 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridor. I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs, essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom. Kind of boom, it's kind of choppy through it, but definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away. Each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? Yeah, no, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go, at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one. Come in here to the 1 year, 1 day. And see if I see something sexier. Or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me a little, still too much information above these lines. But we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735. So we'll put one in here at 735. This will floor right through here. There's that. And it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then we're going to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang. I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. You know, what you'd want to do is take this one because, shit, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both Eli and anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend. I'll, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join or they've moved on or they're just not here right now. This is what you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting, but this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Makes sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still it's not even lunch yet. Yeah, you're good. You're good. It's not even lunch yet. So, you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. You can go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get comfortable in something. To me, I'm good here. Oh, there's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3, though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? I would say only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, say, to 52 Ikai, which I think that will be that, yeah, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. That's kind of a saying I could have. Learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, we start breaking and, we get up to here and then leave them all. And then you got lines to trade. This can be something you can go back to like Bothy or other traders, even the King Line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it and I know these levels and they're really working. You're in your early still ages of your trading journey until you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be, once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, just get rid of them. So whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here. And we're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. It's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to in market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from... Stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left, but and right. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. You know, it's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3 minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. One, if you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1 minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. Or not. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? A, it's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. You know, so that's what it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most than any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines. Right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to CYPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day, honestly, right there. That little sandwich area. A little touch to touch, wick to wick as I call it. Then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1 minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. not only we found it on past chart history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no, 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 no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one that's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down, right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle, or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK-47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels, because I don't need current, that's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong, and look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which one I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Right click, edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this last, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy patrollies. If this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy matrolli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade from pre-market. When you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines. Which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle. Wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, you know, good, you know, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in, a downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. Give me the waffle fries. Stop doing that. Stop. So give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle fries. All right. Stop doing that. There's your downtrend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell off. And oh, 350! We're going to get high of day! We're going to do it! We're going to do it! Come on, be high of day. Yes, 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 yes. Nice. Good sell off there. Let's see here. Let me quickly. Are you on the live stream? I'll type it out too. Parad. How do you say that? Paradigm. How the fuck do you say that word? But are you on the live stream? Let's see, how close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? Let's see how much room to breathe, scale in and out. Are you on the live stream right now, Para? Are you on the live stream? Let me know. Let me know if so. Then yeah, I'll answer that. Paradigm. Okay, cool. Gosh, damn, that one. That's a hard one there. I'm like, what's the silent G? It's killing me. I hate silent letters. Oh, they're so stupid. I don't get them. Oh, Skeptic Stoic. What's up, brother? I know exactly who you are. It makes sense. Okay, cool. So real quickly, just to reread the word. Not his name, but reread the question. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? How much breathing room, scale in and out. So two things. If bounce plays and reversals, right? So first, for both, minimum to me needs to be about 30 to 50 cents. Now, it depends on the mover. If we're looking at a stock that's, let me go find one real quickly. If we're looking at a stock that's like, what was a sub $1 play that's run here recently? That was IVVD a sub $1 play. What was one that was sub $1? Gee golly, I know this play wasn't it? I think maybe, yeah. Well, it's sub $1. My point being, if you have a play paradigm, Skeptic Stoic, that is, say, going from, let's just go down here, and I'll just zoom into, like, right here. Not even that. Right here's good. And, and you're going from, whoa, way too much space, Joshua. Somewhere right about right here, right? And you're working with a play that's going from, like, 70 cents to $1.20. Well, it's not happening. So 20 cents, right? And I've talked about this. So a play that's around, because typically, let's just say, my crowd, my demo that you guys are listening are trading right around $1, right? So right around right here is the starting ground of what you're looking at in trading, generally most of the time. So with 75 cents to 125 area, you're looking for a minimum 10 to 15 cents, boss. 10 to 15 cents, maybe 20 cents is good. Then once you start moving up to this area right through here, and now you're trading like $1 to $2 range, give me 25 to 30 cents. And then when you start moving into the $2 to $5 range, kind of where we're getting to now, give me minimum 30 cents, but possibly give me, 50 cents. Just depends on what we're setting up. How you always think about this, we always talk about how big was each reversal. So the reversal here is 260 down to 225. So we're going to give that, we'll call it really 265, right? So we'll call it 40 cents. So now I know I'm working with 40 cent pullbacks, 40 cent reversals, 40 cent bounce plays. So how far does the bounce play go? Well, that would be my target. So same thing for the next reversal, we're looking for short of top, 285, 290 we'll call it really, or whatever. Then we go down to 250. So now we have a 30 cent reversal. So okay, we're working in the same area. Then same thing again here, 310 down to 270, 40 cent reversal. So typically you want to look at that too as well, depending on when you've entered the trade, right? If it's way early on in the morning, you may not get a good tell of the tape because a play like this didn't really get to move it until in market. Sometimes in pre-market, a lot of our plays we're looking at them for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't really need to worry about, I don't need to worry about, which I'm going to get into one extra little thing on small caps before I move on, which would be charting pre-market. After a certain amount, depends on when you come in, which I'm going to get into that. But say a play's been moving from, say, in pre-market from 170 to 350. Well, now it's going to show you that. Like, say, if it's moved this much and moved all around, moved for 2-3 hours in pre-market, now you can generally just use that chart and then, also tell yourself what's the tail of the tape. How big are each reversal is going to be. But for me and myself, again, usually like a play, I want to go with the sandwich. I want to see, old resistance equals new support at 275. Well, I know this play needs to go up about 40 cents for me to get a good bounce play. So 275, it goes to 310. Now I feel safe for it to come back down to bounce off my area. Voila, for the, boom. Same thing here. Goes, okay, 320 break, blah, 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 or I want to bounce play around 310 to 320. You know, I like this resistance area. Pattern chart history, you saw this too, as maybe as well as I did. Have your line in there already. Okay, give me 40 cents, minimum 40 cents. Well, we break out. We'll call the top area 320 to 355, right? So 35 cents, especially from here, definitely is 40 cents. Voila. Wait for the 40-cent pullback, and then you get your bounce play. Trying to hold this shit yet again on another 40-cent pullback. 340 down to 3. So does that make sense? Skeptic, Stoic, Paradigm, also King Lion, everyone else out there listening, and hopefully everyone that's going to be listening to this future right now, whether it's December the 1st, the 21st of November, whenever you're watching this. That's what I'm always looking for. Make it make sense. You know, like I always say, build me the chart, show me the chart. Look at this, fucking perfect. Now we're about to be a 40-cent bounce play. Like this chart's running technically sound. You know, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll build a technically sound chart where you can get a lot of different, you know, I hate this because I want 350 to be the high of day. But yes, that's what I'm always looking for. Look at the bounce. And so, yeah, always look at the reversals. The other thing I want to show you is coming in to chart in pre-market. I'm going to have to go back and find something that's moved here. Already 30 minutes into this. So this is a small cap part 1. Maybe I'll make this 2 parts, and this is going to be small caps. So I think I'll do that. I'll do small caps right now. We'll take a break. I'll come back and do large caps this afternoon because I don't want to make this too long-winded. So let me go to my morning alerts. This will be the last part of the small caps and how to chart, how to trade them. Well, not how to chart or trade them, how to chart. You know, I could go to how to trade them in so many different ways. I did bring up ways how to trade them, right? Downtrend break, waiting for candlestick confirmation, trend lines, how to put them in. So a lot of different ways how to trade them. A lot of new ideas may be brought up, right? How big the pullbacks are going to be, how big the bounce plays are. Now you know when you're taking a trade, quick home run hitting it. You see that bounce plays are 30, 40 cents. You see reversals 30, 40 cents. You need to be out half or 3/4 at that 30, 40 cent mark. And what you need to be doing to break down, and here's the, let's just go to it. Let's go to GLTO. Let's go to GLTO here. Let's go to GLTO. Didn't do anything today. Was hoping maybe it possibly would. Did not. All right, let's go to GLTO. So in GLTO, there's stocks that have already been running. I know, and this isn't the greatest of examples, but it's a decent one. But say you're not always up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Regardless if you are, and we are now at 7 o'clock. When I come in, because most days when I come in, I'm not a super early pre-market trader, although right now that's where a lot of the spikes and the moves are happening earlier than they used to be. Used to be, because you can see I'm Central Time Zone, right? So used to be they were from most of the time in most of my journey right around this PR release 7, 7:30, and 8. Those were the big PR times, right? So Eastern Time Zone would be 8, 8:30, and 9. That's when all the action was, the spikes were, the reversals were, the shorts were finally happening then. Even if they were running a little bit before that. But now a lot of the spikes in the movement are happening 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning locally for me. Point being, when I come in at 7 o'clock, I literally just start using the charting at hand. I don't go back in time. There's no reason to go back in time, and I'll show you why here, and I'll put levels in, even on this kind of the chaotic mover, on how you can just trade. And here's one line up top already, but let me just go in and put some more extra lines in here. And we'll see how these lines work out over the next foreseeable future and for the weeks to come. The days to come, whatever. Maybe even weeks to come. But boom, into that level. Already got the line in right here, the yellow line. We got a little new, I got the trend line. That's the trend line right here. That line right here is the uptrend channel. So those would be the lines that I could say possibly I could look to trade, right? Those are kind of my areas if I work into market that I would look to be trading at resistance level. Of course, if you want to, have this top green line in, but then we can just see here, once we get in the market, how those lines start to work out. Now, they're not perfect, no, and there are some new lines that get created in, which I'd say you want to put a new line in here right out of this second bounce, right off of that second bounce, because now we have a bounce, and now we have a bounce, and now we have resistance there, right? So that's sexy. This line ends up being pretty darn good, pretty damn good. The only lines you're going to start adding in trend lines. And yes, I would start with the base here for sure and work into that and realize it's kind of a choppier chart, but there's your uptrend and the uptrend crack. You could start it, at a better point if you want to, but I'd say somewhere right around there is your uptrend. Whoopsie, didn't want to do that. Come on. I want to do this. Right about there. And like I said, if you want to lower that, whatever. Obviously, now as a painted picture, you certainly would. But I'm saying early on, you might have that a little too tight. moving forward here, if you want to put an extra line in, we'll go one more line in right here because you don't want to do too many lines. You don't want too many lines close to one another. You just want the lines that are working out that you can trade, that have profitability zones. So if I crack 20, and that's $1 away. That's good, right? So now we can just roll through here for the day, and we can see how these lines that we put in pre-market are working out in market. And now we can go to after hours, right? Now, again, extra lines that you would be putting in. You know, you obviously, I don't want to keep doing that. But my point was going in here to pre-market. If the play has already been running, you don't need to go to past chart history. If you come in like I do, or you come in later in the day and you come in at an hour after the bell, use the chart at hand. That's what's being traded right now. The levels have been created. I get that, like, what, really? I'm like, yes, I don't go back and do I've had times where it's ugly. I always love this story. It was like 3 days straight, or I remember it was about 3 days in a short amount of period. It was kind of like it is now. Maybe it had to have been 2021 into 2022, right? Because I know it had to have been 2020 and 2021 because there wasn't a lot of, whatever reason I didn't come in until about an hour after the opening bell. I was probably being lazy because I was probably starting to kill it and just taking whatever. But I didn't come in until, I remember it was about 9, it was around this time, about 9 to around 9:30. And there was this perfect, like, not that we had one today, but it'd be like this trend line. A trend line that was formed from pre-market, running for about an hour, like this back here, all the way. And I'm like, oh, guys, trend line crack below the VWAP. Wow, this is going to be a great. And it was like 3 days in a row. I got one, maybe it was 2 or 3 trades in about 15, 20 minutes and was done. Just killed it. So that's my point. You can come in and the chart's created. You don't have to go back and try to, let me go back on the 4 hour. No, it's right here. Because you can even then zoom out in the next days, or even in Power Hour, how these lines almost work out gorgeously. You don't have to go through every, if it's already been moving, until we get above 26 is my point. Until we get above 26, or this low of day right here, that we double bottom off of the next day, that we can now put a line in, you can just sit back here and trade these levels. Maybe manipulate them a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I need to find levels over 25 and go back to past chart history here. We hit it a million times. Of course, it's going to break. Look how you can trade. Look at this thing. Look at that line. Look at that fail. Bouncing on it. This is from pre-market on Monday. Pre-market Monday levels that we find a couple more in market that now we can go back through here in the past week and look how those levels worked out like a charm later on. Look at the bounce play. Look at this. This is why now you add extra levels. Yes, true. I mean, I'm coming in here and seeing some of my eyes. I can't help but laser them run on in, right? That's it. That's it. Quit making it so hard on yourself. Make it easier. Lines I found on Monday were usable. Recycle, reduce, reuse. Recycle, reduce, whatever that 3 thing was when we started doing the recycling in the 80s and the 90s. This is perfect. This is, again, why I love the chart, why I love teaching you guys the chart, why I've said forever ago I want to be the best charter ever. Or if not, and I have slowly gained this, underground following, which is crazy, with Trade the Pool, and that shout out, with some guy over in Europe, and he, gave me all this love, and now he's doing one-on-ones. Well, he's like the Europe version of me, essentially. He hadn't been doing it as long, but he's doing stuff with TTP now. I was like, what? This is crazy. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this whole lore. Oh, you haven't heard of AK-47? Oh, damn. This is why. I hope this rings a bell with you guys, how to make it easy on yourself. Any last questions on the Discord, on the live stream? Reduce, reuse, and recycle them lines. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Any questions? Anything else from you guys? Good almost 40-minute long lesson right there in small caps. I'll do large caps later today. That'll be the afternoon. You got a paradigm. You got it. Anyone else on the Discord? Anyone else on the live stream here? Hopefully that helped out and rang a bell. That's what I've been doing since 2018. Every single day. Every day. This is where I come up with the lines and levels for you guys in pre-market. And let's go back to this. And I'm going to end this off real quickly. Where's it at now? Okay. All right. Well, I'll end on this to give a tease into the large caps. I want everyone to listen to this real quickly and what I said the SPY was going to do today.
Put this over in the live stream. So I just talked about it too as well, in my opinion, on the Discord too as well. It's either 661 essentially for the SPY today. That is a guarantee, or back up to 674. The ultimate high of the day. I feel we will get even higher than that normal high. I just did that just in case. But I feel
boom. Called this out in pre-market before the opening bell. Obviously, I was gonna say how long? It was only 15 minutes for the opening bell today. That I said we'd either go down and hit that 660 mark, or we are flying right